Ruby, Faith, Family Vlogging, and the Abuse Behind the Brand. Written by Alana Sanchez. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. This book is respectfully dedicated to the children who survived, for the childhoods interrupted, the privacy owed, and the healing that belongs to them alone. May their names, their futures, and their peace be protected beyond the reach of this story. Author's note. I was born and raised in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I was baptized at the age of 8, as children in the church commonly are, and my early life was shaped by its teachings, language, expectations, and culture. I have not attended church in decades. I no longer believe, practice, or associate myself with the doctrines, authority structures, or religious claims of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. That history matters here. This book is not written from the perspective of an outsider looking in at a culture I do not understand. Nor is it written as a personal vendetta against ordinary Latter-day Saints, many of whom are sincere, loving, generous people trying to live good lives within the faith they know. Rather, it is written with the perspective of someone who recognizes the language, the social codes, the expectations around obedience, family, motherhood, worthiness, repentance, and spiritual authority. This book also makes a deliberate choice not to name Ruby Franck's minor children in full. Where reference to them is necessary, initials are used. They are alive. They are still young. They are still entitled to privacy, dignity, and the chance to heal outside the public appetite for true crime detail. Their suffering is central to the seriousness of this case, but it will not be treated as spectacle. Ruby Franck's crimes were her own. This book does not argue that Latter-day Saint belief caused her abuse of her children. It does, however, examine the religious, cultural, social, and online environments in which Ruby built her public identity as a mother, a moral authority, and, later, a follower and promoter of Jodi Hildebrandt's Connections ideology. The distinction is important. Faith can comfort people. Community can protect people. But religious language can also be misused. Ideas about obedience, purity, repentance, parental authority, and spiritual correction can become dangerous when they are removed from compassion, accountability, and common sense. In Ruby Franck's case, the language of morality was used alongside cruelty. The language of love was used alongside control. The language of truth was used alongside abuse. This book focuses primarily on Ruby Franck, her public image, her background, her rise as a family vlogger, her partnership with Jodi Hildebrandt, and the collapse of the carefully managed identity she presented to the world. The children in this case were victims. They did not choose public life in the way the adults around them did. They did not choose to become part of a brand, a court case, or a true crime narrative. For that reason, I've chosen to write about the children with restraint. Where reference to them is necessary, I use first initials where appropriate and avoid unnecessary detail. Their suffering is central to understanding the seriousness of Ruby Franck's crimes, but it will not be treated as spectacle. The purpose of this book is not to relitigate the pain of children who have already endured too much public exposure. It is to examine how a woman who presented herself as a devoted mother became a convicted child abuser, and how systems of image-making, belief, influence, and authority can make harm harder to see. This is a factual account based on verifiable public records, court documents, law enforcement material, credible reporting, and publicly available statements. Where the record is incomplete, I say so. Where interpretation is offered, it is grounded in documented fact. I write this as someone who knows what it is to grow up inside the culture surrounding this case, and also as someone who has stepped away from it. That distance allows for grief, criticism, and care to exist together. Chapter 1. The House the Camera Built. Before the charges, before the courtroom, before the careful language of plea agreements and sentencing orders, Ruby Franck was a mother on a screen. She was not introduced to most of the world through a police report. She arrived in kitchens, bedrooms, living rooms, and school day routines. Her audience knew her through the curated rhythm of family life. Breakfast, chores, packed lunches, discipline, church clothes, car trips, homework, sibling arguments, pantry shelves, birthdays, punishment, prayer, and the long daily labor of motherhood performed in front of a lens. The channel was called 8 Passengers. The name was simple enough to sound harmless. 8 people, one family, moving through life together. Ruby, her husband Kevin, and their 6 children were the passengers. The road, at least in the beginning, was ordinary domestic life in Utah. The family lived in Springville, a city in Utah County, south of Salt Lake City and near Provo, where the presence of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is woven deeply into civic, educational, and family life. Ruby and Kevin Frank were Latter-day Saints. Their faith was not incidental to the brand. It was part of the family's public identity, part of the moral architecture surrounding the channel. Marriage, children, obedience, service, sacrifice, modesty, homemaking, and the idea that a mother's work inside the home could be both sacred and instructive. In that world, motherhood could be elevated into a calling. Family life could be presented as testimony. A household could become a lesson. Ruby Frank was born Ruby Griffiths in Utah in 1982. The verified public record of her childhood is thinner than the later record of her life online and in court. That absence matters. True crime often tries to force a childhood into a map, as though every adult act can be traced cleanly to an early wound, an inherited cruelty, a family system, a doctrine, a silence. But the available record does not allow that kind of certainty. It shows a Utah upbringing, a Griffiths family that later became familiar to viewers through multiple family vlogging channels, and a woman who, by adulthood, had learned how to turn domestic life into content. Ruby was part of a family that understood the appeal of ordinary life on camera. Some of her siblings also became known online, producing family and lifestyle videos of their own. This was not unusual in the social media economy of the 2010s. The internet had opened a market for women whose labor had historically been private. Cooking, cleaning, mothering, organizing, disciplining, decorating, teaching, soothing, and performing stability. For families with enough charisma, consistency, and intimacy, the home itself could become a studio. Ruby's channel began in 2015. She was then a mother of 6, and her oldest child was approaching adolescence. Publicly, she explained the project as a way of holding on to time. The camera, she said in an early local news interview, helped her slow down and enjoy her children in the present. There was an appealing softness to that explanation. Many parents understood it. Childhood moved quickly. A baby became a school child became a teenager packed a bag and left. The ordinary days, the ones that seemed repetitive while they were happening, became memory almost as soon as they passed. A camera promised proof that they had happened. A channel promised an audience who would agree that they mattered. At first, 8 Passengers was not a giant. It grew through the mechanics of persistence. Ruby posted regularly, often on a weekday schedule, and the videos centered on recognizable family material. Meals, homeschooling, parenting tips, sibling interactions, family logistics. In early coverage, the channel was still small enough to be described in terms of tens of thousands of subscribers. Later, it would be described in the millions. That growth changed the meaning of the camera. A family video made for memory is one thing. A family video made for strangers is another. A monetized family archive is something else again. The house remains a house, but it also becomes a set. Children remain children, but they also become recurring characters. A mother remains a mother, but she also becomes producer, editor, narrator, moral authority, and brand. Ruby's appeal depended partly on certainty. She did not present herself as a confused parent muddling through the day. She had rules. She had systems. She had expectations. She spoke with the confidence of someone who believed family life could be improved by discipline and clarity. In a crowded online world full of chaos, that confidence was marketable. The early 8 Passengers image was built around the idea of a large, wholesome, religious family. Kevin Frank, a civil engineer and academic, appeared as the father in a home where traditional family roles were visible and often reinforced. Ruby was the center of the domestic world. She organized, instructed, corrected, and explained. The children appeared in the daily stream of content, their lives folded into the channel's premise from the beginning. The audience was not passive. Viewers praised, questioned, criticized, defended, and analyzed. Many watched because they liked the family. Others watched because the channel offered access to a version of motherhood that appeared efficient, moral, and strong. Some were young viewers who looked at the Frank household as a model of what family life could be. Others were parents measuring their own homes against Ruby's rules. There was always a tension in that arrangement. Family vlogging depends on intimacy, but intimacy does not belong equally to every person in a family. Adults choose to disclose. Children are disclosed. Adults understand, at least in part, that the camera reaches strangers. Children grow up inside that reach before they can meaningfully consent to it. For years, that ethical problems sat beneath the surface of family channels across YouTube. The content looked clean. The thumbnails were bright. The titles were casual. The routines were familiar. But the bargain underneath was complicated. A child's embarrassment could become engagement. A punishment could become a lesson. A medical issue, a meltdown, a sibling fight, a private fear, a school struggle, or a family consequence could become part of the public record. In Ruby's case, discipline became one of the places where the public record began to crack. Concerns about the Franck household did not begin with the 2023 arrest. Years earlier, viewers had questioned some of Ruby's parenting choices after clips and comments circulated online. One widely reported concern centered on a teenage son, saying he had slept on a beanbag for months after losing access to his bedroom. Another involved a young child and lunch at school. To supporters, these incidents were examples of firm parenting taken out of context by hostile viewers. To critics, they were warning signs placed in plain view. The Franks defended themselves. They framed the backlash as misunderstanding, distortion, and the cost of being watched. For many online families, criticism could be absorbed into the brand. Outsiders did not understand. The internet was cruel. Parenting was hard. Every family had rules. In the economy of attention, even concern could become more attention. The channel continued. The religion around the family's image requires careful handling. Ruby and Kevin were Latter-day Saints, and the Franck family's public life drew on a cultural world where large families, homemaking, obedience, church participation, and parental authority could be understood as part of a broader moral order. But the crimes for which Ruby Franck was later convicted were not teachings of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The Church's own materials describe abuse as neglect or mistreatment causing physical, emotional, or sexual harm, and state that the first responsibility in abuse cases is to help victims and protect the vulnerable. The distinction is essential. This is not the story of a religion instructing a mother to abuse her children. It is the story of a mother who presented herself through a religious and moral framework, later became involved with a severe coaching ideology, and committed crimes against children while using language of love, repentance, obedience, and correction. The danger was not faith alone. The danger was certainty without humility, authority without accountability, and a private home insulated by a public image of righteousness. By the early 2020s, Ruby's public identity was shifting. The mother who had once built an audience through daily family life became increasingly associated with harder language around truth, distortion, obedience, and discipline. Her connection with Jodi Hildebrandt became central. Hildebrandt was a licensed therapist and the founder of Connections Classroom, an organization that presented itself as a mental and emotional healing program. Ruby became associated with Hildebrandt's work, and the two later appeared together in content under the Moms of Truth banner. The tone was different from ordinary family vlogging. It was more doctrinal, more severe, more focused on moral categories. People were framed as living in truth or distortion. Parenting became not only a household practice, but a battleground over character, repentance, and control. This is where the story narrows. A family channel can spread a parent's image outward. A closed ideology can pull a parent inward. Ruby's public platform had trained an audience to see her as an authority on motherhood. Connections placed her within a system that sharpened that authority into something more rigid. By the time the criminal case became public, prosecutors would describe abuse carried out under beliefs that the children were evil, possessed, or in need of severe punishment to repent. The language was spiritualized. The conduct was criminal. The public did not see the worst of it in real time. That is one of the most unsettling features of the case. Ruby Franck's family had been watched for years. The children had been filmed, discussed, defended, criticized, and recognized by strangers. Yet the abuse that led to convictions occurred away from the audience, largely inside the private space of Jodi Hildebrandt's home in Ivins, Utah. On August 30th, 2023, one of Ruby's children escaped from Hildebrandt's house and went to a neighbor. The child was injured and malnourished. Police were called. Another child was found inside the home. The investigation quickly moved from concern to criminal allegation. Ruby Franck and Jodi Hildebrandt were arrested and later charged with aggravated child abuse. The details of what happened to the children are documented in court records and police materials. They are also the part of the story most vulnerable to exploitation. A factual account must not look away from the harm, but it also must not turn that harm into spectacle. The children were not symbols. They were children. They had already had too much of their lives made public. Ruby Franck eventually pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Hildebrandt also pleaded guilty to 4 counts. Both women were sentenced in February 2024 to 4 consecutive prison terms of 1 to 15 years. Under Utah's indeterminate sentencing system, the exact time served is determined by the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. Those facts are the legal skeleton of the case. They do not explain how a mother with a camera became a convicted child abuser. They do not explain why viewers saw enough to worry, but not enough to stop it. They do not explain how religious language, therapeutic authority, and influencer culture became tangled together in one Utah family's collapse. They do not explain why the children were visible for years and still, in the ways that mattered most, unseen. To understand that, the story has to return to the beginning of the public Ruby, the woman who told viewers that filming helped her live in the moment. In 2016, that statement could be read as tender. A mother of 6 wanted to remember the fleeting years. She wanted to document the work of motherhood. She wanted her children to see its value. The camera seemed like a tool of preservation. But a camera does not only preserve. It selects. It frames. It rewards. It trains the person holding it to notice what will play well, what will teach well, what will draw comment, what will prove a point. Over time, a camera can become less like a witness and more like a mirror, reflecting back the version of the self that receives attention. Ruby's viewers saw a mother who believed deeply in parental authority. They saw a home arranged around rules. They saw children whose daily lives belonged partly to the family and partly to the audience. They saw faith, order, industry, correction, and confidence. Some saw inspiration. Some saw control. Both readings existed before the arrest. The tragedy of 8 Passengers is that its name now reads differently. At the time, it suggested unity, 8 people traveling together. After the convictions, it suggests confinement. Children carried along inside an adult project they did not design, could not fully understand, and could not leave. Ruby Franck's story is not only about what happened in one house. It is about what can be hidden by the performance of goodness. It is about the internet's appetite for family intimacy, and the ease with which children can become content before they become people in the eyes of an audience. It is about the authority granted to mothers who speak with certainty, to coaches who claim to see truth, and to communities that may confuse obedience with safety. It is also about the limits of the visible. For years, Ruby Franck was watched. Her family was watched. Their house was watched. Their routines were watched. Their discipline was debated. Their children were recognized by strangers. Their faith and family values were part of the appeal. Their ordinary life was edited into episodes. Yet the final alarm did not come from a viewer, a comment section, a brand partner, or a platform. It came from a child at a neighbor's door. That is where the public story ended. It is also where the real story began. Chapter 2. A faith, a family, a frame. Ruby Franck did not appear from nowhere. Before she became a headline, she belonged to a place, a family structure, a religious culture, and an online economy that rewarded certain kinds of women for turning private life into public instruction. None of those things excuse what she later did. They do not soften the facts of the criminal case. They do, however, help explain the shape of the public identity she built before it collapsed. Ruby was born Ruby Griffiths. The publicly verified record of her childhood is limited. That limitation is important. Some true crime narratives try to make childhood into prophecy, as though the adult crime must have been visible in the child, if only someone had looked closely enough. The record does not support that kind of claim here. There is no responsible way to write a detailed account of Ruby's early home life without leaning on speculation, internet folklore, or hindsight. What can be said is narrower. Ruby came from Utah, from a family and culture where the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was not merely a Sunday institution, but part of the social grammar of ordinary life. In heavily Latter-day Saint communities, faith can shape calendars, friendships, dating rules, family size, gender expectations, ideas about service, and the moral language used inside homes. A child may grow up not only learning doctrine, but learning a complete vocabulary for worthiness, obedience, repentance, testimony, modesty, callings, priesthood authority, temple marriage, and eternal family. For outsiders, those words can sound like decoration. Inside the culture, they carry weight. The church teaches that family is central to God's plan. The ideal of the home is not peripheral. It is doctrinal. Marriage, parenthood, children, and domestic faithfulness are presented as sacred responsibilities. In official church teaching, parents are told to rear children in love and righteousness, to provide for their physical and spiritual needs, and to establish family life on principles including faith, prayer, repentance, forgiveness, respect, love, compassion, work, and wholesome recreation. Those words matter because they formed part of the cultural world Ruby later presented online. Her brand was never simply that she had 6 children. It was that she had 6 children inside a moral framework. She did not present large family life as chaos. She presented it as purposeful. She presented motherhood as labor with eternal significance. She presented herself as someone who understood the rules. That public confidence had roots in a broader Latter-day Saint ideal of ordered family life. In many faithful homes, children are taught early that their choices have spiritual meaning. 8 is the expected age at which children of record are baptized and confirmed. Young children sit in primary classes, sing songs about faith and obedience, learn the names of prophets, and are taught to see family relationships as part of an eternal design. Girls may absorb, very young, the idea that motherhood is not one possible adult role among many, but a sacred destiny. For many people, that upbringing produces tenderness, community, discipline, and belonging. For others, it can also produce pressure. Pressure to appear happy, righteous, certain, clean, modest, obedient, and strong. The same culture that can support families can also make it difficult for a struggling family to admit that something is wrong. A home can become a testimony before it has become safe. A mother can learn to treat her performance of goodness as proof of goodness itself. Ruby's later life would unfold in the space between those two possibilities: family as sacred care and family as image. She met Kevin Franck while both were connected to Brigham Young University. Kevin built a professional life in engineering and academia. Ruby built a domestic life that would eventually become a public enterprise. They married in 2000 and went on to have 6 children. By 2015, the family was living in Springville, Utah, and Ruby was a mother in the thick of the years that large families often remember as both exhausting and defining. Springville matters. Utah County matters. The geography was not neutral. It was a place where a family like the Franks could be read easily by their neighbors and viewers. Married parents, several children, church membership, a father with a respectable professional role, a mother at home, a household organized around rules and routines. Their life did not need much translation for a local audience. It already fit a recognizable pattern. But the internet changed the size of the room. When Ruby started 8 Passengers in 2015, she was not only preserving family memories. She was entering a marketplace. The channel name framed the family as a unit of 8 moving through life together. Ruby, Kevin, and their 6 children became the Passengers. The implication was wholesome, even charming. The family was traveling together. The camera was simply along for the ride. The early content presented domestic life as both ordinary and instructive. Ruby filmed meals, chores, homeschooling, sibling interactions, parenting tips, and the constant logistics of a large household. She posted regularly. Her home became a repeatable setting. Her children became familiar faces. Her authority as a mother became content. The channel's growth depended on accessibility. Ruby was not a distant celebrity. She was a mother folding laundry, cooking basic meals, managing children, and talking through discipline. The appeal lay in the sense that viewers were being welcomed into real life. She seemed practical. She seemed certain. She seemed to know what she was doing. That certainty became part of her product. In the 2016 local profile that captured the family before the later scandal, Ruby described filming as a way to slow time and be present with her children. The explanation was tender and believable. Many mothers know the ache of time passing too quickly. A camera can feel like a defense against loss. It can catch the smallness of a child's voice, the ordinary rooms of a house, the daily scenes that are forgotten precisely because they happen every day. But a camera inside a family does not only preserve, it organizes. It teaches everyone in the house where attention goes. It turns private moments into material. It rewards clarity, conflict, confession, and resolution. A child's mistake can become a lesson for strangers. A punishment can become proof that a parent is serious. A family value can become a thumbnail. The children did not enter that arrangement as equal participants. They were born or raised into it. They did not build the channel. They did not design the business model. They did not have adult understanding of monetization, audience, permanence, or consent. Their names, faces, bedrooms, routines, emotions, and consequences became part of an archive controlled by their parents. The ethics of this were underdeveloped in the 2010s. Family vlogging was still often treated as cozy entertainment, not labor involving minors. Audiences clicked because the content felt safe. Advertisers followed because the content was brand-friendly. Parents defended the practice as memory-making, education, inspiration, or harmless fun. Platforms had rules, but not rules built around the full emotional lives of children growing up on camera. Ruby was not alone in seeing opportunity there. Family vlogging had become an ecosystem, particularly among women whose skills had historically been treated as unpaid domestic labor. A mother could film the work of running a household and turn it into income, attention, and status. The private work of motherhood could become visible. Visibility could become validation. Validation could become authority. Ruby's own extended family also had connections to family and lifestyle vlogging. This matters not because it suggests collective responsibility for Ruby's later crimes, but because it shows the world she was entering was not random. She was part of a broader moment in which ordinary family life could be packaged and shared as a kind of aspirational intimacy. The home became not only a home, but a channel category. On 8 Passengers, Ruby's religious identity was present, but not always overt. The family were members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and Ruby acknowledged that viewers sometimes encountered the faith through their videos. In a place like Springville, that might have seemed unremarkable. Online, it became part of the family's distinctiveness: the big Utah household, the marriage-centered life, the rules around dating, the clean image, the sense of moral order. A faith-based family brand carries a particular power. It can turn preference into principle. It can make household rules feel not merely practical, but righteous. It can attract viewers who are looking for certainty in an unstable world. It can also discourage criticism, because criticism of the parent may be framed as hostility to the family, the faith, or traditional values. Ruby's style was not soft permissiveness. She leaned toward firm control. Her public image was built around discipline, accountability, and the idea that children should learn responsibility. Those words can be ordinary parenting words. In healthy homes, discipline can mean guidance. Accountability can mean repair. Responsibility can mean being trusted with age-appropriate tasks. But in Ruby's later public record, those words would harden. The early warning signs were not hidden in a basement. Some were visible in the content itself. Viewers eventually raised concerns about punishments discussed or shown on the channel. One of the most widely reported incidents involved a teenage child saying he had slept on a beanbag after losing access to his bedroom. Another involved a younger child, and a school lunch Ruby refused to bring after the child left it at home. To defenders, these were examples of strict parenting. To critics, they suggested humiliation, deprivation, and control. The argument over those moments was also an argument over what viewers were allowed to see. Supporters saw a mother being misread by outsiders. Critics saw a mother revealing more than she realized. Ruby and Kevin rejected the accusation that their parenting amounted to abuse. In doing so, they relied on a familiar defense: the internet did not know the whole story. That was true. The internet rarely knows the whole story. But the fact that viewers did not know everything did not mean they knew nothing. The channel had placed family discipline into public space. Once there, it could not be treated as purely private. Ruby had invited strangers to learn from her home. Some of those strangers began to question what they were being taught. Still, the channel continued to operate within the strange permission structure of online family life. The children were visible. The parents were authoritative. The audience was divided. The platform remained available. Concern became commentary. Commentary became traffic. Traffic kept the family relevant. The public record from this period shows Ruby as a mother increasingly identified with correction. She was not merely documenting motherhood. She was explaining it, defending it, and turning it into a moral system. Her language around children often carried the weight of adult expectation. The child was not simply tired, hungry, embarrassed, overwhelmed, immature, or afraid. The child could be framed as irresponsible, selfish, resistant, manipulative, or in need of stronger consequences. This kind of framing matters. Children depend on adults to interpret them generously. When an adult interprets ordinary child behavior as moral failure, the distance between guidance and punishment can shrink quickly. A messy room becomes a character defect. A forgotten lunch becomes a lesson in suffering consequences. A teenager's rebellion becomes evidence of corruption. The parent stops asking what the child needs and begins asking how the child must be broken of defiance. That was the danger line in Ruby's public persona long before the criminal case. The later involvement of Jodi Hildebrandt did not create Ruby's need for certainty from nothing. It found something already visible and gave it a harsher vocabulary. Before Connections, Ruby had already built a platform around the authority to define what children needed. Before the language of truth, and distortion took over. The structure was already there. The parent as interpreter, the child as subject, the audience as witness. Ruby's background, then, is not a neat origin story. It is not a single childhood event. It is not one doctrine. It is not Utah alone, or Latter-day Saint culture alone, or YouTube alone. It is the meeting of several forces, a religious culture that highly valued motherhood and family order, an online platform that rewarded intimacy and certainty, a domestic role that gave Ruby authority over 6 children, and an audience that turned that authority into influence. The public Ruby was built slowly. She was built through weekday uploads, through family routines turned into episodes, through a mother's voice explaining what a child had done and what consequence would follow, through viewers who praised her strength, through critics who kept watching because concern itself became a form of attention, through a church-adjacent image of family stability, through the marketable idea that a large household could be managed if only a mother had enough conviction. By the time Ruby became associated with Jodi Hildebrandt and connections, she was already accustomed to being believed by strangers. She had already learned that a camera could transform her household decisions into lessons. She had already learned that certainty performed well. That does not mean the ending was inevitable. It means the tools were already in place. A home, a doctrine of family importance, a mother who wanted to be seen as principled, a platform hungry for access, children whose lives were available to adults before they were old enough to understand the bargain. The story of Ruby Franck begins before Jodi Hildebrandt, before Ivan's, before the neighbor's door. It begins in the construction of a mother whose authority was filmed, admired, questioned, and monetized. The camera did not cause the abuse, but it helped build the house in which Ruby's version of motherhood could be watched without truly being examined. Chapter 3. The Discipline Channel. The internet did not discover Ruby Franck as a criminal. It discovered her as a mother with systems. In the beginning, 8 passengers offered the familiar pleasures of family vlogging. A busy home, a large family, ordinary routines, a camera moving through school mornings and household jobs. The channel had the soft texture of domestic repetition. There were children to get ready, meals to make, errands to run, rooms to clean, questions to answer, consequences to explain. Ruby stood in the center of it all, not as a celebrity in the old sense, but as a woman inviting strangers into the ordinary authority of motherhood. That authority was the product. Family vlogging did not require Ruby to act like a film star. It required her to act like someone whose private life was worth watching. The appeal was not glamour. It was access. Viewers were invited into a home that looked both specific and familiar. A Utah family, 6 children, church-adjacent values, parental rules, motherly labor, sibling conflict, mess, correction, prayer, exhaustion, and order. Ruby's original explanation for the channel carried a note of tenderness. She said filming helped her live in the present, helped her slow down, helped her enjoy her children while they were still children. In January 2016, local reporting described the channel as a growing project by a Springville mother of 6. At that time, it had nearly 32,000 subscribers. Ruby was posting videos Monday through Friday at 6 in the morning. The subjects were not scandalous. They were the subjects of daily family life. Parenting tips, simple cooking, homeschooling, and the interactions between husband and wife, parents and children, siblings and siblings. The numbers grew. The growth mattered because every new subscriber changed the terms of the household. A mother filming her children for memory is not doing the same thing as a mother filming them for hundreds of thousands of strangers. A child who is recorded for a family archive is not in the same position as a child whose routines, mistakes, punishments, and emotions can be watched repeatedly by an audience. Scale changes the ethics. It changes the power. It changes the pressure on everyone in the room, even when the room still looks like an ordinary kitchen. By August 2017, 8 passengers had reportedly reached 1 million subscribers. Later reporting would describe the channel as having grown to around 2.5 million followers. That kind of growth made Ruby more than a mother with a camera. It made her a public parenting figure. She was not only documenting decisions, she was modeling them. The home became a kind of classroom. Ruby taught through example, and the lessons were often about discipline. Discipline was not unusual in family content. Parenting channels frequently offered routines, consequences, boundaries, and household rules. Parents watching online often wanted structure. They wanted to see how another mother handled whining, chores, screen time, schoolwork, sibling fights, and disrespect. Large family content intensified that appeal because it suggested competence under pressure. If Ruby could manage 6 children, Perhaps she knew something worth learning. But 8 Passengers also revealed the danger of turning parental certainty into performance. Ruby's camera did not simply show that rules existed. It showed her explaining rules, defending rules, and interpreting her children's behavior through them. She spoke as the adult authority, and the structure of the medium reinforced her position. The footage came from her channel. The edits came from her household. The framing came from her voice. If a child appeared upset, Ruby could tell the audience what the upset meant. If a child had lost a privilege, Ruby could tell the audience why. If viewers questioned a punishment, Ruby could explain the principle behind it. In ordinary family life, a child may disagree privately with a parent's version of events. On a family channel, the parent's version becomes the public record. That imbalance became one of the central problems of 8 Passengers. Ruby's children were not simply appearing beside her. They were being narrated by her. Their childhoods were filtered through an adult who believed strongly in the moral meaning of obedience, accountability, and consequences. Those words were among the cleanest words in Ruby's public world. They were also among the most dangerous. Accountability can be a healthy principle. Consequences can be a normal part of parenting. Obedience, in some family and religious contexts, can be treated as a virtue. But when those ideas harden, children can become less visible as children. A tired child becomes a selfish child. A forgetful child becomes an irresponsible child. A frightened child becomes a manipulative child. A defiant child becomes a spiritually or morally corrupt child. The adult stops asking what is happening inside the child and starts asking what kind of consequence will make the child submit. In Ruby's public parenting, critics began to see that hardening. The concerns that later surrounded the Franck family did not begin in 2023. They had been building for years in comment sections, commentary videos, online petitions, and private conversations among viewers. In 2020, one incident drew particular attention after one of Ruby's teenage children, said in a video that he had been sleeping on a beanbag after losing access to his bedroom. Reporting later described the punishment as lasting 7 months. To some viewers, it was a severe but private family consequence. To others, it was a public red flag. A child's sleeping arrangement had become punishment content. Another widely reported incident involved a young child, and a school lunch. Ruby said she would not bring a forgotten lunch to school, framing the refusal as a lesson in responsibility. The child was 6. Critics saw deprivation. Ruby's defenders saw a mother teaching consequences. The argument that followed was not only about one lunch. It was about the age at which a child could be expected to bear adult-style responsibility, and whether hunger was a legitimate teaching tool. Other moments were also criticized: a child sent to a wilderness therapy program, a threat involving a stuffed toy, and the loss of Christmas gifts for younger children described as not responding to other punishments. Each incident could be defended separately by someone already committed to Ruby's authority. Together, they formed a pattern that troubled many viewers. The internet, however, is a poor child protection system. It can notice. It can circulate. It can amplify. It can mock. It can obsess. It can form petitions. It can create pressure. But attention is not the same as intervention, and concern can easily become entertainment. Viewers who were disturbed by Ruby's parenting still watched clips of it. Commentary channels dissected the family. Social media posts spread the most troubling moments further. The same system that made the children visible also made their discomfort consumable. Some critics reportedly called for child protective services to intervene. An online petition gathered thousands of signatures. According to Business Insider reporting, a Utah division of Child and Family Services letter seen by the outlet said a case was closed because the claims were unsupported. That detail is vital. It shows the gap between public suspicion and formal substantiation. It also shows how hard it can be for outside observers to translate online concern into action that protects children. A camera can provide evidence, but it can also provide cover. A parent willing to post a harsh consequence may appear, paradoxically, to have nothing to hide. The openness becomes part of the defense. If this were truly abusive, the argument goes, would it be online? The answer, in hindsight, is uncomfortable. Harm can be public and still be minimized. It can be visible and still be debated. It can appear in bright rooms, in ordinary clothes, under titles about parenting and family values. It does not always announce itself in darkness. Sometimes it arrives as a lesson. Ruby and Kevin Franck pushed back against criticism at the time. They said viewers were taking clips out of context. They described their parenting in terms of choices, consequences, and responsibility. Their defense followed a familiar pattern among public families under scrutiny. Outsiders did not know the full situation. The internet was exaggerating. Discipline was being mistaken for abuse. The family had reasons viewers could not understand. Some of that was structurally true. Viewers never know the full life of a family they watch online. A video is an edit, not a whole household. A clip can be misleading. Outrage can flatten context. But that truth does not erase the other truth. Ruby had chosen to make discipline part of her public authority. Once she did, viewers were no longer intruding on an entirely private matter. They were responding to material she had published. The family's Latter-day Saint identity added another layer to how the channel was received. Ruby did not present 8 passengers as a formal church project, and ordinary Latter-day Saint belief should not be treated as the cause of her later crimes. Still, the cultural language around the family mattered. The Franks appeared as a large, religiously grounded household in Utah. Their public identity carried assumptions of order, morality, family devotion, and parental seriousness. For some viewers, those assumptions strengthened Ruby's credibility. For others, they made the severity of her discipline more unsettling, because it seemed wrapped in righteousness. Ruby's image relied on the idea that she was not cruel, but principled. That distinction was central. Cruelty is ugly. Principle can look noble. A cruel mother harms because she wants to harm. A principled mother can tell herself she is teaching, saving, correcting, strengthening, preparing. If a child suffers, the suffering can be reinterpreted as the cost of growth. If the child resists, the resistance becomes proof that stronger measures are needed. The parent's conviction protects the parent from doubt. Online, conviction performs well. A hesitant mother may be relatable, but a certain mother becomes instructive. Ruby's confidence was part of what made the channel compelling. She did not seem to be asking viewers what they thought. She was showing them what she believed worked. Over time, the channel's family intimacy became inseparable from Ruby's control of the narrative. The children's experiences were presented as part of a larger lesson about values. Their discomfort, embarrassment, or deprivation could be folded into an adult explanation. In a family where the parent controls both the consequence and the camera, the child has little room to resist either. The public backlash of 2020 did not end Ruby's authority. If anything, it exposed how durable that authority was. Criticism became another event the family could answer. The Franks could frame themselves as misunderstood. Supporters could defend them as victims of internet hysteria. Critics could keep gathering evidence. The channel could continue, perhaps more sporadically, while the debate itself kept the family in public conversation. This is one of the disturbing loops of influencer life. A scandal can damage a reputation, but it can also confirm a brand's central story. If the brand is built on firm parenting, criticism may be interpreted as proof that the world has grown too soft. If the brand is built on faith and family values, outrage may be seen as persecution. If the brand is built on a mother's right to run her home, intervention may look like an attack on the home itself. Ruby's later path toward Jodi Hildebrandt and connections would sharpen those themes dramatically. But the ingredients were already visible before connections became central. Moral certainty, harsh consequences, an audience trained to watch children's private experiences, and a mother who could transform punishment into content. The children were caught inside a machine they had not built. They were not fictional characters. They were not case studies. They were not props for a debate about strict parenting. They were children growing up in a house where mistakes could be filmed, consequences could be explained to strangers, and the boundary between family memory and public material was controlled by adults. The oldest children would later have opportunities, as adults, to speak in their own names. The younger children did not have that same public agency during the years when viewers watched them. For that reason, the ethical center of this story cannot be curiosity about their pain. It must be scrutiny of the adults who made that pain visible, profitable, debatable, or hidden. Ruby was the adult with the platform. Ruby was the narrator. Ruby was the one who made motherhood into a public performance of authority. Ruby was the one who insisted that consequences taught truth. By the time the criminal case became public, many viewers felt that they had seen warning signs. That feeling was not the same as legal proof, and it should not be treated as though every concerned viewer could have known what would later be revealed. The abuse to which Ruby eventually pleaded guilty was more severe than the earlier public controversies. It occurred in a later period, largely away from the channel's ordinary domestic setting, and involved Jodi Hildebrandt as a central figure. Still, the earlier concerns matter. They show that Ruby's public image had already begun to fracture. The channel that began as a mother's attempt to capture family life had become, for many, evidence of something harsher. Viewers were no longer only asking how Ruby managed 6 children. They were asking what her children were enduring in the name of management. That question did not stop the channel immediately. It did not prevent the later crimes. It did not save the younger children from a harm that would eventually bring police to Hildebrandt's home in Ivans. But it remains part of the record because it shows how long the unease existed before the arrest. The warning signs were not enough. That is one of the hardest facts in the Ruby Franck case. A family could be watched by millions and still not be safe. A mother could be criticized publicly and still retain private control. A child's suffering could become visible in fragments, argued over in comment sections, and then disappear back inside the house. The camera had built a form of intimacy, but not protection. It had shown viewers the house, the routines, the rules, and the consequences. It has shown them Ruby's certainty. It has shown them enough to make some people uneasy, and not enough to make formal systems hold. It had converted childhood into content and discipline into brand identity. What it had not done was make the children truly seen. The rise of 8 Passengers was not only a story of subscribers and uploads. It was the story of a private authority becoming public entertainment. Ruby's motherhood was no longer simply practiced. It was performed, defended, monetized, and moralist. Every performance strengthened the idea that she was the person best qualified to interpret her children's needs. That belief would become increasingly dangerous. Before Jodi Hildebrandt gave Ruby a new vocabulary of truth and distortion, Ruby already had an audience that knew her as a mother of consequences. Before the criminal charges, there had already been a record of viewers asking whether consequence had become cruelty. Before the house in Ivans, there had already been a house in Springville where discipline was not only happening but being broadcast. The channel did not reveal everything. Chapter 4, The Woman with the Answer. Ruby Franck had already built the frame. By the time Jodi Hildebrandt entered the public story, Ruby was not an uncertain mother looking for language. She already had language. She spoke of discipline, consequences, accountability, and responsibility. She had spent years turning household authority into public instruction. She had trained an audience to watch her correct children and explain why correction mattered. What Jodi Hildebrandt offered was not the beginning of Ruby's severity. It was a system. Hildebrandt was older than Ruby, professionally credentialed, and publicly presented as someone who could diagnose the moral and relational failures of other people. She was a licensed mental health counselor in Utah. She founded Connections, a counseling and self-improvement business that offered instruction on relationships, emotional health, parenting, addiction, and personal accountability. For people looking at her from the outside, she appeared to occupy a space between therapist, coach, teacher, and spiritual guide. That combination gave her power. A therapist has the authority of training. A coach has the authority of practical instruction. A religiously fluent teacher has the authority of moral certainty. Hildebrandt's public persona drew strength from all 3. She did not merely say that people were unhappy, unfaithful, selfish, anxious, addicted, or disconnected. She said there was a deeper pattern underneath it. She claimed to see what others were missing. Ruby was already vulnerable to a figure like that. Not vulnerable in the sense of helplessness. Ruby was an adult. She made choices. She later pleaded guilty to crimes she committed. But she had built her public identity around being a mother who knew what her children needed. She valued certainty. She valued obedience. She believed consequences could teach. She had defended severe parenting choices as misunderstood lessons. Hildebrandt's worldview did not have to create Ruby's instinct for control. It only had to validate and intensify it. The language of Connections was clean on the surface. Words like truth, distortion, connection, humility, honesty, and responsibility sounded almost harmless. They were ordinary words, even attractive words. Most people want truth. Most people want connection. Most people want to live honestly. The danger was not in the words themselves, but in how absolute they became. In Hildebrandt's orbit, truth and distortion were not casual descriptions. They became categories for people. A person could be living in truth or living in distortion. A child could be seen not as a child having ordinary developmental needs, but as someone resisting truth. A spouse could be seen not as hurt or confused, but distorted. A critic could be dismissed as dishonest, manipulative, or spiritually unsafe. Once a system divides the world that sharply, compassion becomes conditional. The person in authority decides what is truth. Everyone else must submit to being interpreted. This is one reason Connections mattered so deeply to the Ruby Franck case. It gave Ruby a vocabulary that was harsher than strict parenting, but could still present itself as moral care. A punishment did not have to be called punishment. It could be called accountability. Isolation did not have to be called isolation. It could be called protecting truth. A child's distress did not have to be read as suffering. It could be read as resistance. That kind of language can make cruelty harder to recognize while it is happening. It can also make outsiders easier to reject. Before the criminal case, Hildebrandt had already been the subject of professional discipline. In 2012, Utah licensing records described unprofessional conduct connected to the disclosure of sensitive private information about clients without proper authorization. Reporting at the time stated that she had discussed a patient with Latter-day Saint clergy and Brigham Young University. Her license was placed on probation, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints said she was no longer on its family services referral list because of the case. That episode did not end her public authority. It should have marked a serious boundary violation. Instead, Hildebrandt continued in the broader counseling and coaching world. The significance of the 2012 discipline is not that it predicts everything that came later. It does not. But it shows a pattern that matters in this story. Hildebrandt had already been professionally sanctioned in a case involving blurred boundaries, private information, religious authority, and institutional consequences. Those elements would return. The relationship between therapy and religious culture in Utah can be complicated. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is not merely a set of private beliefs for many members. It is a community structure. Bishops may be approached for marital problems, sexual concerns, parenting struggles, faith crises, addiction fears, and family conflict. Members may seek professional counseling through church-adjacent referrals or recommendations from trusted people inside the community. In that environment, a counselor who speaks the language of Latter-day Saint life can become especially persuasive. This does not mean the Church caused Hildebrandt's conduct. It does not mean ordinary members endorsed her methods. It does not mean Latter-day Saint doctrine required abuse. But it does mean Hildebrandt operated in a cultural space where spiritual language, marital counseling, authority, shame, and family reputation could become tangled together. Ruby understood that space. She knew the weight of words like repentance, obedience, accountability, and truth. She knew the importance placed on family order. She knew the pressure of appearing righteous. She knew what it meant to be a mother whose home could be read as evidence of spiritual success or failure. When Hildebrandt's language entered Ruby's world, it did not arrive as a foreign language. It sounded familiar enough to be trusted. That familiarity may have been part of its danger. Ruby's audience had known her as the mother of 8 passengers. In that role, she spoke from the kitchen, the car, the hallway, the everyday rooms of family life. With Hildebrandt, the setting changed. The tone sharpened. The family channel gave way to instruction that felt less domestic and more doctrinal. Ruby's old brand had been based on children, chores, and consequences. Her new public role was connected to connections and later to Moms of Truth, where she and Hildebrandt offered parenting and lifestyle advice with an increasingly severe moral vocabulary. The shift was not just a rebrand. It was a narrowing. The earlier Ruby had presented herself as a mother managing 6 children in real time. The Conscience-era Ruby presented herself as a woman who had found the answer. Her language became less flexible, less observational, less rooted in ordinary family mess. It became more abstract. People were not merely making mistakes. They were deceiving, manipulating, living in distortion, refusing truth. For a public figure already criticized for harshness, this was not a softening influence. It was an escalation. The structure of connections also changed Ruby's source of authority. On 8 passengers, her credibility came from motherhood. She had 6 children. Therefore, she seemed to know something about raising children. With Hildebrandt, Ruby's credibility came from alignment with a professional and ideological system. She was not only Ruby the mother. She became Ruby the student, Ruby the advocate, Ruby the coach, Ruby the witness to a program that claimed to transform lives. That change mattered because it gave Ruby a way to reinterpret criticism. Viewers who had once questioned her parenting could now be placed outside truth. Family members who raised concerns could be seen as unsafe. Children who resisted could be described through the system rather than understood as children. A mother who might once have doubted herself could now lean on a framework that told her doubt was distortion and severity was love. No ideology becomes dangerous only because it has unusual words. It becomes dangerous when it places one person's interpretation beyond challenge. Hildebrandt's role in Ruby's life appears to have grown over time from professional influence to personal and business partnership. The 2 women collaborated publicly through connections. They offered parenting seminars, launched content together, and created a shared social media presence. To viewers who had followed 8 Passengers, Ruby's public life changed. The children were no longer the center of the brand in the same way the mother was. That shift might have looked, at first, like a step away from family exploitation. Fewer family vlogs could have meant more privacy for the children. It could have meant Ruby was moving into adult-focused content. But privacy is not safety by itself. A camera leaving the room does not protect a child if the adult in the room has become more extreme. The public saw less. That did not mean less was happening. As Ruby moved toward Hildebrandt's system, her own family relationships began to fracture. Later accounts would describe separation, isolation, and growing alarm among people close to the family. But even without relying on every retrospective claim, the public record makes the central pattern clear. Ruby's world narrowed around Hildebrandt and connections, and the authority Ruby had once claimed as a mother became fused with Hildebrandt's harsher moral framework. The ordinary checks on family authority weakened. In a healthy household, adults are answerable to multiple forms of reality. A spouse may challenge a decision. Older children may push back. Extended family may notice a change. Teachers, neighbors, friends, church members, doctors, and therapists may all form a loose web of observation. None of those systems is perfect. Many fail. But isolation makes failure more likely. A closed ideology can tell a parent that concern is persecution. It can tell a mother that ordinary empathy is weakness. It can tell her that a child's pain is proof that the lesson is working. It can tell her that people outside the system do not understand truth. It can make the parent feel brave for becoming harder. That is where Ruby's pre-existing public persona and Hildebrandt's system fit together so neatly. Ruby already knew how to defend consequences. Hildebrandt gave her a doctrine of why consequences must be endured. Ruby already treated children's behavior as morally meaningful. Hildebrandt intensified the moral reading. Ruby already had experience dismissing criticism from viewers. Hildebrandt's framework could turn criticism itself into evidence of distortion. The result was not merely 2 women making bad choices side by side. It was a feedback loop. Ruby brought fame, a parenting audience, and the credibility of lived motherhood. Hildebrandt brought professional status, a counseling business, and a severe interpretive system. Ruby's family gave the ideology a stage. Hildebrandt's language gave Ruby's control a new justification. Together, they could present themselves not as harsh but honest, not as punitive but truthful, not as controlling but courageous. The branding mattered. Moms of Truth was not a neutral name. It suggested that the speakers were not merely giving opinions. They possessed truth. They were mothers aligned with truth. By implication, those who disagreed could be dismissed as mothers in distortion, families in denial, critics in deception. That is the power of a moral brand. It places the speaker on higher ground before the conversation begins. Ruby had always benefited from appearing principled. With Hildebrandt, principle became doctrine. The children were not the only people affected by that shift, but they were the people most vulnerable to it. Adults can leave a webinar. Clients can stop paying, though leaving controlling systems is not always simple. Viewers can unfollow. Children cannot easily unfollow a mother. They cannot unsubscribe from a household. They cannot block the adult who controls food, shelter, schooling, transport, privacy, and punishment. A child's dependence makes adult certainty dangerous. That danger deepens when a parent believes the child's resistance proves the parent is right. Ordinary childhood protest, crying, refusing, arguing, shutting down, becoming angry, trying to explain, can be reclassified as manipulation. Then the child's distress no longer functions as information. It becomes evidence against the child. This is one of the cruelest features of authoritarian parenting systems. They take away the meaning of pain. Pain no longer says, something is wrong. Pain says, the child is fighting the lesson. Once that happens, the adult can keep escalating while still believing she is helping. The verified criminal record would later show where that escalation led. But before the arrest, before the court filings, before the public learned the worst of it, the transformation was already visible in Ruby's public role. The family vlogger had become a moral instructor. The mother of 6 had become a partner in a program that spoke in absolutes. The woman who once filmed lunchboxes in bedrooms now spoke in the language of truth and distortion. Jodi Hildebrandt did not need to appear monstrous to be dangerous. That is part of why her influence worked. She appeared organized, articulate, and convinced. She used language that could sound therapeutic. She operated in a culture where counseling, church referrals, Marriage repair and moral discipline could overlap. She had credentials. She had a business. She had clients. She had a framework. She had answers. For a woman like Ruby, who had already built an identity around being right, Hildebrandt's certainty offered relief. There was no need to soften. No need to apologize to critics. No need to reconsider whether a child's suffering might be a warning. No need to question whether a punishment had gone too far. Under the logic of connections, the problem was not severity. The problem was distortion. The solution was more truth. That is how language prepares the ground for harm. Not by announcing cruelty, but by renaming it. The next stage of Ruby's story would take place away from the old family vlogging structure. The public no longer had the same view into the Franck household. The bright, daily documentation of 8 passengers faded. What replaced it was more private, more severe, and more closely tied to Hildebrandt's influence. The camera had once made Ruby visible. Connections made her certain. Those two things together were dangerous enough. But when visibility receded and certainty remained, the children were left with something worse. A mother who believed she had found truth, and another woman beside her who claimed to know how to enforce it. Chapter 5. When the house went quiet. The silence was not immediate. A public family does not vanish all at once. It fades by degrees. A channel posts less often. A familiar Instagram account changes shape. Children who once appeared constantly stop appearing. Viewers ask where everyone has gone. The answers, if they come, are partial. A mother explains that her children are older now. She says the content is changing. She presents the shift as maturity, privacy, growth. On its face, that could have been a good thing. For years, Ruby Franck had made her children part of the family business. Their names, faces, rooms, routines, punishments, and emotions had been woven through 8 passengers. A decision to stop filming them might have been an overdue correction. It might have meant the children were being returned to private life. It might have meant Ruby had understood, at last, that childhood should not be content. But in Ruby's case, the camera leaving the room did not mean the room became safer. It meant the public could see less. The decline of 8 passengers came after years of criticism. By 2020, viewers had already raised concerns about Ruby and Kevin's strict discipline. The channel, once popular for its steady stream of domestic life, had become controversial. The backlash affected the family's image and, according to later accounts, their income. Sponsors were contacted. Commentators dissected clips. Viewers questioned whether firm parenting had crossed into cruelty. Ruby and Kevin defended themselves, but the damage to the old brand was real. Then Ruby's public identity began to move away from family vlogging and towards connections. That shift mattered because it changed the center of gravity. 8 Passengers had been a family channel, even if Ruby controlled much of its narration. Connections was different. It was adult, instructional, ideological. Ruby was no longer simply the mother of 6 showing viewers how her household worked. She was becoming an advocate for a program that claimed to identify truth and distortion in human behavior. The account that had once represented the Franck family changed. The familiar family-facing identity was replaced by Moms of Truth, an offshoot of connections associated with Ruby and Jody Hildebrandt. Where viewers had once expected children, meals, chores, and family updates, they now saw prescriptive clips about blame, deception, responsibility, and moral clarity. The imagery changed too. The public face was no longer the Franck family as a group. It was Ruby and Hildebrandt. For some viewers, this was simply strange. For others, it was alarming. The language had hardened. The warmth of family vlogging, such as it was, gave way to the severe rhythm of instruction. Ruby spoke less like a mother documenting a full house, and more like a woman who had submitted to a system and now expected others to do the same. The old domestic authority remained, but it had been reinforced by Hildebrandt's framework. Ruby did not sound less certain after leaving 8 passengers behind. She sounded more certain. Certainty became the organizing force. In Connection's language, truth was not treated as ordinary honesty. It became a state of moral alignment. Distortion was not merely error. It became a way of explaining resistance, criticism, discomfort, anger, fear, and disagreement. This mattered because it gave Ruby and Hildebrandt a simple structure for dismissing people outside their control. If someone objected, that person could be in distortion. If someone felt hurt, that pain could be self-deception. If someone questioned the program, the question itself could be evidence that the questioner was unsafe. A closed system does not have to lock the doors to isolate people. It only has to teach them that everyone outside the system is dangerous. Inside Ruby's life, the narrowing appears to have been dramatic. Later accounts from Kevin Frank and others described a home increasingly shaped by Hildebrandt's presence and influence. Some of those accounts come from interviews and police materials after the arrests, and they should be read as retrospective testimony rather than neutral observation. Even so, the pattern is consistent with the public record. Ruby's relationship with Hildebrandt deepened, the old channel identity was replaced, extended family relationships strained or broke, Kevin left the home, and the children became less visible to the people who might have noticed what was happening. Hildebrandt did not merely give Ruby advice from a distance. She became closely involved in Ruby's personal and professional life. Ruby and Hildebrandt produced Connections content together. They appeared publicly as partners in parenting instruction. Ruby's platform, built through years of filming her family, now helped carry Hildebrandt's ideas to a much larger audience. That was the exchange. Ruby gained a new adult identity outside the fading family vlog brand. Hildebrandt gained access to Ruby's audience. The children, who had helped build that audience without meaningful adult consent, were now disappearing from it at the same time their mother was moving deeper into a harsher ideology. The timing is one of the most painful ironies of the case. When the children were most publicly visible, they were vulnerable to exploitation as content. When they became less visible, they were vulnerable to something worse. The adults around Ruby did not all remain close. Her extended family later publicly distanced themselves from her actions. Some relatives said they had not known what was happening. Ruby's oldest daughter, S, was away at university and had become estranged from her mother. In later public statements, S described efforts to get help for her siblings. Neighbors also expressed concern. Those concerns reached authorities before the final rescue. Police records later showed that Springville officers and the Utah Division of Child and Family Services had been called to or involved with the Frank home on multiple occasions over several years. Some calls concerned reports of children being left alone. Others related to welfare checks. In one instance, records described concerns that young children had been left without adult supervision for days. In another, a DCFS caseworker told police about unsupervised children running around in the street. The record does not show a single ignored alarm bell that, if answered perfectly, would have prevented everything. It shows something messier and more common. Fragments of concern, partial access, limited legal authority, children who would not or could not open the door, adults who could avoid contact, systems that needed thresholds before they could act, and neighbors or relatives trying to understand whether what they were seeing was neglect, strict parenting, family conflict, or something more dangerous. This is how harm can survive scrutiny. Not because no one ever notices. Because what people notice is incomplete. A neighbor notices the children outside without an adult. A daughter hears something that worries her. A caseworker tries to make contact. Police arrive, but the door is not opened. A parent is away. A child is visible through a window, but not reachable in a way that legally permits entry. A welfare concern is logged, but the proof required to act is not yet there. Everyone leaves with less certainty than they need. Meanwhile, inside the family system, Ruby's authority continued. Kevin Frank had moved out of the home by 2022, after a period of marital and ideological strain connected to Connections. Later, he said he had been isolated from Ruby and the children and had gone more than a year without contact before the arrests. His account raises its own difficult questions, and those questions belong in the record. He was the children's father. He had also been part of 8 passengers. He had helped build the family's public life. He had defended harsh parenting in earlier controversies. His later absence, whatever the pressures or beliefs around it, left Ruby with less adult opposition inside the home. That does not make Kevin responsible for Ruby's crimes. He was not charged in connection with the abuse. Investigators found no evidence connecting him to the criminal conduct in Hildebrandt's home, and he was cleared as a suspect early in the investigation. But his removal from a household was still significant. A family already under ideological strain became more isolated. The children had one fewer adult physically present. Ruby had one fewer person in the house with the status to challenge her. Isolation rarely announces itself as isolation. It may be called separation, therapy, boundaries, healing, repentance, humility, obedience, solitude, truth. The name changes. The effect is the same. The person under influence is pulled away from people who might contradict the system. Family members become unsafe. Friends become enabling. Church leaders may be treated as insufficiently truthful. Critics become enemies. A spouse becomes a barrier to growth. A child becomes evidence of distortion. In Ruby's case, The old family network thinned. The public network thinned too. The channel that had once provided a strange, imperfect form of visibility was no longer operating in the same way. The children were no longer appearing in the steady domestic stream that had made them recognizable to millions. The social media presence that remained belonged increasingly to Ruby and Hildebrandt's instructional world. This silence should not be mistaken for privacy. Privacy protects people when it is chosen and safe. Secrecy protects the person with power. In healthy privacy, a child is free from public exposure, but still surrounded by trusted adults, teachers, doctors, friends, neighbors, and relatives who can notice distress. In secrecy, the child disappears from view because the adult has restricted access. Ruby's children needed the first kind of privacy. They were moving into the second. The physical geography also widened the gap. Ruby's home was in Springville, in Utah County. Hildebrandt's home was in Ivins, in Washington County, hours away in the southwest of the state. The distance mattered. It removed the younger children from the neighborhood patterns that might have made absence or distress easier to notice. It placed them in Hildebrandt's controlled environment, away from the former domestic stage of 8 passengers and away from many of the people who had once known the family's routines. By the time the criminal case entered the public record, prosecutors would describe what happened in Hildebrandt's home as a work camp-like setting. They would say the 2 younger children were denied food, water, beds, and entertainment, isolated from others, hidden when visitors came, and forced to perform physical tasks. That was the end point of the narrowing. But before the end point, there was the quiet. A quiet channel. A changed account. Fewer family updates. A father outside the home. Older children estranged or away. Relatives uneasy. Neighbors concerned. Police and DCFS visits that did not produce enough intervention. A mother spending more time with the woman whose system had redefined obedience as truth and pain as correction. The silence was not empty. It was filled with control. Ruby's public evolution during this period reveals the difference between being watched and being accountable. For years, she had been watched intensely. Millions of viewers knew the shape of her kitchen and the names of her children. They had heard her talk about lunches, bedrooms, chores, and consequences. Yet that visibility did not create true accountability. The audience could criticize, but it could not enter the home. Platforms could remove accounts, but not protect children in a room. Viewers could form theories, but theories are not evidence. Family members could worry, but worry alone does not give the state power to act. Ruby's old audience had been given a kind of intimacy without responsibility. They could watch the family, but they could not safeguard it. Ruby had been given influence without sufficient oversight. She could present herself as a parenting authority, but no licensing board governed her motherhood brand. Hildebrandt had professional credentials, but her coaching world blurred the lines between therapy, spiritual direction, business, and ideology. The children lived at the intersection of all these failures. The change from 8 passengers to moms of truth also changed the moral tone of Ruby's public self. A family vlog, even a harsh one, still contains the unpredictability of children. A child wanders into frame. Someone spills something. A sibling interrupts. A toddler refuses to cooperate. Domestic reality pushes back. But instructional content can be cleaner. It can remove the messy personhood of children and replace it with examples, principles, and slogans. The adult voice becomes less interruptible. Ruby's children had once been the center of the content. Then they became examples inside the content. Then they became absent from the content. Each stage gave Ruby more control over the story. Her language during this period made the stakes feel spiritual and absolute. When parenting is framed as practical, a parent can adjust. When parenting is framed as eternal truth against distortion, adjustment can look like surrender to evil. That is how a correction becomes a crusade. That is how a mother can move from strictness to cruelty while telling herself she is fighting for a child's soul. This is also where the Latter-day Saint context must be handled with precision. Ruby and Hildebrandt used religiously resonant language. Later case materials and official summaries would connect the abuse to extremist beliefs about evil, repentance, and spiritual danger. But the ordinary teachings of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints did not command Ruby to isolate, starve, or injure her children. The Church's official materials condemn abuse and instruct leaders and members to protect the vulnerable. What matters here is not doctrine as written, but language as misused. Ideas familiar within a religious culture, obedience, repentance, humility, spiritual danger, parental stewardship, can be twisted when separated from compassion, accountability, and external reality. Ruby's own history made that language powerful. She knew how to speak it. She knew how to be heard by people who recognized it. Hildebrandt knew it too. Together, they could make severe ideas sound like moral courage. The house went quiet because the public story no longer needed the children. Connections needed Ruby's audience. Ruby needed a new identity. Hildebrandt needed reach. The children, having already served the family brand, became less useful as visible participants and more vulnerable as subjects of private discipline. That progression should disturb anyone who has ever watched a family channel and mistaken access for safety. The old videos had created the illusion that the family was known. They were not known. They were consumed. Knowing requires responsibility. It requires attention to what cannot be packaged. It requires adults around a child who are allowed to ask questions and insist on answers. It requires systems that can respond before a child has to become desperate enough to escape. It requires humility from parents who understand that authority is not ownership. Ruby's public life had rewarded the opposite. It rewarded certainty. It rewarded ownership. It rewarded the parent's explanation over the child's experience. It rewarded the transformation of private life into a moral lesson. Connections intensified those rewards and stripped away what little softness remained. By 2023, the public Ruby was almost unrecognizable from the mother who had once described vlogging as a way to slow down and enjoy her children. The camera that had preserved ordinary moments had given way to a doctrine of truth and distortion. The children who had populated the family archive had vanished from regular view. The husband who had once appeared beside her was gone from the home. The relatives who might have challenged her were pushed away or left outside the circle. Neighbors could worry. Viewers could speculate. Authorities could knock. Inside, Ruby still held power. The quiet before the arrest was not peace. It was the sound of a family being cut off from the people who might have seen enough to help. Chapter 6. The Neighbor's Door. The story broke because a child left the house. Not because a platform acted. Not because an audience reached consensus. Not because the old videos finally became too difficult to explain away. Not because Ruby Franck confessed. Not because Jody Hildebrandt opened the door and admitted what was happening inside. The story broke because her escaped. On August 30th, 2023, in Ivins, Utah, Ruby's 12-year-old son climbed out of a window at Jody Hildebrandt's house and went looking for help. He approached nearby homes until someone answered. He was hungry, thirsty, injured, and visibly unwell. The neighbor who opened the door saw enough to understand that this was not ordinary childhood distress. It was an emergency. That moment ended the private phase of Ruby Franck's story. For years, Ruby had controlled the frame. She had chosen what the audience saw, when the camera rolled, which lesson was being taught, which child's behavior required explanation, and what consequence would be presented as necessary. Even when viewers criticized her, they were still responding to a world Ruby had edited. They were seeing through a window she had opened. Ours escape opened another window. This time, Ruby did not choose the angle. The neighbor's door became the place where a private system of control met the outside world. The child who arrived there was not performing for an audience. He was not part of a family vlog. He was not a character in a lesson about accountability. He was a child asking for help. That distinction matters. Throughout Ruby's public life, children's needs had often been translated through adult language. Hunger could become a lesson about consequences. Discomfort could become resistance. Tears could become manipulation. Defiance could become moral failure. In the world Ruby built with Hildebrandt, distress could be interpreted as evidence that the child was fighting truth. At the neighbor's door, the interpretation changed. The child's condition spoke in a language no brand could soften. Food, water, medical care, safety. These were not ideological questions. They were immediate human needs. Whatever Ruby and Hildebrandt believed about repentance, distortion, discipline, or evil, the child's body had become evidence of harm. The neighbor called emergency services. The call itself matters. The neighbor was not detached. He was not simply reporting suspicious activity from a distance. He was sitting outside on the front patio with R, keeping him close, trying not to frighten him further, while also trying to explain the emergency to the dispatcher. His wife was there too. They gave her water and something to eat. They kept him seated, watched the street, and waited for police and paramedics to arrive. As the call continued, the neighbor began to understand more of what he was seeing. I was not only hungry and thirsty. He appeared physically depleted. There was tape around his ankles and wrists. There were visible wounds. The neighbor's voice cracked as he described it. The words came out in fragments, as though his mind was trying to catch up with the evidence in front of him. He had known, or suspected, that something was wrong at Hildebrandt's house. He told the dispatcher there had been problems there before. But suspicion is not the same as seeing a child arrive at your door in that condition. Whatever unease had existed in the neighborhood became immediate and undeniable when I stood in front of him. The neighbor did something simple and essential. He believed the child. He did not send him back. He did not minimize what he saw. He did not decide that it was a private family matter. He did not wait to see whether an adult from the house would come looking. He called police, stayed with R, gave him water, and helped hold the outside world open long enough for emergency responders to arrive. In a case shaped by adults who redefined suffering as discipline, that response mattered. The neighbor did not need a theory of Ruby Franck, connections, family vlogging, religious extremism, or coercive control. He needed only to recognize that a child was hurt, hungry, and afraid. That recognition broke the system Ruby and Hildebrandt had built around him. The first responders were not entering an abstract debate about strict parenting. They were responding to alleged child abuse. According to later search warrant materials and case summaries, R had injuries associated with being restrained. He was malnourished and weak. He was taken for medical treatment. The official record would later describe the harm in careful, clinical terms: wounds, malnourishment, physical weakness, restraint, medical hold. Those words are quieter than the reality they describe. A factual account must name enough to show why the criminal case was serious, but it does not need to dwell. R's suffering had already been exposed to strangers by necessity. It should not be made to perform another function now. He did not become important because he was injured. He was important because he was a child. After R was found, attention turned back to Hildebrandt's house. Police located E, Ruby's younger daughter, inside. She too was taken for medical care. Another sibling was reportedly believed to have been at the home, but was not immediately located there. The 4 youngest Franck children were eventually placed in the custody of child protection authorities. The house that had been quiet was suddenly a crime scene. Hildebrandt's home in Ivans was not the modest domestic stage viewers had known from 8 Passengers. It was a different setting, away from Springville, away from the earlier family routines, away from the public familiarity of the old channel. It was where Ruby's younger children had been staying under the authority of a woman who was not their mother, but who had become central to their mother's life. The distance was not only geographic. It was relational, ideological, and practical. Ivans placed the children away from many of the people who had once known their ordinary movements. It placed them inside Hildebrandt's world, where Ruby's parental authority and Hildebrandt's claimed moral authority overlapped. That overlap became central to the case. In the immediate aftermath, police arrested both Ruby Franck and Jody Hildebrandt. At first, the legal language was allegation. Both women were charged with 6 felony counts of aggravated child abuse. They were presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. The public, however, was already trying to make sense of the impossible contrast between Ruby's former image and the condition in which R and E were found. The same woman who had once offered parenting advice to millions was now accused of abusing her own children. The shock was real, but it was not clean. Some viewers were horrified because they had once trusted Ruby. Others felt grim confirmation of concerns they had held for years. Some had followed the controversies around 8 Passengers and saw the arrest as the endpoint of a pattern. Others were discovering the family for the first time through headlines. In each case, the public moved quickly to construct a story. Mother vlogger, Utah, Mormon family, therapist, discipline, starvation, escape. True crime compresses lives that way. It turns long histories into labels. It turns families into symbols. It turns children into evidence. It turns complicated failures into a sequence of shareable facts. But the actual day of the rescue was not a completed narrative. It was confusion, urgency, assessment, transport, search, custody, arrest, and the beginning of an investigation. For R and E, it was not content. It was survival. The police investigation began collecting the material reality of what had happened inside the house. Search warrant reporting later described items recovered from Hildebrandt's home, including rope, duct tape, and handcuffs. Investigators also documented statements attributed to R and observations by officers and medical personnel. Those details would become part of the record that transformed public suspicion into criminal prosecution. Evidence matters because it resists the old pattern of Ruby's control. Ruby had built a public life around explanation. She could explain a consequence. She could explain why a child was wrong. She could explain why viewers misunderstood. She could explain why pain was necessary. Hildebrandt's system had its own explanations, too. Truth, distortion, repentance, evil, responsibility. But physical evidence does not accept moral rebranding. A child's medical condition does not become safer because an adult calls it discipline. Rope does not become therapy because a counselor uses it. Hunger does not become repentance because a mother says it is. The law required a different vocabulary. Aggravated child abuse. Felony. Probable cause. Search warrant. Medical hold. State custody. Plea. Sentencing. Those words were not softer than Ruby's words. But they were less obedient to her. The arrest also changed the status of Ruby's prior public life. Old videos became evidence of pattern in the court of public opinion, even when they were not the conduct charged. The beanbag controversy, the lunch incident, the wilderness program, the Christmas gift punishment, and the growing involvement with connections all returned in public discussion. Viewers replayed earlier moments with the knowledge of the arrest now attached to them. Hindsight is powerful and dangerous. It can illuminate a pattern. It can also make earlier signs seem more obvious than they were. Not every strict parent becomes a criminal child abuser. Not every harsh public punishment predicts the level of harm later described in court documents. But hindsight does reveal something important here. Ruby's public parenting had already trained people to debate children's suffering as discipline. That habit made the later allegations both shocking and, to some, tragically unsurprising. The rescue forced a question that had been present for years but never fully answered. How had so many people watched and worried, yet the children were still in danger? The answer is not simple. It includes the limits of internet scrutiny. It includes child protection thresholds. It includes the privacy of family life. It includes religious and cultural assumptions about parental authority. It includes Ruby's ability to present certainty as righteousness. It includes Hildebrandt's credentials and control. It includes Kevin's absence from the home, whether caused by influence, belief, manipulation, choice, or all of these things at once. It includes the difficulty of seeing what happens when a family moves from visible harshness to private extremism. But on August 30th, 2023, the question became less theoretical. A child had escaped. That fact rearranged every earlier fact. Ruby's family vlogging career had once depended on the idea that viewers were being invited into a loving, busy, imperfect but principled home. The rescue revealed another possibility. That public access had never meant true knowledge. People had watched the Franck family for years. They had known what the children looked like, how the house sounded, how Ruby spoke, how consequences were framed. Yet the most important facts were not known until a child reached a neighbor's door. The door is important because it represents a boundary Ruby did not control. Inside the house, Ruby and Hildebrandt could define the children's behavior. They could describe suffering as necessary. They could invoke spiritual danger. They could decide who was safe, who was distorted, who deserved food, who deserved isolation, who had earned care, and who had not. Inside, the system could feed on itself. Outside, another adult saw a child in distress and called for help. Sometimes a child protection story turns on a specialized intervention. A detective's insight, a teacher's report, a doctor's examination, a social worker's persistence. Here, the turning point was also something simpler and more human. A neighbor opened a door. He looked at the child in front of him. He believed the emergency. He called. That act did not erase the failures before it. It did not undo the harm. It did not answer why earlier concerns had not been enough. But it did interrupt the system that had trapped R&E. It placed the children into the hands of people outside Ruby and Hildebrandt's authority. It turned a private ideology into a public criminal investigation. For Ruby, the arrest marked the end of the persona she had spent years constructing. The mother on camera, the disciplinarian, the woman who had once spoken about slowing down to enjoy her children, the connections advocate, the moms of truth instructor. All of those versions collapsed into the booking record. She was no longer primarily an influencer under criticism. She was a criminal defendant. Public attention, predictably, became enormous. News outlets reported her arrest with a shorthand that made the case instantly legible. Former YouTube parenting vlogger arrested after malnourished son escaped. The contrast was irresistible. A woman who had monetized motherhood was accused of abusing children in her care. A mother who had filmed lessons on responsibility was now being held responsible by the state. A household once packaged as wholesome had become a case file. The internet moved quickly. Old clips resurfaced. Former viewers posted reactions. Commentators argued over whether the warning signs had been obvious. Some people condemned Ruby immediately. Others searched for explanations in Hildebrandt's influence. Some blamed religion broadly. Others defended ordinary Latter-day Saints from association with the abuse. Many focused on the children, sometimes with care and sometimes with the same invasive curiosity that had surrounded them during the vlogging years. The case became content almost as soon as it became public. That is one of the ethical traps of writing about Ruby Franck. The children were first exposed by family vlogging, then exposed again by crime reporting, police records, documentaries, commentary videos, and public speculation. Every account risks repeating the injury of making their private suffering available to strangers. Yet to avoid the children entirely would also distort the case. Ruby's crimes were not abstract. They were committed against children. The balance is narrow. R&E must be protected from spectacle, but Ruby must not be protected from accountability. Their suffering should not be described for shock value, but the seriousness of the abuse must not be softened into euphemism. The children do not owe the public details. Ruby owes the public the truth. That truth began to emerge through court records, law enforcement documents, and, later, plea agreements. The first public version was incomplete and based on allegations. It would take months for the legal record to settle into admissions. Ruby would eventually plead guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Hildebrandt would do the same. But on the day of the rescue, the criminal case had only just begun. At that early stage, the public did not yet know the full period of abuse that would later be described as occurring from late May to late August 2023. It did not yet know the contents of Ruby's later plea statement. It did not yet know the sentencing remarks. It did not yet know how prosecutors would describe the role of religious extremism in the abuse. It knew only the beginning. A child escaped, another was found, the women were arrested, and the image of Ruby Franck as a strict but principled mother had become impossible to sustain. The impossibility is worth sitting with. Ruby had once made motherhood her platform. Not just motherhood as feeling, but motherhood as authority. She had taught viewers that she understood consequences. She had defended discipline as love. She had moved into a partnership with a counselor whose framework sorted people into truth and distortion. She had allowed that framework to define her children's pain. Then a child walked out of that framework. He went to a neighbor. He asked for help. Everything that followed, the charges, the jail appearances, the plea agreements, the release of evidence, the sentencing, the documentaries, the public reckoning with family vlogging, came after that. The state did not break the case open by uncovering Ruby's ideology from the outside. The audience did not solve it through years of commentary. The platform did not protect the children whose images had helped build its traffic. Did. The child Ruby had tried to control became the person who made control visible. That is the central fact of the rescue, and the reason it must be told carefully. Not as a thriller beat. Not as a gruesome reveal. Not as the moment that satisfies a reader's appetite for horror. It was a child's act of survival after adults failed to protect him quickly enough. Ruby's old world depended on adult narration. She narrated the house. She narrated discipline. She narrated her children. Hildebrandt narrated truth. Together, they built a system in which children's distress could be explained away. The neighbor's door ended that narration. It did not give R&E back what had been taken. It did not undo years of public exposure. It did not repair the family. It did not answer every institutional question. But it created a record Ruby could not edit. After that day, the story no longer belonged to the camera. It belonged to the evidence. Chapter 7. The Language of the Court. After the neighbor's call, Ruby Franck's story moved into a different kind of record. For years, she had lived inside the record she made herself. Videos, captions, live streams, social media posts, instructional clips, and family updates. She had been the editor of her own motherhood. She decided which moments were shown, which explanations were given, which child had failed, which consequence had been earned, and which lesson the audience should take from it. After August 30th, 2023, that control ended. The language changed first. The words were no longer Ruby's words. They were not family, discipline, accountability, truth, or distortion. They were arrest, warrant, probable cause, aggravated child abuse, remand, custody, hearing, plea, sentence. The state did not ask Ruby to explain her parenting philosophy to an audience. It asked whether crimes had been committed. That shift was not only legal, it was moral. A family vlog can blur harm by turning it into a lesson. A court filing does not need the lesson. It needs conduct, dates, victims, defendants, and evidence. It asks what happened, who did it, who allowed it, what injuries resulted, and which criminal statutes apply. It is an imperfect system, but it does not accept maternal certainty as proof of innocence. Ruby Frank and Jodi Hildebrandt were arrested on August 30th, 2023. In early September, each woman was charged with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse. The charges related to the abuse of 2 of Ruby's children, R and E, at Hildebrandt's home in Ivins, Utah. The public had already begun telling the story in shorthand. The YouTube mother, the therapist, the escape, the duct tape, the hunger, the neighbor, the arrests. But the legal process moved more slowly than public outrage. In court, the allegations had to be treated as allegations until admitted or proven. Ruby and Hildebrandt were defendants. The children were victims and witnesses. The state was responsible for proving the case. That distinction matters. A person can look guilty in the public imagination before a court has accepted guilt. A case can be morally obvious before it is legally resolved. But the discipline of factual writing requires that the stages remain separate. First came the call, then the investigation, then the charges, then the first appearances, then months of detention, filings, negotiations, and legal strategy. Only later did Ruby's own plea turn allegation into admission. At the beginning, she had not yet admitted anything. On September 8, 2023, Ruby and Hildebrandt appeared in court by video from jail. The hearing itself reflected the public fascination surrounding the case. More than 1,000 people reportedly tried to access the virtual hearing. Some watched because they had followed 8 passengers for years. Others had learned Ruby's name only after the arrest. The courtroom, even by video, became an extension of the spectacle that had always surrounded her family. Strangers watching, commenting, interpreting. Ruby appeared not as the mother in control of a channel, but as a defendant in custody. The transformation was stark. In her own videos, she had occupied the frame by choice. In court, she appeared because the state required her presence. She did not control the camera, the timing, the questions, the legal meaning of her words, or the pace of the process. She and Hildebrandt spoke little. Their lawyers waived the formal reading of the charges. No pleas were entered at that first appearance. The judge ordered both women to remain jailed without bail. The order mattered because it placed the children's safety above Ruby's freedom while the case proceeded. The public had watched a mother claim authority for years. The court now removed that authority, at least physically, from the children she was accused of harming. Outside the criminal courtroom, another process was already unfolding. The 4 minor Frank children were placed in the custody of child protection authorities. Their lives became the subject of closed proceedings, custody decisions, and welfare assessments. That part of the case, properly, was less public. The children had already had too much of their private lives exposed. Their protection required privacy in the real sense, not secrecy serving adult control, but privacy serving their safety and recovery. For Ruby, custody also meant the loss of the role she had used to define herself publicly. She had built a platform out of motherhood. She had spoken as an expert in her own home. Now the state had removed her children from her care, and the criminal court was considering whether her parenting had crossed into felony abuse. The internet responded with speed. Old clips resurfaced. People replayed the bedroom punishment, the lunch incident, the Christmas consequences, the warnings around connections, and the increasingly severe language of moms of truth. Commentators sorted themselves into familiar positions. Some said the signs had always been there. Some argued that Hildebrandt had corrupted Ruby. Some treated the Latter-day Saint context as central. Others insisted the faith should not be blamed for the crimes of 2 women. Some viewers apologized for having supported the channel. Others insisted they had always known something was wrong. But the legal case could not be built from hindsight alone. The state did not prosecute Ruby for being harsh on YouTube. It prosecuted her for specific conduct against specific children during a specific period. Earlier videos shaped public understanding, but the criminal case depended on what investigators could prove about R and E in 2023. The difference is essential. Ruby's public parenting history gave the story context. It did not, by itself, establish the charges. That is where the evidence gathered after R's escape became central. The neighbor's call brought police to Hildebrandt's house. Responders saw R's condition. He was located and taken for care. Search warrants allowed investigators to document the physical evidence inside the home. Medical professionals assessed the children. Law enforcement collected statements, records, and objects. The case moved from rumor to affidavit, from outrage to evidence. For the children, that evidence was not abstract. It came from their bodies, their environment, their injuries, their statements, and the conditions in which they were found. That is part of the cruelty of criminal cases involving child victims. The proof of harm often requires the harm to be documented. The court needs records. The state needs admissible facts. The public may demand answers. Yet every document is also a trace of a child's suffering. That is why restraint matters. The details in Ruby's case are severe. They are also not necessary to repeat at full force each time the case is described. The essential facts are enough. R and D were harmed physically and emotionally. They were denied adequate care. They were isolated, and Ruby later admitted that she intentionally or knowingly inflicted and allowed another adult to inflict serious injuries upon them. That admission did not come immediately. For months, Ruby remained in custody while the case moved forward. Her husband Kevin filed for divorce in late November 2023. Hildebrandt's professional life also collapsed under the weight of the charges. Her counseling license was surrendered in September while the criminal case was pending. The public continued to examine every available scrap: jail calls, family statements, police reports, old videos, and court dates. The release of jailhouse calls later showed how Ruby spoke shortly after her arrest. In one call with Kevin, she did not sound like a woman who had fully grasped responsibility. She invoked spiritual warfare. She spoke as though the children were dangerous or corrupted. She asked about the news. Those calls are important not because they are a complete psychological portrait, but because they show the persistence of the framework that had surrounded the abuse. Even in custody, Ruby's language had not immediately returned to ordinary reality. That fact complicates the later plea. When Ruby eventually stood in court and pleaded guilty, the public apology and legal admission were not the same as instant moral clarity. A guilty plea can mean many things at once. It can mean remorse. It can mean legal strategy. It can mean the evidence is overwhelming. It can mean a defendant is trying to limit exposure. It can mean a person has begun to understand what she did. It can mean only that she accepts the legal consequences of saying guilty. The plea is crucial, but it is not a window into the whole soul. On December 18, 2023, Ruby Frank pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. 2 of the original 6 counts were dismissed under the agreement. She agreed to testify truthfully against Jody Hildebrandt if required. Prosecutors agreed to remain neutral at future hearings before the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. Ruby also agreed that the 4 prison terms could run consecutively. In court, when asked for her plea, she used the word that ended the central legal question: guilty. For the public, the plea agreement was a turning point because it replaced uncertainty with admission. Ruby admitted that from approximately May 22, 2023 until August 30, 2023, in Washington County, she intentionally or knowingly inflicted and allowed another adult to inflict serious physical injuries on R and D. The legal statement named what Ruby's old public language had hidden. It did not call the conduct correction. It did not call it a lesson. It did not call it truth. It called it abuse. The plea agreement's factual basis was disturbing. It described her being forced into extended physical tasks, being denied adequate food and water, being isolated from others, and being restrained after an earlier attempt to run away. It described being denied food and water and subjected to physical and emotional abuse. It described the children being told things about themselves that framed them as evil or possessed and in need of punishment to repent. The full details are available in court records. They do not need to be reproduced here in a way that turns pain into spectacle. What matters is the structure of the abuse Ruby admitted: deprivation, isolation, physical punishment, spiritualized blame, and the participation of another adult. These were not momentary lapses. They were sustained acts over weeks and months. Ruby's old defense of consequences collapsed under that record. A consequence is supposed to teach a child within the bounds of safety and care. It is supposed to belong to the world of guidance. It must be proportionate, age-appropriate, and connected to the child's well-being. What Ruby admitted was not consequence in any ordinary parenting sense. It was harm. It was control. It was abuse given a moral vocabulary. The plea also placed Hildebrandt at the center of the case, without allowing Ruby to disappear behind her. Ruby's lawyers had argued publicly that Hildebrandt isolated Ruby and distorted her morality. There is evidence that Hildebrandt's influence was significant. She was the professional, the business partner, the owner of the home, and the architect of the connections framework that shaped the language around truth and distortion. But Ruby's guilty plea was still Ruby's plea. She did not plead guilty to being manipulated. She pleaded guilty to aggravated child abuse. That distinction matters. Influence can explain without absolving. A controlling ideology can intensify cruelty without removing choice. Hildebrandt may have given Ruby language, permission, and reinforcement, but Ruby remained the children's mother. Ruby had the history with them. Ruby had the duty of care. Ruby had the power to stop. Instead, she admitted to taking part. 9 days later, on December 27, 2023, Jodi Hildebrandt also pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Her plea meant Ruby would not need to testify against her former partner at trial. It also confirmed that the criminal case against the 2 women would move towards sentencing rather than a public trial. That absence of a trial changed the public record. Trials produce testimony. They test evidence in open court. They allow witnesses to be questioned and cross-examined. They can reveal timelines, motives, contradictions, and institutional failures. They can also re-traumatize victims, especially children. In this case, guilty pleas spared R and E from being forced into the public machinery of a trial. That was significant. The children had already carried too much of the evidentiary burden. But the absence of a trial also means some questions remain less fully answered. The public may never know every detail of how Ruby and Hildebrandt's relationship developed, how decisions were made inside the house, what each woman said to the other in private, and which exact moments might have changed the course of events. Court records, police files, family accounts, and later interviews provide pieces. They do not provide omniscience. A factual book has to accept that. Not knowing everything is not the same as knowing nothing. The verified record is more than enough to show Ruby's public rise, Hildebrandt's influence, the rescue, the charges, the guilty pleas, and the pattern of abuse admitted in court. But the spaces between those facts should not be filled with invented scenes. Silent narrator mode requires discipline. It watches the record without pretending to enter rooms where no reliable witness has taken the reader. The guilty plea also changed how Ruby's earlier image could be read. Before the plea, one could still describe the criminal case as allegations, even if the available evidence was deeply serious. After the plea, Ruby herself became the source of confirmation. The mother who had once explained her children's behavior to the audience now had her own behavior explained by the court record. The reversal was severe. For years, the children had been narrated by Ruby. Their needs, errors, emotions, and punishments were interpreted through her. With the plea, Ruby lost control of interpretation. The legal record interpreted her. It named her conduct. It placed her within a criminal framework. It stripped away the maternal branding and left the act. Aggravated child abuse. The term is legal, but it is also brutally plain. It does not care whether the abuser had subscribers. It does not care whether she had once seemed wholesome. It does not care whether she spoke the language of faith, motherhood, truth, or personal growth. It names a category of harm inflicted on a child. That naming mattered because Ruby's public life had been built on renaming. She had renamed exposure as family memory. She had renamed discipline as love. She had renamed obedience as moral health. With Hildebrandt, the renaming became more severe. Pain could be repentance, isolation could be protection, distress could be distortion, and cruelty could be an act of love. The court did not accept those names. The court's language was not poetic. It was narrow, procedural, and cold. Yet in this case, its coldness served a purpose. It refused the emotional decoration around the abuse. It did not need to decide whether Ruby believed she was saving her children. It needed to decide what she did to them. By the end of December 2023, the central question of guilt had been answered by both defendants' own pleas. What remained was punishment. Sentencing would bring Ruby back into public view, this time with an apology. It would bring Hildebrandt back into the same courtroom. It would require the judge to translate 4 counts of aggravated child abuse into prison terms. It would also raise questions the legal system could not fully answer. What accountability looks like when a mother harms her own children. What remorse means after months of denial and spiritualized blame. What protection means after the rescue has already come too late. The plea did not close the story. It closed one door. Behind it stood another, the question of what Ruby Frank deserved, and what her children still needed after the state finally spoke for them. Chapter 8. The Sentence. By the time Ruby Frank returned to court for sentencing, the central legal question had already been answered. She was guilty. Not accused, not merely suspected, not misunderstood by the internet, not a strict mother caught in a cultural argument about discipline. Guilty. The word changed the room. It changed the weight of every earlier video, every public defense, every explanation, every sermon-like warning about truth and distortion. The court no longer had to decide whether Ruby Frank had abused her children. Ruby had admitted that she had. What remained was punishment. On February 20th, 2024, Ruby appeared in a courtroom in St. George, Utah, before Judge John J. Walton of the 5th District Court. Jody Hildebrandt would be sentenced the same day. Both women had pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Both women faced prison. Both women had avoided a trial, which meant R&D would not be required to testify publicly about what had happened to them. That spared the children one kind of pain. It did not spare the court from describing another. Sentencing hearings are strange rituals. They are formal, but they are not bloodless. The facts have already been established, yet the emotional meaning of those facts is still being argued. Lawyers speak of mitigation, remorse, accountability, risk, rehabilitation, and protection. Prosecutors speak for the state. Defense lawyers speak for the defendants. Judges speak for the law. Victims may speak for themselves, or they may remain silent. In cases involving children, silence can be protection. R&D did not utter the room their voices. They had already given the case enough evidence through survival. The law had enough to act. Their absence from public testimony should be understood not as emptiness, but as a boundary. Ruby's old public life had relied on a lack of boundary. Her children had appeared in her videos because the family brand required access. Their bedrooms, routines, mistakes, and punishments had been made visible. In court, at sentencing, the better ethical choice was the opposite. The children did not need to be seen for the sentence to matter. They did not need to perform harm for strangers to believe it. The record was enough. Ruby was sentenced first. Her lawyer, Lamar Winward, spoke before she did. He described her as remorseful and suggested that she had been affected by Hildebrandt's influence. The argument was careful but familiar. Ruby was guilty, but not only guilty. Responsible, but also indoctrinated. Accountable, but also changed by the woman beside her. It was the defense's task to present Ruby as more than the worst thing she had done. That is what defense lawyers do. But the facts in the plea agreement limited how far that argument could go. Hildebrandt's influence was real and important. Ruby's responsibility remained. She was the children's mother. She knew them before Hildebrandt did. She had built a career presenting herself as an authority on parenting. She had been the person with the most basic duty to protect them. Instead, she helped harm them. When Ruby spoke, she read from a prepared statement. She cried. She apologized to her children, to Kevin, to her family, and to those involved in the investigation and care that followed the rescue. Her language was different from the language that had filled the years before the arrest. In court, she did not defend the abuse as discipline. She called her charges just. She said they offered safety to her family and accountability to the public. It was the kind of sentence the public had been waiting to hear. It was also not enough to answer everything. An apology after a guilty plea can be sincere and still incomplete. It can express grief and still avoid full understanding. It can sound transformed and still leave questions about what the person believed while the harm was happening. Ruby's statement mattered because she acknowledged wrongdoing in open court. It mattered because she did not stand there claiming innocence. It mattered because she named her children as victims of her actions. But remorse is not measured only by tears. The court had to sentence the crime, not the emotion of the statement. It had to weigh what Ruby said against what Ruby had done. It had to place a mother's apology beside children's injuries, deprivation, isolation, and fear. It had to consider the weeks and months during which Ruby's thinking did not produce mercy. It had to remember that the abuse stopped not because Ruby chose to stop, but because her escaped. That fact sat underneath the entire hearing. Ruby's statement presented arrest as a kind of awakening. She said being handcuffed marked the beginning of freedom. The words were striking, and perhaps they were true for her in some sense. Jail may have interrupted the belief system around her. Custody may have separated her from Hildebrandt. The criminal case may have forced reality through a structure of delusion. But for R&E, freedom began differently. It began at the neighbor's door. It began when another adult believed what Ruby would not. It began when police and medical responders arrived. It began when the state removed the children from the women who had harmed them. Ruby's spiritual or emotional awakening, if it was one, came only after the children had already paid the price of her certainty. Judge Walton imposed 4 prison terms of 1 to 15 years each. The terms were ordered to run consecutively. In simple language, the sentences were stacked. Ruby would serve one after another, not all at the same time. On paper, for terms of 1 to 15 years could appear to add up to as much as 60 years. Utah law, however, limits the maximum time for consecutive sentences in this situation to 30 years. That meant Ruby faced a sentence commonly described as 4 to 30 years in prison. The exact time she would serve would not be decided by the sentencing judge alone. It would be determined later by the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. The sentence was both definite and uncertain. Definite because Ruby was going to prison. Uncertain because no one in the courtroom could say that day exactly how long she would remain there. This is part of Utah's indeterminate sentencing system. A judge imposes the statutory prison terms. The Board of Pardons and Parole later decides when a person is released within the legal range. That future decision can consider the nature of the offense, the person's conduct in prison, treatment needs, risk, victim impact, and other materials. For the public, that can be frustrating. A sentence that sounds like 1 to 15 years may not communicate what will actually happen. For consecutive sentences sound like 60 years, but state law caps the time at 30. A minimum of 4 years can sound too short for abuse of this severity. A maximum of 30 years can sound severe, but uncertain. The legal vocabulary does not always satisfy the moral demand for clarity. But sentencing is not only about satisfying the public. It is also about public safety, legal limits, rehabilitation, punishment, and victims' rights. In Ruby's case, the sentence had to communicate the seriousness of what she had admitted while operating inside Utah law. Judge Walton imposed the consecutive terms permitted under the plea agreement and statute. The board would later decide the actual release date. Then Jody Hildebrandt was sentenced. Her sentence matched Ruby's, for consecutive terms of 1 to 15 years, with the same 30-year statutory maximum. But the meaning of Hildebrandt's sentence carried a different emphasis. Ruby had been the mother. Hildebrandt had been the licensed mental health counselor, the business owner, the owner of the Ivins home, and the woman whose ideology had shaped the language of abuse. The judge pointed to Hildebrandt's specialized training as part of what made her conduct especially serious. That mattered. A therapist is entrusted with vulnerability. People bring therapists their fear, shame, marriage problems, addictions, trauma, religious conflict, parenting confusion, and private pain. That trust creates power. Hildebrandt used professional and moral authority in a way that harmed children. She did not enter the case as an untrained neighbor or casual friend. She entered as someone who had presented herself as a person with answers. The prosecutor, Washington County Attorney Eric Clark, described the case as rooted in religious extremism. He said the women had gone down a dangerous path in which Hildebrandt believed she was receiving direction from God, and Ruby followed that direction. The words were important because they identified more than cruelty. They identified a belief system that had turned children into enemies of righteousness. Religious extremism does not require a large organization. It can exist in a small room, between two convinced adults, inside a home where no one else is allowed to challenge the story. It can take familiar religious words and sharpen them into weapons. It can turn repentance into punishment, evil into a label for a child, and obedience into submission to an adult's delusion. That does not mean ordinary Latter-day Saint belief caused Ruby's crimes. It does not mean ordinary religious parenting resembles what happened in Hildebrandt's house. It means Ruby and Hildebrandt used religiously charged language and beliefs to justify harm. The court's task was not to try a church. It was to sentence 2 women who had abused children. Hildebrandt also spoke. Her statement was shorter. She said she loved the children and wanted them to heal physically and emotionally. Her lawyer said she recognized that harm had occurred. The prosecutor was unconvinced by the depth of her remorse and described her as continuing to justify her perspective. The judge described the impact on the children as tragic and her conduct as disastrous. The 2 women received the same legal sentence. They did not occupy the same role. Ruby was the mother who betrayed the basic duty of care. Hildebrandt was the professional who helped create and enforce the system around the abuse. Ruby gave access. Hildebrandt supplied ideology and setting. Ruby had the family history. Hildebrandt had the therapeutic status. Each woman strengthened the other. Each woman now faced prison for what that partnership became. After sentencing, the legal story did not end. It moved into another system. The Utah Board of Pardons and Parole would determine how long Ruby and Hildebrandt would actually serve. Their original parole board hearings were later scheduled for December 2026, after a scheduling review. The board also required mental health psychological reviews before those hearings and participation in a cognitive behavioral therapy program. That future process matters because the sentence is not only a number on a page. It is an ongoing assessment of risk, responsibility, and rehabilitation. A parole board can set a release date. It can also decline to set one and schedule a later rehearing. For Ruby and Hildebrandt, The courtroom sentence was the beginning of imprisonment, not the final word on its length. For the children, the final word was even less available. A prison sentence punishes the offender. It does not restore childhood. It does not return a body to the condition it was in before injury. It does not erase hunger, fear, isolation, or betrayal. It does not give a child back the years spent being filmed, debated, disciplined in public, then harmed in private. It does not repair trust simply by naming what broke it. Accountability is necessary. It is not magic. That is one of the hardest truths in cases like this. The public often looks to sentencing for emotional completion. A judge speaks, the defendant cries, the sentence is imposed, and the narrative appears to close. But the victims continue after the courtroom empties. Their recovery is private, uneven, and not owed to the audience. Their future belongs to them, not to the story. Ruby's sentence did, however, mark the collapse of a public fraud. For years, she had stood before viewers as a mother who knew how to raise children correctly. She had presented discipline as love, consequences as wisdom, and control as moral clarity. She had allowed strangers to believe that her family was not only visible but instructive. She had built a kind of authority from the appearance of order. At sentencing, that authority was gone. No one needed her parenting advice. No one needed her moral system. No one needed her definition of truth. The court had another definition. Ruby Franck had committed aggravated child abuse. She would go to prison. The sentence did not answer every question about motive, influence, faith, family vlogging, or institutional failure. It did not explain how mother could move from ordinary domestic content to admitted felony abuse. It did not fully account for the power of Hildebrandt's influence or the weakness of the systems that failed to stop the abuse earlier. Those questions remained. But the sentence answered one question clearly. Ruby's children had not needed harsher lessons. They had needed protection from the woman who claimed to be teaching them. Chapter 9. The Evidence. Evidence has a different sound from accusation. Accusation can be loud. It can spread quickly. It can become a headline, a clip, a theory, a thread, a warning repeated so often that it begins to feel like fact before a court has tested it. Accusation can be right. It can also be incomplete, careless, or wrong. Evidence is slower. It has timestamps. It has page numbers. It has redactions. It has medical language. It has police reports, body camera footage, photographs, search warrants, 911 audio, interview summaries, jail calls, and handwritten pages. It does not always explain itself gently. It does not always arrive in an order that feels narratively satisfying. But it does something accusation cannot do alone. It anchors the story. In the Ruby Franck case, the evidence did not create public horror. The horror was already present in the moment or reached the neighbor's door. But the evidence made the horror harder to deny, harder to reframe, and harder to reduce to misunderstanding. It gave shape to what had been hidden inside Jodi Hildebrandt's house. It showed the difference between a controversial parenting style and criminal child abuse. The release of the case materials came after sentencing, when Ruby and Hildebrandt had already pleaded guilty and received prison terms. By then, the central legal question was settled. The evidence was no longer needed to persuade a jury. There would be no trial. R&D would not be required to testify in open court. But the materials still mattered because they gave the public a clearer view of what prosecutors, police, medical workers, and the court had already known. They also created another ethical problem. The evidence was public, but that did not mean every detail needed to be repeated. True crime often treats evidence as reward. The worse the material, the more it is replayed. Photographs become thumbnails. Body cam footage becomes reaction content. Journal entries become dramatic readings. A child's worst day becomes another person's evening viewing. This book takes a different position. Evidence matters because it confirms the facts. It does not need to be milked for shock. The children in this case are not exhibits for emotional consumption. They are living people. The evidence proves what happened to them. It does not belong to the audience in the way entertainment belongs to an audience. The first evidence was human. I was seen by a neighbor. He was hungry, thirsty, and injured. There was tape around his wrists and ankles. The neighbor and his wife gave him food, water, and a place to sit. The neighbor called for help. His voice, heard in the emergency call, carried the strain of someone trying to explain a situation his mind had barely had time to accept. That call set everything else in motion. Police body camera footage later showed parts of the response. Officers speaking with emergency workers arriving, officers deciding that they needed to enter Hildebrandt's home and find any other children who might be inside. In the footage, the official tone is calm because it has to be. Officers ask questions. They reassure. They move through procedure. But beneath the procedure is urgency. A child has escaped invisible distress. Other children may still be inside. When officers entered Hildebrandt's home, they found E. She was not presented to them by a cooperative adult. She was found inside the home, frightened and hidden. The footage and police reporting show officers and medical responders trying to build enough trust for her to accept help. They spoke softly. One officer sat near her and told her he would not hurt her. Food was brought to her. She did not immediately eat. Eventually, after hours of patient effort, she agreed to be transported for medical care. That detail matters almost as much as the injuries. A child who is offered food but does not immediately take it may be communicating something more than hunger. Fear can interrupt appetite. Control can teach a child that accepting care is dangerous. Abuse can make help feel suspicious. The scene showed not only physical deprivation, but psychological damage. E's caution was itself part of the evidence. The house also became evidence. Hildebrandt's home was large and controlled. Police searched the property and documented what they found. Reports and released materials described items connected to restraint and punishment. The physical setting mattered because the abuse had not occurred in an imaginary moral realm of truth and distortion. It had occurred in rooms, hallways, closets, bathrooms, garages, patios, and outdoor spaces. It had occurred in a real house, with real objects, under the authority of real adults. That reality matters because Ruby and Hildebrandt's language had often been abstract. They spoke in principles. They spoke of truth. They spoke of evil, repentance, distortion, and obedience. Abstract language can float above the body. Evidence pulls it back down. A child's malnourishment is not abstract. Wounds are not abstract. Isolation is not abstract. A locked or hidden space is not abstract. Medical treatment is not abstract. The body refuses the lie. The official case summary described R and E as having been held in what prosecutors called a work camp-like setting. The children were denied adequate food, water, beds, and normal forms of comfort. They were isolated from others and hidden when visitors came. They were forced to perform physical tasks, including labor outdoors in extreme summer heat. They were also emotionally abused in ways that led them to believe they deserved what was happening to them. That final point is crucial. The evidence did not show only physical harm. It showed moral captivity. Ruby and Hildebrandt had not merely controlled the children's bodies. They tried to control the meaning of the abuse itself. The children were made to understand pain as something earned, suffering as something deserved, and adult cruelty as a form of correction. That is the function of ideological abuse. It does not simply hurt. It explains the hurt in a way that protects the abuser. The released jail calls showed how deeply that framework had settled into Ruby's thinking. In calls made after her arrest, Ruby did not sound, at first, like a woman fully returned to ordinary moral reality. She spoke of children as capable of evil. She framed herself as someone misunderstood by adults who could not see the truth. She asked about the news. She spoke as though the world outside the system was failing to understand what she and Hildebrandt had been doing. Those calls were disturbing because they showed continuity. The arrest had physically stopped Ruby. It had not instantly changed the story she told herself. The court would later hear her apology. She would later describe her charges as just. But the jail calls show that remorse, if it came, did not arrive cleanly at the moment of arrest. The belief system around the abuse remained audible. That matters for understanding Ruby. It is tempting to imagine a dramatic awakening. Handcuffs, tears, truth, remorse. Real accountability is often slower and less cinematic. A person can be arrested and still feel righteous. A person can be confronted with evidence and still cling to the language that justified harm. A person can later plead guilty and still leave unanswered questions about what she truly understands. The evidence does not allow the easier story. It shows the persistence of Ruby's certainty even after the children were removed from her control. Hildebrandt's calls and statements also revealed a refusal, at least initially, to recognize the conduct as abuse. She appeared to minimize the seriousness of making children sleep on the floor and framed criticism as evidence that people no longer knew how to raise children. That response was consistent with the broader Connections worldview. The outsider sees cruelty. The insider calls it truth. The evidence, again, dragged the matter out of ideology. A child's condition does not become acceptable because an adult says society has grown soft. A child's hunger does not become moral education because a coach says discomfort builds character. A child's fear does not become spiritual progress because a therapist says the child is resisting truth. The journal evidence was perhaps the most revealing because it came from Ruby's own hand. The released journal entries were heavily redacted in places, but their pattern was clear. Ruby documented the children's behavior, punishments, and her own interpretation of what was happening. She wrote with the conviction of someone keeping a record, not of wrongdoing, but of intervention. The children's ordinary bodies and distress were interpreted through spiritual and moral blame. She described obedience as exactness. She framed the children's resistance as evidence of sin, selfishness, or evil. She recorded punishments as though they belonged to a program of correction. The journal is chilling because it lacks the distance a later apology can create. A courtroom statement is written after arrest, after counsel, after evidence, after plea negotiations, after the full force of consequences has begun. A journal written during abuse shows the thinking closer to the act. It shows what Ruby believed, or told herself she believed, while the children were still under her control. That thinking was not vague. It was structured. The children were described not as frightened, hungry, hurt, or overwhelmed, but as morally corrupt. Their bodies were not read as bodies. They were read as evidence of disobedience. Their suffering did not stop the process. It justified more of it. This is why the journal matters more than any one horrific detail. It documents the internal logic of the abuse. Ruby's later defenders, or those looking for a simpler explanation, could point to Hildebrandt's influence. That influence was significant. Hildebrandt had credentials, an ideology, a home, and a powerful role in Ruby's life. But the journal shows Ruby actively participating in the moral construction of the abuse. She was not merely present. She was interpreting, recording, and enforcing. The evidence does not erase Hildebrandt's role. It prevents Ruby from disappearing behind it. The police interviews added another layer. Kevin Frank told investigators that he and Ruby had separated, that he had been financially providing, and that he believed the family remained connected to the Springville home rather than knowing the children were at Hildebrandt's house in Ivans. Police stated they did not have evidence that Kevin was involved in the abuse. That fact belongs in the record, as does the complexity of his earlier role in the family channel and parenting controversies. Ruby, when approached by police, requested a lawyer and did not provide substantive answers. Hildebrandt also invoked counsel and limited what she said. Those choices were legally ordinary. A suspect has the right to counsel. Silence in an interview is not an admission. But the contrast between public Ruby and interview Ruby is still striking. For years, Ruby had explained everything. In the police interview, she did not. The woman who had narrated her children's consequences to strangers declined to narrate the evidence to investigators. That may have been legally wise. It was also symbolically severe. Her public authority depended on speech. The criminal case moved forward without needing it. Evidence replaced explanation. The released materials also showed the limits of prior systems. Police reports referred to earlier involvement with child protective services and concerns connected to the family. Some earlier reports had been closed or unsupported. In hindsight, that can seem impossible. But evidence requirements are often clearer after the worst event has occurred. Before ours escape, outsiders had fragments, online controversies, family estrangement, welfare concerns, unanswered doors, uncertain access. After ours escape, they had a child in front of them, a second child inside the home, medical findings, physical evidence, and admissions. The difference was not concern. The difference was proof. That is not a defense of every institutional choice. It is a recognition of the difficulty. Child protection systems often operate between two dangers: intervening too little and intervening too late, or intervening without enough evidence and violating family rights. In Ruby's case, the result was devastating. Whatever the legal limits were before August 2023, the children were not protected soon enough. The evidence makes that failure plain without needing to assign every part of it to one person or agency. The strongest proof came from the children's survival. Ours escape created the opening. E's condition confirmed the danger. Medical reports established the seriousness of the harm. Police searches located material evidence. Journals supplied insight into Ruby's thinking. Jail calls showed the persistence of the ideology. Plea agreements converted evidence into admissions. Sentencing converted admissions into prison terms. Together, those pieces made the case. They also reshaped the meaning of Ruby's public past. The old 8 Passengers videos had once seemed to show a mother who was strict, organized, religious, sometimes harsh, sometimes controversial, but still within the range of debate for many viewers. After the evidence was released, Those videos could no longer be watched in the same way. The earlier clips were not evidence of the charged abuse, but they became evidence of a public pattern. Ruby had long been comfortable turning children's discomfort into a lesson. The evidence from 2023 showed where that pattern could lead when fused with Hildebrandt's ideology and hidden from public view. It showed a progression from performance to isolation, from discipline as content to discipline as captivity, from a mother explaining consequences on camera to a mother recording abuse in a journal. The most dangerous thing about Ruby's system was not that it lacked language. It had too much language. It could name everything except harm. It could explain everything except the child's humanity. It could turn resistance, hunger, fear, and injury into signs of spiritual corruption. Evidence stripped that language away. Not completely. People can still argue. Some can still minimize. Others can still treat Hildebrandt as the sole villain or Ruby as the sole monster, depending on which version of the story feels easier to hold. But the documentary record resists simplification. It shows two adults, a shared ideology, a controlled setting, injured children, delayed intervention, public history, and private cruelty. It also shows why the children's names do not need to be repeated. Their initials are enough. Their survival is enough. Their injuries do not need to be described in detail for the reader to understand the seriousness of the crimes. The evidence was gathered for prosecution, not for voyeurism. The children's privacy must not be sacrificed again simply because the files exist. A true account does not require the reader to look at every wound. It requires the reader to understand who caused them, how the harm was justified, and what systems allowed it to continue. The evidence answers those questions, as far as the public record allows. Ruby Frank caused and permitted abuse. Jody Hildebrandt caused and permitted abuse. The abuse was sustained, ideological, and severe. It involved physical harm, deprivation, isolation, and emotional manipulation. It was justified through a framework that cast children as evil, sinful, or in need of punishment. It ended because our escaped and a neighbor believed him. Everything else is interpretation. The evidence is the ground beneath it. Chapter 10. Kevin. Kevin Frank was never only background. In the public story of 8 Passengers, Ruby was the center of the domestic world. She was the mother explaining consequences, organizing the home, filming routines, and speaking most often to the audience. But Kevin was not absent from the brand. He was Ruby's husband, the father of the 6 children, a professional man with a respectable academic career, and one of the 8 passengers in the channel's name. The family image depended on him. A mother of 6 on YouTube could build an audience alone, but the Frank's appeal was larger than Ruby's individual persona. It was the picture of a complete household. Mother, father, 6 children, church, work, rules, family trips, chores, correction, ordinary Utah life. Kevin's presence helped stabilize that image. He was not merely a guest in the videos. He was part of the premise. The channel sold family life, and he was part of the family being sold. That is why Kevin's role in this story is difficult. He was not charged with the crimes for which Ruby and Jody Hildebrandt were convicted. Investigators found no evidence tying him to the abuse that occurred in Hildebrandt's home, and he was cleared as a suspect early in the investigation. He was not living with Ruby or the children at the time of the abuse. He later said Ruby had asked him to leave the home in July 2022 and to have no contact with the children. Those facts matter. So do the other facts. Kevin had been part of 8 Passengers. He had appeared in the family's public life. He had participated in the household culture that viewers saw before Jody Hildebrandt became central. He had defended the family during earlier criticism. He was the children's father. His absence from the home, whatever its cause, meant the children had one fewer adult physically present during the period when Ruby's world narrowed around Hildebrandt. Both realities have to be held together. A factual account does not need to turn Kevin into a criminal when the legal record does not support that. It also does not need to erase the discomfort around his earlier role in the family system. The public question is not simply whether Kevin committed the charged abuse. The answer, according to the investigation, is no. The harder question is how a father could become so separated from his children that he did not see them for more than a year before the rescue. That question is not answered by suspicion alone. It requires chronology. Kevin Frank had a life outside YouTube. He was an engineer and academic, associated with Brigham Young University's Department of Civil and Construction Engineering. In the family's public narrative, that role mattered. It gave the household a traditional structure. Father at work, mother at home, children in a large, faith-centered family. Ruby's domestic labor became content. Kevin's professional identity helped make the family look stable and respectable. The division of roles was part of the brand. Ruby was the voice of the house. Kevin was the father who appeared within it. He could be playful, stern, supportive, or distant depending on the video, but the core audience relationship belonged mostly to Ruby. She was the one who shaped the daily emotional record of the children's lives. She spoke to the camera with the ease of someone who understood that the home was now a performance space. But Kevin benefited from that performance too. The channel's success brought money, attention, and status. It turned the family's private life into a business. Even if Ruby did more of the filming and narration, Kevin was not outside the arrangement. He was one of the adults responsible for the choice to place the children's lives online. He helped build the public house before it went quiet. That is the first layer of responsibility. It is not criminal responsibility for the abuse in Ivans. It is parental responsibility for the family vlogging structure that preceded it. The children were made public by both parents. Their childhoods became recognizable, searchable, and discussable because the adults in charge allowed that to happen. Ruby may have been the stronger on-camera force, but Kevin's participation gave the channel the appearance of a two-parent household acting together. The second layer is the earlier parenting controversy. Before the arrests, viewers raised concerns about discipline in the Franck home. The beanbag punishment, the forgotten lunch, the wilderness program, and other incidents became public flashpoints. Ruby was often the face of those decisions, but Kevin was not an unrelated observer. In public responses, the parents defended their approach as firm, principled, and misunderstood. Kevin's role in those years cannot be separated from the home culture that made harsh discipline part of the brand. The difference between those controversies and the later criminal abuse must remain clear. The earlier controversies did not establish that Kevin knew what would later happen in Hildebrandt's house. They did not prove his involvement in the crimes. They do, however, show that the Franck household had a visible pattern of strictness before the family broke apart. Kevin had been part of that household. That history is relevant, even though it is not the same thing as guilt for Ruby's later crimes. Then came Jody Hildebrandt. Kevin later described connections as a force that tore his family apart. In interviews with police, he said Ruby had changed under Hildebrandt's influence, that the family's business and relationships became entangled with connections, and that Ruby eventually asked him to leave the home. He said he complied because he believed it was part of a therapeutic or healing process. According to later reporting, Ruby told investigators, or Kevin told investigators, that she had framed the separation around his supposed need for help with addictions and pornography. The exact private dynamics are difficult to reconstruct. What is clearer is the outcome. By July 2022, Kevin was out of the home. He later told investigators he had not seen Ruby or the children since then. When police interviewed him after the August 2023 rescue, he appeared shocked by the children's condition. That reaction was part of why investigators did not treat him as connected to the abuse. He did not know the children had been living in Hildebrandt's house under the conditions later documented by police and prosecutors. Yet absence is not emotionally neutral. A father's absence can be caused by manipulation and still leave children unprotected. It can be the result of coercive influence and still have consequences. It can be understandable in context and still be tragic. Kevin's account, if accepted in good faith, suggests he was isolated from his children through the same closed system that had drawn Ruby towards Hildebrandt. But the children experienced the result as the absence of their father. Adult explanations do not erase child realities. The connections framework appears to have given Ruby a language for pushing Kevin away. If a husband could be framed as unsafe, distorted, addicted, or an obstacle to truth, then separation could appear righteous. A spouse outside the system could be treated as a threat to healing. Once Kevin was gone, Ruby's household had fewer checks. Hildebrandt's authority grew stronger. The children's access to another parent narrowed or disappeared. That pattern is familiar in controlling systems. The person under influence is taught that ordinary bonds are dangerous. Family members become unsafe. Doubt becomes weakness. Objection becomes distortion. The system protects itself by cutting off contradiction. In Ruby's case, the contradiction most capable of interrupting her authority inside the home would have been another parent. Kevin was removed from that position. Whether he was pushed out, persuaded out, or chose to remain out is one of the hardest parts of the story to assess. He later said he was following what he believed was a process. Critics argue that no father should go that long without seeing his children. Both statements can exist in the same chapter. Manipulation does not make absence harmless. Outrage does not make speculation fact. The legal record provides one boundary. Kevin was not charged. That boundary should be respected. It does not close the moral discussion. When Kevin learned of the rescue, the world he had been separated from became suddenly visible. Police told him about O's condition. They told him he had been found. His family was no longer a strained marriage or a painful separation. It was a criminal case. The interviews released after sentencing showed a man trying to understand the scale of what had happened. In some moments, he appeared protective of Ruby or reluctant to incriminate her. In others, particularly later, he described Hildebrandt's influence in stark terms and tried to help investigators understand the beliefs and documents behind the abuse. That change over time is important. People do not always grasp the full reality of betrayal in the first conversation. Shock has its own timetable. Kevin's early reaction was complicated. He still loved Ruby, or said he did. He did not want to speak in a way that harmed her. He did not yet appear to understand everything the children had endured. That can be frustrating to watch, especially for anyone approaching the case from the children's point of view. But it is also consistent with the disorientation of someone whose family system has just collapsed. A spouse can be horrified and still reflexively protective. A father can be alarmed and still not yet know how to speak clearly against the mother of his children. Later, his language became sharper. He described Hildebrandt as destructive. He spoke of connections as psychological harm. He identified documents, beliefs, and odd spiritual claims that he thought investigators needed to know about. He presented himself as someone who had been cut off from his own family. He became, in the public record, both a witness to the family's unraveling and a subject of public suspicion. That suspicion did not disappear. For many observers, Kevin remained difficult to place. If he was uninvolved in the abuse, why had he been absent so long? If he had been manipulated, why had he accepted separation from the children? If he had been part of earlier harsh parenting, how much did that shape what came later? If he was not criminally responsible, what kind of responsibility remained? These questions are uncomfortable because they resist simple categories. True crime prefers clean roles: villain, victim, hero, bystander. Kevin does not fit neatly into any of them. He was a father whose children were harmed by their mother and Hildebrandt. He was also an adult who had helped build the public family brand. He was cleared of involvement in the charged abuse. He was also absent for the crucial period before the rescue. He was deceived, according to his account and the investigative outcome. He was also responsible for trying to repair, explain, and parent after the damage had been done. The word bystander is not quite right. Bystanders usually stand nearby and watch. Kevin was not nearby. He had been moved out of the frame, but he had once been inside it. His disappearance from the household is part of the machinery that allowed Ruby and Hildebrandt to operate with less interference. Whether that disappearance was caused by his weakness, Ruby's influence, Hildebrandt's manipulation, cultural deference to counseling authority, marital breakdown, or some mixture of all of them, the effect was the same. The children lost access to him. After Ruby's arrest, Kevin sought custody of the minor children. The legal proceedings around the children were mostly private, as they should be. Later divorce reporting showed that Kevin was awarded custody under a prior juvenile court order, and Ruby was ordered not to have contact with the children. The divorce was finalized in 2025. The marriage that had once supported the 8 passengers image was formally over. The divorce terms, in one sense, are the least important part of the story. Property was divided. Child support was addressed. The Springville home and other assets were allocated. Ruby remained in prison. Kevin moved into the role of custodial parent. Those are legal arrangements, necessary, but ordinary compared with the moral rupture that preceded them. What matters more is what Kevin's chapter reveals about family systems. Abuse does not always require every adult to be equally active. Sometimes it requires one adult to dominate, another to withdraw, and a third to provide ideological reinforcement. Sometimes it requires a system of explanations that makes ordinary alarm feel disloyal. Sometimes it requires a community or culture that overvalues parental privacy. Sometimes it requires a platform that turns family performance into money while offering no meaningful protection to the children inside it. Kevin's role cannot be understood only through what happened after August 2023. It must be understood through the years before: the channel, the family brand, the parental image, the public discipline, the defense of strictness, the entry of Hildebrandt, the marital separation, and the long silence from the children. He was not the architect of connections. He was not convicted of abusing R or E. But he was part of the family structure that existed before Hildebrandt took hold, and his removal from that structure helped create the conditions in which Ruby's authority became more absolute. This is not a legal indictment. It is a narrative fact. Parents matter even when they are absent. Sometimes especially then. The story of Kevin Frank is therefore not a story of hidden criminal guilt. The public record does not support that. It is a story of a father who helped build a visible family, then became separated from it while the private reality became increasingly dangerous. It is a story of a man cleared by investigators, but not spared public scrutiny. It is a story about how influence, ideology, and family branding can distort the ordinary duties of parenthood until absence begins to look like obedience. The simplest version of the case says Ruby abused the children with Hildebrandt. That is true. The fuller version asks why Ruby had so much room to do it. Kevin's absence is part of that answer. Not the whole answer. Not a criminal conviction. Not a license for speculation. But part of the architecture around the harm. A household that once had two parents on camera became a household where one parent held almost complete authority and the other was gone. Into that gap stepped Hildebrandt. The children were left between a mother who had become more severe and a father who was no longer there. By the time her escaped, Kevin could no longer intervene as a parent inside the home. The intervention came from outside: a neighbor, police, medical workers, child protection authorities, prosecutors, and a court. Kevin's role after that became a different kind of fatherhood, one shaped by recovery, custody, privacy, public suspicion, and the long work of rebuilding trust with children who had survived more than any child should have to survive. That work belongs largely outside this book. The children are entitled to a private future. Kevin, whatever one thinks of his earlier choices, is now part of that private future in ways the public does not need to inspect. What can be examined here is the public record. The rise of the channel, the collapse of the marriage, the separation, the investigation, the divorce, and the difficult line between legal innocence and moral complexity. Kevin's story is a caution against easy endings. Cleared is not the same as uncomplicated. Absent is not the same as guilty. Manipulated is not the same as harmless. And father is not a title that stops mattering when a person leaves the house. Chapter 11. The Daughter Who Spoke. Sherry Frank had been part of the story before she had the power to tell it. As the eldest child in the Frank household, she was not simply watching 8 passengers happen around her. She was inside it. Her childhood and adolescence formed part of the channel's material. She appeared in the family's videos, occupied a recognizable role in the public household, and grew up under the gaze of viewers who knew her as one of Ruby Frank's children before they knew her as a person with her own voice. That distinction matters. For years, Ruby had narrated the family. She explained the children's behavior. She framed the consequences. She told viewers what a child's mistake meant. She decided what was a lesson, what was a problem, what was funny, what was private enough to keep out, and what could be placed online for strangers. Sherry was one of the children being narrated. Later, she became one of the adults trying to reclaim the narrative. When Ruby was arrested in August 2023, Sherry's public response was brief but unmistakable. She posted the word "finally" on social media. It was not a long statement. It did not need to be. The word carried exhaustion, relief, anger, and confirmation all at once. It suggested that the arrest was not the beginning of Sherry's concern. It was the first time the outside world had caught up with something she already knew was wrong. The force of that word came from its restraint. Finally. Not shock. Not disbelief. Not a daughter defending a misunderstood mother. Not a carefully neutral statement asking for privacy while the facts emerged. Finally. It was a single word from a daughter who had grown up in the house, left it, and watched the consequences of her mother's choices reach a point no one could explain away. It was also one of the first signs that the public story of Ruby Frank would not be controlled by Ruby alone. Sherry had already tried to raise alarms. After the arrest, reporting and released materials showed that she had contacted authorities before R's escape. She had worried about her younger siblings. She had asked for welfare checks. She had been part of the wider network of relatives and observers who believed something was wrong, but could not force open the closed system around Ruby and Hildebrandt. That is a painful position to occupy. Concern without power can become its own form of torment. A person can know enough to worry, but not enough to intervene. She can call, report, ask, plead, and wait. She can be dismissed as estranged, dramatic, biased, uninformed, or outside the family system. She can sense danger, but lack legal authority. She can be right and still not be able to stop what is happening. Sherry's position was especially complicated because she was both a daughter and a former subject of the family brand. She was not a random critic. She was not only an online viewer. She had lived inside the household. She had been raised by Ruby. She had been filmed by Ruby. She had watched the family's private life become public. She had also had to build an adult life outside a system that had taught viewers to see her through her mother's lens. That is why her later public voice matters. In 2025, Sherry published a memoir, The House of My Mother, A Daughter's Quest for Freedom. Its publication marked a major shift in the case's public afterlife. The children of family vloggers are usually spoken about by parents, by audiences, by commentators, by platforms, and, in cases like this, by police and courts. Sherry's book placed one of those children in the position of author. That does not make her account the entire story. A memoir is one person's remembered experience. It is subjective by nature. It must be read as a personal account, not as a court transcript. But in a case where Ruby spent years turning her children into material, Sherry's decision to write her own account has a moral importance beyond ordinary celebrity memoir. She was not simply telling a story about a famous mother. She was taking back a voice that had been mediated by the family business for much of her childhood. Her account also changed the scale of the discussion. Before Sherry spoke publicly at length, much of the case was framed around the two younger children found in 2023. That was legally appropriate because the criminal charges centered on R and E. But the family system did not begin in May 2023. The household, the channel, the discipline, the public performance of motherhood, and the effects of filming had shaped the older children too. Sherry's voice widened the lens without requiring the younger children to carry more public exposure. That is a necessary correction. The minor children should not have to explain Ruby Franck to the world. They should not have to relive their trauma so that an audience can understand the dangers of family vlogging, coercive coaching, or authoritarian parenting. Adult survivors who choose to speak can help the public understand systems that younger victims should be allowed to escape quietly. Sherry became one of those voices. Her public advocacy moved beyond her mother's criminal case. In October 2024, she testified before Utah lawmakers about the harms of family vlogging and the lack of protections for children whose lives become monetized online. She described child influencers as children whose work, privacy, and identities are absorbed into an adult business model. She argued that family vlogging is not harmless home video when it becomes a source of income and public attention. Her testimony mattered because it came from inside the industry. Many adults criticize family vlogging from the outside. They see the privacy risks, the emotional exposure, the money, the absence of consent, and the way children's mistakes or medical issues can become content. But Sherry could speak as someone who had been one of the children inside the frame. She knew what it meant to be filmed before she could fully understand what the internet would do with the footage. She knew how the camera could turn ordinary family life into work. The law began to respond. In 2025, Utah passed new protections for child influencers. The law requires certain parents who earn significant income from content involving their minor children to set aside a portion of earnings for those children, and it creates a process for adults who appeared in online content as minors to request removal of that content. The legislation did not solve every problem. No single law could. But it recognized a basic truth that family vlogging had long avoided. Children in monetized content are not simply family members who happen to be in the room. They are part of the labor that produces income. Sherry's advocacy helped make that truth harder to ignore. Her position also revealed one of the central contradictions of the Franck story. Ruby had presented family life as wholesome content. Sherry later described family vlogging as harmful before the criminal abuse that made her mother infamous. That distinction is important. The danger was not only that Ruby later committed crimes. The danger was also that the family's public life had trained everyone to treat children's private experiences as available for adult use. In that sense, Sherry's voice speaks to two injuries. The first is the injury of abuse. The second is the injury of exposure. They are not the same, but they can reinforce each other. A child raised on camera may learn that privacy is conditional. She may learn that distress can be filmed, edited, explained, and monetized. She may learn that the parent controls not only the consequence, but the public meaning of the consequence. She may learn that other people have opinions about her childhood while she is still living it. By the time she reaches adulthood, she may have to fight not only for healing, but for ownership of her own story. That is the fight Sherry entered. The wider Franck and Griffiths family also became part of the public aftermath. Ruby's sisters, many of whom had their own online presences, released statements after the arrest saying that the arrest needed to happen and that they had done what they could behind the scenes to try and make sure the children were safe. Their statements were careful, but they revealed family fracture. Ruby's relationship with her extended family had not simply been private distance. It had become a matter of concern. The sisters' statements were met with mixed public reaction. Some people saw them as evidence that relatives had tried to help and been blocked by legal limits, distance, or Ruby's isolation. Others criticized the family for not doing enough, or for remaining part of the same broader online culture that had made children into content. Both responses show the public's hunger for accountability beyond the two women who went to prison. But family systems are not courtrooms. Relatives may know something is wrong without knowing enough to prove it. They may try to intervene and fail. They may also minimize earlier signs because those signs exist inside a culture they share. They may be both concerned and complicit in the broader normalization of family exposure online. The truth is often mixed. In Ruby's case, extended family members could say they worried. They could say they acted where they could. They could say they did not know the worst. Those claims may all be true. They do not erase the larger fact that the children's distress had to become visible in the most extreme way before the system finally stopped Ruby and Hildebrandt. Sherry's public voice has a different weight because she was not speaking as an aunt, sister, or viewer. She was speaking as a daughter. The daughter's voice unsettles the old image because it comes from inside the image. Ruby's brand depended on the appearance of a large, functioning family. Sherry's account says that the appearance itself was part of the problem. The camera did not merely fail to show the truth. It helped manufacture a version of truth that made Ruby look better than the private reality. That does not mean every filmed moment was fake. Children can laugh in an unsafe home. A mother can prepare meals and still be cruel. A family can have good days and harmful patterns. Online life does not need to be entirely fabricated to be misleading. The danger of family vlogging is often not that every scene is staged, but that the final edit gives adult power the last word. Sherry's later work challenged that final word. She did not only speak about Ruby's crimes. She spoke about the industry that made Ruby's motherhood profitable. She spoke about children's inability to meaningfully consent. She spoke about money, privacy, emotional labor, and the pressure to perform. In doing so, she turned the story outward without letting Ruby disappear into abstraction. Ruby still mattered. Ruby made the choices. Ruby filmed. Ruby disciplined. Ruby partnered with Hildebrandt. Ruby pleaded guilty. Ruby went to prison. But Sherry's advocacy made clear that Ruby's case was not only a story about one bad mother. It was also a story about a business model that had no adequate moral structure for children. The law had treated child actors as workers for decades, however imperfectly. Child influencers remained in a newer and less regulated space. They could work without being called workers. They could generate income without guaranteed control over that income. They could appear in content without meaningful consent. They could be recognized by strangers before they were old enough to understand public identity. The Franck children lived that problem before the world had language for it. Sherry helped give it language. There is a particular power in a survivor changing the frame from private scandal to public policy. It resists the true crime tendency to treat a case as an isolated horror. Ruby Franck's crimes were exceptional in their severity, but the conditions around the family's public life were not unique. Thousands of children appear in monetized family content. Many are filmed before they can speak. Many have their medical information, emotional struggles, punishments, birthdays, bedrooms, and milestones placed online permanently by parents who own the accounts. Most of those parents will never become Ruby Franck. That is not the point. The point is that children should not need their parents to become criminals before society recognizes the risks of turning childhood into content. Sherry's chapter in this story is therefore not simply a daughter's response to her mother's arrest. It is part of the case's legacy. She became one of the people insisting that the lesson not stop at Ruby's prison sentence. If the story ended with Ruby and Hildebrandt in prison, it would leave untouched the quieter system that had made the family famous in the first place. That system was profitable. It was also intimate, persuasive, and underregulated. It depended on the audience's appetite for family access. It depended on platforms willing to monetize children's lives. It depended on parents being trusted to protect children while also benefiting financially from exposing them. It depended on the assumption that a parent's love would naturally prevent exploitation. The Franck case shattered that assumption. A parent can love a child and still exploit them. A parent can claim love while harming them. A parent can believe she is building a family archive while building a business. A parent can frame exposure as memory, education, or connection while the child experiences it as surveillance, labor, or humiliation. Sherry's testimony forced lawmakers and audiences to take the child's side of that arrangement seriously. The adult child's voice also complicates the ethics of this book. Writing about Ruby requires writing about her children, but only as much as necessary. Sherry, as an adult, has chosen to speak publicly, publish a memoir, and advocate for legislation. Her public choices allow more room to discuss her role than would be appropriate for the minor children. Even so, the fact that Sherry has spoken does not make every part of her pain public property. Her published account can be cited and considered without turning her private life into another form of consumption. That line should remain visible. Survivor testimony is not a buffet. It is not an invitation to extract every detail. It is evidence, witness, warning, and self-definition. Sherry's importance in this story lies not in how much pain can be described, but in the fact that she moved from being one of Ruby's subjects to being one of Ruby's clearest public challengers. She was filmed. Then she testified. She was narrated. Then she wrote. She was one of the children inside the brand. Then she helped expose the brand's cost. The younger children deserve the chance to do something different, or nothing public at all. Their silence should not be treated as absence. It may be protection. It may be healing. It may be childhood reclaimed after too many adults made decisions about their visibility. Not every survivor needs to become an advocate. Not every child saved from abuse owes the public a future statement. Sherry chose speech. That choice gave the case another kind of ending. Not closure, but correction. Ruby's version of family life had dominated the screen for years. Sherry's version did not restore what was lost, but it punctured the old performance. It made clear that the camera's view was not the whole truth. It made clear that the child inside the content may remember the content very differently from the parent who posted it. For Ruby, motherhood had been a platform. For Sherry, childhood had been the cost. That is why her voice belongs here, after the evidence and before the wider reckoning. She connects the private harm to the public system. She stands between the House and the law, between the videos and the legislation, between the children who cannot yet speak and the adults who still need to listen. The daughter who had once been watched became the daughter who spoke. And when she spoke, the story of 8 passengers could no longer belong to Ruby alone. Chapter 12. Children are not content. Ruby Franck did not invent family vlogging. She entered a world that was already waiting for her. By the time 8 passengers began, YouTube had already trained millions of viewers to feel at home inside other people's homes. The platform rewarded intimacy. It rewarded consistency. It rewarded faces viewers recognized and routines they could follow. A family that uploaded regularly could become part of a stranger's day in the same way a television program once had, except the feeling was different. Television was obviously produced. Family vlogging claimed to be real. That claim was the hook. The viewer was not only watching a show. The viewer was being invited into breakfast, homework, birthday parties, arguments, illnesses, school runs, shopping trips, bedtime routines, and consequences. The camera entered spaces once understood as private. It showed kitchens before they were cleaned, children before they were ready, bedrooms before they were guarded, and family conflict before it was processed. The more ordinary the scene, the more powerful the illusion. This was not acting, viewers were told. This was life. But if a child's life is filmed, edited, uploaded, monetized, and used to build a brand, the question cannot end with whether the footage is real. It has to ask who benefits from the reality. It has to ask who controls it. It has to ask whether a child can meaningfully agree to the permanent public use of her childhood. It has to ask what happens when the person filming also controls food, housing, punishment, transport, money, and affection. Family vlogging turns parenthood into production. That does not make every family vlogger abusive. It does not mean every parent who posts a child online is exploiting that child. Family photographs, holiday videos, and proud updates existed long before YouTube. Parents have always shared pieces of their children's lives with relatives, neighbors, school communities, and friends. The difference is scale, permanence, and money. A photo in a family album is not the same as a monetized video available to strangers across the world. A story told to a grandmother is not the same as a clip circulated on a platform that rewards views, comments, shares, and watch time. A child being silly at home is not the same as a child whose silly moment becomes part of an income stream. A private memory fades in the telling. Online content can remain searchable after the child becomes an adult. Ruby's family lived inside that difference. The Franck children were not occasional background figures. They were part of the channel's premise. The title 8 Passengers did not name only Ruby. It named the family. Viewers watched because there were 6 children moving through different ages, temperaments, and conflicts. The children gave the channel its texture. Their lives supplied the material. A family vlogging parent may say that the whole family benefits from the income. That may be true in practical ways. A successful channel can pay for housing, holidays, clothing, education, cars, and savings. But collective benefit is not the same as consent. It is not the same as control. It is not the same as a child receiving an independent share of the money earned by her own image, labor, and loss of privacy. The child may be told, later, that everything was for the family. That does not answer whether the child had a choice. Children cannot meaningfully consent to family vlogging in the way adults consent to public work. A young child cannot understand algorithms, monetization, brand deals, parasocial relationships, digital permanence, search engines, screenshots, commentary channels, fan accounts, or future embarrassment. A child cannot fully grasp that a toilet training story, a meltdown, a punishment, a medical appointment, or a school struggle may still exist online when she is applying for a job, entering a relationship, or trying to define herself outside her parents' public identity. Even teenagers, who understand more, remain dependent on the adults who control the home. A teenager may say yes because saying no is difficult. She may perform because performance has become part of family life. She may smile because the camera is on. She may accept a payment, gift, or promise because the adult holding the camera also decides what is normal. Consent inside a household is not simple. This is why family vlogging cannot be understood only as speech. It is also labor. Children in family content are not always performing a scripted role, but they are still producing value. Their presence helps build the audience. Their emotions create engagement. Their milestones create continuity. Their private lives become the raw material from which adults earn money and status. Traditional child entertainment law was built around a clearer workplace. A child actor goes to a set. There may be contracts, permits, studio teachers, limited hours, trust accounts, and labor rules. Those protections have always been imperfect, but at least the child's work is recognized as work. Family vlogging blurred that recognition. The set was home. The director was a parent. The producer was a parent. The employer was often a parent. The camera was always nearby. The performance could be described as ordinary life, which made it harder for law and culture to see it as labor. A child might be working while eating breakfast, crying over homework, or receiving a consequence. The lack of script made the exposure more intimate, not less. Ruby's channel showed how easily parental authority could become editorial authority. She could decide a punishment was content. She could decide a child's embarrassment had a lesson attached. She could decide which child's mistake would be explained to the audience. Once uploaded, the child's version had no equal platform. The parent's voice framed the event. The child's discomfort became part of the story the adult wanted to tell. The danger was not only financial exploitation. It was narrative ownership. A child in family content may grow up with strangers, believing they know her. Viewers may feel protective, judgmental, affectionate, or entitled. They may follow the child through stages of development and speak of her as if she were a character. They may comment on her body, attitude, personality, grades, friendships, clothing, faith, dating life, or family role. They may choose favorites. They may criticize. They may mourn. They may demand updates. The child becomes familiar to people she has never met. That familiarity can feel like love from the viewer's side. From the child's side, it can feel like exposure. It can make the world less private. A stranger can recognize a child in public and know details the child did not choose to share. A classmate can find old footage. A future employer can search. A future partner can watch the child at 8, 10, 13, 16, before she had any meaningful ability to decide what should be preserved. This is the cost hidden beneath the wholesome surface. Family vlogging often presents itself as connection. It says, "Come with us. Learn with us. Laugh with us. Watch our family grow." But the connection is unequal. The viewer can close the tab. The child remains in the archive. Ruby Franck's case forced a broader public reckoning because it joined two forms of harm that are often discussed separately: the exploitation of children as content, and the abuse of children inside a private home. They are not the same thing. The fact that Ruby filmed her children did not prove she would later commit aggravated child abuse. Many parents post too much about their children without committing crimes. The law should not treat oversharing as the same as physical abuse. But Ruby's case does reveal a shared problem: adult control over a child's reality. In the vlogging years, Ruby controlled the public meaning of her children's lives. In the Connections years, she and Hildebrandt controlled the moral meaning of their suffering. The mechanisms were different, but the child's position had a grim continuity. Adults interpreted. Adults published. Adults punished. Adults profited. Adults claimed authority. Children were expected to live inside the meaning adults assigned to them. That is why the family vlogging issue belongs in this book. It is not a side topic. It is part of how Ruby became Ruby to the world. Without 8 passengers, she may still have been a strict mother in Utah. With 8 passengers, she became a parenting authority to strangers. She gained influence. She gained an audience. She gained confidence from public validation. She gained a platform large enough to make her later partnership with Hildebrandt more powerful. The channel did not create Ruby's capacity for harm. It amplified her authority before the harm became criminal. The platform also gave viewers a false sense of participation. Many people watched the Franck children grow up. Some worried about them. Some defended Ruby. Some mocked. Some reported concerns. Some followed commentary channels. Yet the structure of the platform kept the audience at a distance from actual responsibility. Viewers could see fragments, but they could not protect the children. They could criticize Ruby, but they could not remove a child from danger. They could feel close to the family, while knowing almost nothing about what happened when the camera stopped. This is one of the cruel tricks of online intimacy. It creates witnesses without power. The viewer feels present. The child remains alone. After Ruby's conviction, the policy conversation grew louder. Sherry Franck became one of the voices pushing that conversation forward. As an adult who had grown up inside a family vlogging household, she could explain what lawmakers and viewers often missed. The child in the content is not merely being documented. The child is part of the product. Utah's 2025 child influencer law was a direct response to that problem. It requires certain parents who profit from content featuring their minor children to set aside money for those children. It also gives adults who appeared in online content as minors a path to request removal or editing of that content. The law did not undo what happened to the Franck children. It did, however, acknowledge that a child's appearance in monetized family content has value that should not belong entirely to the parent. That is a significant shift. For years, the internet treated family vlogging as a parent's choice. The parent had a camera. The parent had an account. The parent had the right to speak about family life. The child was folded into that choice. Utah's law, like earlier reforms in other states, recognized that the child has separate interests. Separate money. Separate privacy. Separate future rights. Illinois had already moved in that direction. Its child influencer law, which took effect in July 2024, requires parents who earn money from content featuring children under 16 to set aside a portion of those earnings when the child appears in a significant amount of the content. The law also allows children to sue if the money is not properly preserved. It was widely described as the first law of its kind in the United States. Other states followed or considered similar protections. The details vary, but the pattern is clear. Lawmakers began to see that the old categories were not enough. A child in a family vlog may not look like a child actor on a studio lot, but she may be generating money all the same. A bedroom may not look like a set, but it can function like one. A parent may not call herself an employer, but she may be profiting from the child's labor. The law is still catching up. Even the new protections leave major questions. Money is only one part of the problem. A trust account cannot give back privacy. A deletion right at 18 cannot remove every saved copy, reaction video, screenshot, or repost. A percentage of earnings cannot erase humiliation. Record-keeping requirements cannot solve the emotional pressure of being filmed by the person you depend on for love and shelter. Financial reform is necessary. It is not enough. Children also need the right to say no. They need adults outside the family business who can recognize when content has become coercive. They need limits on filming intimate moments. They need protection from being turned into examples, warnings, jokes, moral lessons, or proof of a parent's authority. They need a cultural shift in which audiences stop rewarding parents for exposing children at their most vulnerable. That last part is uncomfortable because it implicates viewers. Family vlogging exists because people watch it. The platforms built the machinery. Parents supplied the content. Advertisers supplied money. But audiences supplied attention. A video about a child's punishment, medical diagnosis, first period, panic attack, school failure, or emotional breakdown becomes profitable because viewers click, watch, comment, and share. Concern can become engagement. Outrage can become traffic. Even criticism can feed the system. Ruby's critics were often right to be concerned. But concern still circulated the children's images. That does not mean viewers are responsible for Ruby's crimes. They are not. It does mean the public has to examine the appetite that made such channels powerful. Why do strangers want access to children's private lives? Why does a parent's explanation of a child's punishment feel instructive rather than invasive? Why does a child's embarrassment become a teachable moment for adults outside the family? Why do viewers treat a filmed child as someone they are entitled to know? The answers are not flattering. Family content can feel comforting. It can offer models of order, joy, faith, discipline, or chaos managed well. It can make viewers feel less alone. It can entertain children who want to watch other children. It can create a sense of community around parenting. None of that is inherently malicious. But comfort for the viewer can coexist with cost to the child. That cost is easier to ignore when the parent appears loving. It is easier to ignore when the home is tidy, the children are smiling, the music is bright, and the thumbnails look wholesome. It is easier to ignore when the family shares the viewer's values, religion, politics, or parenting instincts. It is easier to ignore when the child seems used to the camera. Children can become used to many things that are not good for them. The camera can become normal because the parent makes it normal. A child may perform because performance is rewarded. She may stop objecting because objection is punished or mocked. She may not know what privacy feels like. She may not know that another version of childhood is possible. Ruby's children were raised inside the normalization of being watched. That did not cause the abuse in Hildebrandt's house, but it shaped the world around them before the abuse. It made public exposure ordinary. It made Ruby's authority public. It gave her a platform from which she could later pivot into connections. It meant that when the criminal case broke, the children were already known to millions. Their privacy had already been compromised before the worst details became public record. This is one of the deepest wrongs in the case. The children were exposed twice. First as content, then as victims. The first exposure made the second more public. When R escaped, the world did not learn only that an unnamed Utah child had been abused. It learned that the child belonged to a famous YouTube family. Viewers knew his face. They knew his siblings. They could search old videos. They could connect court documents to childhood footage. The family brand ensured that the children's victimhood would not be anonymous. That is why this book uses initials for the minor children. Their names are already out there. That does not mean they must be repeated. Public availability is not the same as ethical necessity. The law may allow certain information to be printed. A writer still chooses what to emphasize, what to omit, and whose dignity to preserve. The same principle applies to family vlogging reform. Just because a parent can upload something does not mean they should. Just because a child appears willing does not mean the choice is free. Just because the content is legal does not mean it is harmless. Just because the audience enjoys it does not mean the child's future self will consent. Ruby Franck's downfall should not be used to suggest that all family vloggers are secret abusers. That would be lazy and unfair. But it should destroy the innocence of the genre. No one can honestly pretend now that family vlogging is only home video with better lighting. It is a business model built on intimate access to children. Some families may manage that access carefully. Some may not. The risk belongs to the structure itself. The structure gives adults too much power. It gives children too few rights. Ruby's case exposed the worst possible version of that imbalance. A mother with an audience presented herself as principled, strict, and faithful. Viewers watched, worried, defended, criticized, and consumed. A therapist coach entered the picture and intensified Ruby's certainty. The children disappeared from public view, but the authority created during the public years remained. When the abuse was finally discovered, the world looked back at the channel and saw not a record of safety, but a record of adult control. The lesson is not that cameras always cause harm. The lesson is that cameras do not create accountability by themselves. Visibility is not protection. Monetization is not care. A parent's love is not a regulatory system. A child's smile is not consent. A family brand is not proof of a healthy family. Children are not content. They are not supporting characters in a parent's career. They are not props in a moral lesson. They are not proof of a mother's competence, a father's leadership, a church's values, a coach's program, or a family's wholesomeness. They are people whose lives extend beyond the adult stories told about them. Ruby Franck's children deserved that recognition before the arrests. So do all the children still growing up inside the frame. Chapter 13. The Language of Righteousness. The Ruby Franck case cannot be understood without religion. It also cannot be reduced to religion. Both statements are true, and both are necessary. If the religious context is ignored, the story loses one of the main languages Ruby and Jody Hildebrandt used to explain themselves. If the religious context is treated as the cause of the abuse, the story becomes careless, unfair, and too simple. Ruby Franck was not merely a mother who happened to live in Utah. She was raised and formed in a culture where the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints provided much of the language around family, obedience, motherhood, repentance, worthiness, and eternal purpose. Jodi Hildebrandt moved in a similar cultural world. Both women knew how to speak in terms that would sound familiar to many Latter-day Saints, even when the use they made of those terms became extreme and destructive. The issue is not that Ruby believed in family. The issue is what happened when family became image, when obedience became control, when repentance became punishment, and when spiritual language was used to explain away a child's suffering. For many Latter-day Saints, family is not simply a private preference. It is a sacred structure. Church teaching places the family at the center of God's plan. Marriage, parenthood, children, and home life are given eternal significance. Parents are taught to love and care for their children, to raise them in righteousness, and to provide for their physical and spiritual needs. At its best, that can produce a deeply committed form of family life. It can create meals delivered to sick neighbors, teenagers raised inside strong community networks, grandparents who show up, church members who help with moves, illnesses, and new babies, and parents who take seriously the moral weight of raising children with love. At its worst, or when distorted by the wrong person, the same cultural intensity around family can create pressure to appear righteous even when a home is unsafe. A family can become a performance of faith. A mother can become the evidence. Ruby's public life sat directly inside that tension. Her household was not presented as random domestic chaos. It was presented as purposeful. It was ordered, morally framed, religiously adjacent, and built around the image of a mother who understood consequences. Her authority was not only practical. It carried the feel of righteousness. She was not just organizing a house. She was building a home. In Latter-day Saint culture, the distinction matters. The home is often spoken of as a sacred place, a place of instruction, prayer, spiritual safety, and family unity. Parents are not simply caretakers. They are stewards. A mother may understand her labor as eternal labor. Dishes, school lunches, scripture study, bedtime, discipline, modesty, dating rules, and family prayer can all be folded into one larger moral project. That framework can give dignity to ordinary domestic work. It can also make the domestic worker harder to question. Ruby's public identity depended heavily on the dignity of motherhood. She presented herself as someone engaged in difficult, necessary, and principled labor. When viewers criticized her parenting, the criticism could be read not only as disagreement with a mother, but as hostility to a set of values: discipline, family order, religion, traditional parenting, responsibility. That is part of how righteousness can become armor. The armor does not have to be issued by a church. It can be built by the person wearing it. Ruby did not need an official church leader to tell her she was above criticism. She needed only a moral vocabulary strong enough to make criticism feel like persecution, misunderstanding, or worldly softness. Jodi Hildebrandt supplied a sharper vocabulary. Connections spoke in the language of truth and distortion. Those words are not official Latter-day Saint doctrine in the way baptism, priesthood, sacrament, or temple covenants are, but they easily attach themselves to a religious culture already fluent in moral categories. Truth mattered. Repentance mattered. Obedience mattered. Humility mattered. The danger was not that these words existed. The danger was that Hildebrandt's system gave two adults permission to define them absolutely. Once Ruby and Hildebrandt decided what truth was, anyone who resisted could be labeled distorted. That included children. A child who objected was not merely unhappy. A child who cried was not merely afraid. A child who wanted food, water, rest, or comfort was not simply a child in need. Under the system Ruby and Hildebrandt built, ordinary child needs could be reinterpreted as moral failure, manipulation, or evil. The Washington County Attorney's Office later described the case as rooted in religious extremism. The official summary stated that investigators believed Ruby and Hildebrandt were motivated by religious extremism and appeared to believe the abuse was necessary to teach the children to repent for imagined sins and to cast evil spirits from their bodies. That is not ordinary church teaching. It is also not religiously neutral. The words repent, sin, evil spirits, and demon do not come from secular parenting manuals. They come from religious imagination. The abuse was not just punishment. It was punishment made holy in the minds of the adults inflicting it. That is what made it so dangerous. Pain could be understood not as evidence that something was wrong, but as evidence that something righteous was happening. When suffering becomes proof of spiritual progress, mercy becomes suspect. This is one of the most frightening features of religious extremism in the home. It does not always look like a large public movement. It does not always involve a recognized sect, a compound, a charismatic male prophet, or a breakaway congregation. Sometimes it forms quietly, between two adults, in a suburban house, with familiar words and an escalating certainty that God, truth, or righteousness requires cruelty. That cruelty may still sound pious. The parent may cry. She may pray. She may speak of love. She may say the child's soul is at stake. She may claim the punishment hurts her too. She may believe she is sacrificing comfort for eternal good. She may present ordinary compassion as weakness. Ruby's case shows why sincerity is not enough. A person can sincerely believe she is acting for God and still be abusing a child. A person can sincerely believe a child is evil and still be wrong. A person can sincerely believe pain is necessary and still be criminally responsible for causing it. Sincerity may help explain conduct. It does not sanctify conduct. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, in its official abuse materials, defines abuse as mistreatment or neglect that causes physical, emotional, or sexual harm. Its policy materials state that the first responsibility in abuse cases is to help those who have been abused and protect those who may be vulnerable to future abuse. Those official statements do not support what Ruby and Hildebrandt did. They condemn the category of harm the children endured. That distinction must remain clear. Ordinary Latter-day Saints did not abuse R. and Ruby Franck and Jody Hildebrandt did. Ordinary church teaching did not order the children to be deprived, isolated, or harmed. Ruby and Hildebrandt did that while using religiously charged language and beliefs to justify it. But avoiding unfair blame does not mean avoiding cultural analysis. Ruby's religious background still matters, because culture shapes what sounds plausible. A person raised inside one moral vocabulary may find certain kinds of authority easier to accept. A mother who believes deeply in obedience, repentance, and parental stewardship may be vulnerable to a system that radicalizes those ideas. A counselor fluent in the same religious culture may know how to make severity sound like spiritual seriousness. That is the line this book has to walk. It cannot say, "The church made Ruby do this." It can say, Ruby used religious language and a faith-shaped authority structure to understand and justify what she did. It can say, Hildebrandt's system drew power from familiar moral ideas and made them more extreme. It can say, a culture that prizes family, obedience, and righteousness can be exploited by people who remove those values from compassion and accountability. That is not an attack on every person inside the faith. It is a warning about what can happen when sacred language is used without humility. Ruby's story is especially painful for people who know the culture from the inside. The words are recognizable. The pressure is recognizable. The expectation that family should look functional is recognizable. The fear of being seen as unrighteous, rebellious, worldly, or deceived is recognizable. So is the habit of placing enormous spiritual meaning on children's behavior. That does not mean most families become abusive. Most do not. But the cultural familiarity of the words can make extremism harder to identify at first. A mother talking about repentance does not sound immediately dangerous in a Latter-day Saint context. A parent wanting children to obey may sound ordinary. A counselor talking about truth may sound respectable. A family emphasizing discipline may sound like a family trying to hold standards. The problem begins when the words stop being accountable to reality. A child is hungry. The adult says it is repentance. A child is afraid. The adult says it is distortion. A child is injured. The adult says evil is being confronted. A child asks for help. The adult says the child is manipulating. At that point, the language has become a cage. The children in Ruby's care were trapped not only by adult power, but by adult interpretation. Their bodies said one thing. Ruby and Hildebrandt's language said another. Their pain said something was wrong. The adult's ideology said the pain was deserved. Their need for care said they were children. The adult's belief system treated them as spiritual enemies. This is why the case feels so disturbing beyond the facts of the abuse itself. It was not only that Ruby hurt her children. It was that she appears to have constructed a moral world in which hurting them could be described as saving them. That is the inversion at the center of the case. Care became cruelty. Protection became isolation. Repentance became deprivation. Motherhood became domination. The court could not fully resolve that inversion. Courts punish crimes. They do not heal corrupted language. They can name abuse, impose prison terms, remove children from danger, and create public records. They cannot by themselves restore the meaning of words like love, truth, discipline, or repentance after those words have been used to harm. That restoration belongs elsewhere. It belongs to survivors, therapists, families, communities, writers, lawmakers, clergy, former believers and current believers willing to tell the truth about power. It belongs to anyone who insists that a child's well-being must come before an adult's ideology. It belongs to anyone who refuses to let religious language shield abuse. In this case, the word Mormon will appear in headlines because it is familiar, short, and culturally legible. The formal name of the church is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Many members prefer Latter-day Saint over Mormon, following the church's own style guidance. But the wider public often still uses Mormon as shorthand for the religious and cultural world Ruby came from. That shorthand can be useful and misleading at the same time. Useful, because it tells readers something about the Utah religious culture surrounding the family. Misleading, because it can flatten millions of people into the actions of two convicted child abusers. The responsible approach is not to erase the term or overuse it. It is to be precise. Ruby and Hildebrandt were associated with a Latter-day Saint cultural world. They used religiously resonant ideas. Investigators describe the abuse as motivated by religious extremism. The church's official teachings do not endorse abuse, and its materials instruct protection of victims. Those facts can stand together. The deeper question is how any community, religious or not, responds when authority becomes dangerous. Latter-day Saint culture is not unique in this problem. Other religious communities have also struggled with abuse hidden behind obedience, purity, gender roles, family privacy, clerical authority, or spiritual language. Secular communities have their own versions. Therapeutic jargon, wellness culture, authoritarian schools, extreme parenting movements, self-help gurus, online coaching programs. The pattern is wider than one church. A closed system claims special knowledge. An authority figure defines reality. Doubt becomes disloyalty. Pain becomes necessary. Outsiders become dangerous. The vulnerable person becomes the problem. Ruby and Hildebrandt's system followed that pattern. Their religious language gave it a particular flavor, but the mechanism itself is recognizable in many forms of coercive control. The adult with power claims to see what others cannot. The child's protest is invalidated before it can be heard. The system protects itself by turning compassion into weakness and criticism into evil. That is why children need more than good intentions. They need adults who are not afraid to question authority. They need communities where obedience is never valued above safety. They need religious leaders, therapists, teachers, and neighbors who understand that a child's body is telling the truth even when an adult has an explanation. They need parents who can say, "I might be wrong," before certainty becomes harm. Ruby did not say that soon enough. Hildebrandt appears not to have said it at all. The language of righteousness had given them too much confidence. It allowed them to believe that severity was courage and that doubt was surrender. It allowed them to look at children and see sin instead of need. It allowed them to interpret suffering as proof that the lesson was working. The neighbor's door broke that language because the neighbor responded to the child, not the theology. He did not need to decide whether Ruby was a good Latter-day Saint, a bad Latter-day Saint, a deceived mother, a harsh parent, a connections follower, or a religious extremist. He saw a child in danger and called for help. That simple moral clarity did what Ruby's elaborate moral system could not. It protected the vulnerable. That is the standard by which every belief system, family system, and parenting philosophy should be judged, not by how righteous it sounds, by whether the child is safe. Chapter 14, The Business of Being Healed. Jody Hildebrandt did not arrive in Ruby Frank's life as a random internet friend. She arrived with credentials. That was part of her power. Hildebrandt was not simply an opinionated woman online, nor only a religious neighbor with strict ideas about obedience. She was a licensed clinical mental health counselor in Utah. She had the language of therapy, the confidence of a teacher, the authority of a professional, and the certainty of someone who claimed to understand what was wrong inside other people. People came to her for help. That is where the danger begins. Help is one of the most vulnerable words in human life. People seek help when they are frightened, ashamed, confused, depressed, addicted, betrayed, overwhelmed, grieving, or desperate. Couples seek help when their marriages are collapsing. Parents seek help when children frighten or defy them. Religious people seek help when they believe their spiritual lives are failing. A person in that position may not be looking for nuance. They may be looking for someone who sounds certain enough to make the pain stop. Hildebrandt sounded certain. Connections Classroom was presented as a route to mental fitness and relational connection. It offered videos, workbooks, classes, coaching, seminars, and principles. It was not described publicly as a torture system. It was not marketed as a way to destroy families. It did not announce itself as extremism. It wore the clothes of healing. That is why it worked. Dangerous systems rarely introduce themselves honestly. They do not say, "This program will isolate you from people who love you." They say, "This program will teach you truth." They do not say, "This person will gain power over your marriage, your parenting, and your children." They say, "This person will help you see clearly." They do not say, "Your doubts are being trained out of you." They say, "Your resistance is distortion." The language of connections turned ordinary therapeutic ideas into a closed moral world. Truth, distortion, humility, agency, accountability, connection. The words themselves were not dangerous. A good therapist may speak of truth. A healthy family may need accountability. A recovering person may need to recognize distorted thoughts. A relationship may need humility. But in Hildebrandt's system, those words became more than tools. They became categories of reality. A person was either in truth or distortion. A person was either humble or resistant. A person was either connected or unsafe. That kind of structure can feel clarifying to someone in distress. It can turn the mess of ordinary human pain into a map with only two colors. It can make a confused parent feel strong. It can make a failing marriage feel diagnosable. It can make a believer feel that God has shown the exact path forward. It can also make the helper impossible to question. If the counselor defines truth, disagreement becomes distortion. If the coach defines humility, objection becomes pride. If the program defines safety, family members outside the program can be treated as dangerous. The authority figure no longer has to prove the claim. The claim is built into the vocabulary. Hildebrandt had already shown troubling professional judgment before she became nationally infamous. In 2012, Utah licensing records described unprofessional conduct connected to her disclosure of sensitive client information. Reporting on the case stated that she had discussed a client's private information with Latter-day Saint clergy and Brigham Young University without proper authorization. Her license was placed on probation for 18 months. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints said she was no longer on its family services referral list because of that matter. The details of that earlier case matter because they show a boundary problem. Therapy depends on boundaries. A client enters a room and speaks about shame, secrecy, marriage, sex, addiction, faith, anger, family, and fear. The therapist's power comes not only from training, but from access. She is allowed into the private life of another person. The ethical rules around confidentiality are not decorative. They are part of the safety structure that makes therapy possible. When a therapist mishandles private information, the harm is not merely administrative. It tells clients that their vulnerability may not belong to them. Hildebrandt's earlier discipline did not end her career. After probation, she continued to practice and build connections. This is one of the unsettling parts of the case. The warning was real. The system responded. But the response did not remove Hildebrandt permanently from positions of influence. She remained able to present herself as a professional helper. She remained able to attract clients. She remained able to speak with the authority of someone trained and licensed. That authority later surrounded Ruby. Ruby did not come to Hildebrandt as a blank slate. She already had an audience, a severe parenting style, and a public identity built on consequences. But Hildebrandt had something Ruby did not, a professionalized framework. Ruby could say a child needed discipline. Hildebrandt could make discipline sound like therapeutic necessity, spiritual truth, and moral rescue all at once. Together, they became more dangerous than either woman's public persona alone. Connections did not function only as private counseling. It became media. Hildebrandt and Ruby offered parenting seminars, launched content together, and posted on the Shared Moms of Truth account. Ruby's family vlogging audience gave Hildebrandt access to viewers who already trusted Ruby as a mother. Hildebrandt's credentials gave Ruby's harshness a new kind of legitimacy. The partnership was mutually reinforcing. Ruby brought reach. Hildebrandt brought authority. The audience saw two women presenting themselves as truth-tellers. They were not offering casual opinions. They were teaching. They were instructing parents on how to think. They were defining love, correction, distortion, selfishness, and accountability. The style was not tentative. It did not leave much room for ordinary parental doubt. That lack of doubt is one of the most frightening features of the story. Good therapy should create more contact with reality, not less. It should help a person tolerate complexity. It should expand a client's ability to see others as full human beings. It should support safety. It should recognize power imbalances. It should never require a parent to stop seeing a child as a child. Hildebrandt's system, as it functioned around Ruby, did the opposite. It narrowed. It judged. It isolated. It categorized. It made ordinary concern look weak and outside criticism look corrupt. It did not help Ruby question whether her severity had gone too far. It appears to have told her that severity was evidence of truth. This is where coaching and therapy become important as separate categories. Therapy is regulated. A therapist must be licensed, must follow ethical rules, and can be disciplined by a licensing board. That structure does not prevent every harm, as Hildebrandt's case shows, but it creates some form of oversight. Coaching is much looser. A person can call herself a coach without the same kind of professional regulation. Life coaching, parenting coaching, relationship coaching, and spiritual coaching can overlap with therapy in practice, while avoiding the full obligations of therapy in law. A client may not understand the difference. They may hear similar language, pay similar fees, attend similar sessions, and reveal similarly intimate information. But the protections may be far weaker. Connection sat in that blurry space between therapy, coaching, religion, and media. That blur served the brand. If criticized as therapy, it could sound like education. If criticized as religious teaching, it could sound like mental fitness. If criticized as harsh parenting advice, it could sound like accountability. If criticized as control, it could sound like truth. The category could shift depending on which label was most useful. Blurred authority is hard to regulate. It is also hard for families to challenge. A spouse may think she is a professional. A church member may think she speaks our language. A parent may think she understands my child better than I do. A viewer may think Ruby trusts her, so she must be credible. A client may think, if this hurts, maybe that means the program is working. That last thought is especially dangerous. Healthy help may be uncomfortable. Therapy can involve painful honesty. Recovery can require accountability. Family repair can require difficult conversations. But discomfort is not proof that help is good. Pain is not proof of truth. A person can be hurt by a program and be told that the hurt is evidence of resistance. Once that happens, the program becomes almost impossible to disprove from the inside. If it feels good, it is working. If it hurts, it is working. If people approve, they see the truth. If people object, they are in distortion. That is not therapy. That is a trap. The released evidence in the Frank-Hildebrandt case showed how far the trap extended. Ruby's children were not treated as children with needs. They were treated as moral problems. Their fear, hunger, pain, and resistance were interpreted through adult certainty. Hildebrandt's ideology helped create the language for that interpretation. Ruby's motherhood gave it access to the children. The result was not a failed self-help course. It was felony child abuse. When Hildebrandt surrendered her counseling license after the arrests, the Utah Department of Commerce said the step was taken to protect the safety of her patients and clients while the criminal allegations were addressed. Later, after her conviction, Utah's Division of Professional Licensing revoked her clinical mental health counseling license. By then, the professional title had already done its damage. A license can be revoked. The influence it created is harder to undo. The people who trusted Hildebrandt were not foolish simply because they trusted someone with credentials. Credentials are supposed to mean something. They tell the public that a person has met educational and ethical requirements. They suggest accountability. They make a helper easier to trust. That is why misuse of credentials is so serious. The betrayal is not only personal, it is institutional. Every profession built around vulnerability depends on public trust. When a therapist uses authority to control instead of care, the harm travels outward. Former clients may doubt themselves. Families may question whether help can ever be safe. Survivors may feel ashamed for trusting someone who sounded so certain. People who need legitimate mental health care may hesitate to seek it. That is another reason precision matters. The lesson of Hildebrandt is not that therapy is dangerous. The lesson is that therapy without boundaries is dangerous. Credentials without humility are dangerous. Coaching without oversight is dangerous. Religious language inside counseling can be dangerous when it increases shame rather than safety. A helper who cannot be questioned is dangerous. The helper's role must never become sacred. In Ruby's life, Hildebrandt appears to have become more than a counselor. She became teacher, business partner, spiritual interpreter, close companion, and authority figure. Those roles collided. A therapist should not need a client's obedience. A coach should not control access to family. A business partner should not become the moral judge of a household. A spiritual advisor should not replace a parent's obligation to protect a child's body. Hildebrandt's power grew in the collision. Ruby's world narrowed around it. The separation from Kevin, the break with extended family, the shift away from 8 passengers, the rise of moms of truth, and the movement of the younger children into Hildebrandt's home all happened within that narrowing world. Each step reduced ordinary outside correction. Each step made Hildebrandt's interpretation more dominant. Each step made Ruby's obedience to the system easier to frame as righteousness. The children were at the end of that chain. They were not clients. They did not seek help from connections. They did not choose Hildebrandt. They did not consent to being treated as subjects in a moral experiment. Yet they became the people most harmed by a system sold to adults as healing. That is the obscenity of the case. The business of being healed became the business of hurting children. Connections promised connection, but the effect was disconnection. Ruby disconnected from her husband. She disconnected from relatives. She disconnected from viewers who questioned her. Most dangerously, she disconnected from the ordinary moral recognition that a child in pain needs care. The words remained beautiful. The reality became brutal. This is why the story of Jody Hildebrandt must not be treated as a side plot. Ruby was the children's mother, and Ruby's guilt is central. But Hildebrandt supplied the system that helped Ruby rename cruelty as correction. She provided the house, the language, the professional status, and the partnership. Without her, Ruby might still have been harsh, controlling, and exploitative. With her, Ruby became part of a closed world that prosecutors later described as religious extremism. The authority of the helper had become part of the harm. That is a warning far beyond this case. When a person seeks help, they may be asked to be vulnerable. Vulnerability is necessary for real healing. But vulnerability requires safeguards. It requires ethics. It requires consent. It requires accountability outside the helper's own system. It requires a clear boundary between guidance and control. It requires the helper to remain answerable to something larger than her own certainty. Hildebrandt's system failed that test. Ruby followed her into that failure. The children paid for it. The tragedy is that the language of help was always nearby. Healing, connection, truth, accountability, mental fitness, relationship repair. These are not ugly words. They are words people need when life breaks open. But words do not become safe because they sound safe. A program should be judged by what it does to the vulnerable. A therapist should be judged by whether clients become freer, safer, and more connected to reality. A parenting system should be judged by whether children are protected, fed, heard, and loved. A spiritual teaching should be judged by whether it preserves human dignity, especially for those with the least power. By that measure, Connections was not a path to truth. It was a system that helped Ruby stop seeing the truth in front of her. Her children were hungry. Her children were afraid. Her children were hurt. No doctrine of healing can survive that fact. Chapter 15, The Audience. No family channel exists without an audience. A camera can record a household. A parent can edit the footage. A platform can host it. Advertisers can monetize it. But the channel becomes powerful only when people watch. Ruby Frank's authority grew in front of viewers. It grew one upload at a time, one comment at a time, one recommendation at a time. The 8 passengers audience did not make Ruby abuse her children. That responsibility belongs to Ruby and Jody Hildebrandt. But the audience helped create the conditions in which Ruby became a public parenting figure before she became a convicted child abuser. That is an uncomfortable fact. It is easier to tell this story as though Ruby existed on one side of the screen and everyone else existed innocently on the other. In that version, viewers were only observers. They watched a family. They enjoyed or criticized the content. They reacted when things became alarming. Then, after the arrest, they were horrified. Some of that is true. It is not the whole truth. Online family life is not watched neutrally. It is consumed. It is discussed, defended, clipped, reposted, criticized, mocked, praised, and analyzed. The audience does not control the home, but it helps determine which homes become famous. It rewards certain performances. It keeps channels alive through attention. It can make a mother feel admired, envied, misunderstood, or persecuted. It can transform an ordinary woman's confidence into influence. Ruby's audience was large enough to matter. At its height, 8 Passengers had millions of subscribers and was widely described as one of the better-known family vlogging channels. The channel's appeal was not built on one dramatic event. It was built on repetition. Children waking up, going to school, coming home, eating dinner, arguing, being corrected, growing older. Viewers returned because the family had become familiar. Familiarity is one of the strongest currencies online. A viewer who watches a child grow over years may feel affection. A viewer who watches a mother manage 6 children may feel trust. A viewer who watches a household daily may feel as though she understands the family's rhythm. That feeling can be powerful even when it is built from edited fragments. The audience knew the Franks in the way audiences know online families. Intimately, and not at all. They knew the kitchen, but not the whole marriage. They knew the children's faces, but not their private feelings. They knew Ruby's explanations, but not every consequence. They knew the brand, but not the home. This false intimacy is central to family vlogging. The viewer is invited to feel close without bearing responsibility. The parent gives access but keeps control. The child becomes familiar but remains unreachable. The audience can comment, but it cannot intervene. It can worry, but it cannot enter. It can feel invested, but it has no real duty of care. The result is a strange moral arrangement. The audience sees enough to feel involved and not enough to protect. That arrangement was visible in the public concern around Ruby's discipline. Long before the 2023 arrests, viewers had argued over the Franks' parenting. Some were troubled by the bedroom punishment involving C. Some were disturbed by the lunch incident involving E. Some defended Ruby's approach as firm but fair. Others saw humiliation and deprivation. People made petitions. They contacted authorities. They posted commentary. They argued in comment sections. The concern was real. So was the engagement. A clip that unsettles viewers can also attract more viewers. A controversy can damage a brand and feed it at the same time. People who dislike a channel may still watch to gather evidence. People who defend the parent may watch to push back. Commentary channels may critique the material while extending its reach. Outrage can become traffic. Concern can become content. This is one of the ugliest loops of the attention economy. A child's distress can make adults watch longer. Not because every viewer is cruel. Many viewers who criticized Ruby were sincerely worried. Some tried to report what they saw. Some felt vindicated after the arrest in a way no decent person would have wanted to be. But the platform did not separate protective attention from profitable attention. A view was a view. Engagement was engagement. The machine did not ask whether the viewer was watching out of love, suspicion, disgust, or entertainment. It counted. Ruby's critics therefore occupied a painful position. They were right to notice warning signs. They were right to object to children being humiliated or deprived in public. They were right to say that strict parenting should not become an excuse for cruelty. But their concern existed inside the same system that made the children visible. Every shared clip, every reaction, every argument about whether Ruby had gone too far kept the children's private lives circulating. The audience was not the abuser. The audience was not innocent of the system. That distinction matters because blame must remain proportionate. Viewers did not choose Ruby's punishments. Viewers did not move the children to Hildebrandt's home. Viewers did not create connections. Viewers did not write Ruby's journal or deny care to R and E. The criminal responsibility belongs to the convicted adults. But the wider system of family vlogging depends on viewers accepting access to children as entertainment. It depends on the normalization of private childhood being made public. It depends on audiences treating a child's embarrassment, tears, illnesses, fears, discipline, and development as consumable material. That is the part worth examining. Why did so many people watch? Some watched for comfort. Family channels can feel warm, predictable, and safe. The routines are ordinary. The children grow. The mother explains. The house has its own rhythm. A viewer may watch while folding laundry, eating lunch, nursing a baby, feeling lonely, missing family, or wanting a model for her own household. The channel can become a kind of company. Some watched for aspiration. Ruby's life appeared ordered. She had a large family, a marriage, a faith framework, a home, a system, and the confidence to explain it. For viewers overwhelmed by their own domestic lives, that confidence could seem appealing. Even if they did not agree with every choice, they could admire the apparent competence. Some watched for moral confirmation. Ruby's parenting aligned with certain ideas about discipline, obedience, and responsibility. Viewers who believed children had become too indulged could see Ruby as a corrective. She was not afraid to say no. She was not afraid of consequences. She seemed willing to parent against a softer culture. Some watched because the children were familiar. Children on family channels become part of the viewer's emotional habit. A birthday feels like an update in a story. A school year begins. A child gets braces, starts driving, leaves home, comes back, struggles, succeeds. The viewer feels continuity. Some watched because they were worried. Those reasons are different, but they all lead to the same place: attention. Ruby's channel turned attention into authority. She had subscribers, comments, reach, and influence. People listened to her because other people listened to her. Platform success has a way of making itself look like credibility. A mother with millions of followers can appear to be doing something right simply because millions of people are following. That is a dangerous illusion. Popularity is not proof of wisdom. Visibility is not proof of safety. A family brand can look wholesome while hiding harm. The audience's trust helped Ruby become a public parenting voice. The audience's criticism helped Ruby frame herself as misunderstood. Both reactions may have strengthened her certainty in different ways. Praise can make an authority figure feel validated. Criticism can make her feel persecuted. For a person already inclined towards rigid thinking, both admiration and opposition can feed the same conclusion. I am right, and other people are reacting because truth makes them uncomfortable. Later, connections would give Ruby a sharper version of that conclusion. Truth versus distortion. Inside that framework, audience criticism could be dismissed as evidence that the world did not understand righteousness. The more people objected, the more Ruby and Hildebrandt could describe themselves as brave truth-tellers. The audience was no longer only a market. It became part of the moral drama. This is another way online life can distort reality. A person under criticism can begin to confuse attention with opposition, opposition with persecution, and persecution with proof of righteousness. The comment section becomes not a place for reflection, but evidence of a fallen world. The influencer does not soften. She hardens. That hardening was visible in Ruby's public shift. The family vlogging mother became the moms of truth instructor. The home videos faded. The moral certainty intensified. The audience that once watched children's routines was now being addressed by adults claiming to speak in universal principles. Ruby did not become less authoritative when the children became less visible. She became more ideological. The audience followed in fragments. Some long-time viewers left. Some watched the connection's content with concern. Some followed commentary around it rather than the original posts. Some knew only the viral controversies. Some entered the story after the arrest, when Ruby's past became a public archive to be searched for signs. That search for signs became its own form of after-the-fact participation. After R's escape, many people went back through old videos as though the answer had to be there. The beanbag, the lunch, the Christmas gifts, the wilderness program, the tone in Ruby's voice, the way a child looked at the camera, the apparent discomfort in a scene, the absence of certain children later on. Every clip became evidence in a public trial of hindsight. Hindsight feels powerful because it gives the past a pattern. It also risks turning children into clues. The children's faces, reactions, and bodies were searched for meaning by strangers. People paused videos, speculated about fear, analyzed expressions, guessed at family dynamics, and built timelines from content the children had not meaningfully chosen to create. Some of that work came from a sincere desire to understand how the abuse had happened. Some came from morbid curiosity. The children could not control the difference. Once a child's life has been made public, the audience can keep using it even after the parent is gone. That is one of the cruelest legacies of family vlogging. Ruby's channel was removed, but the archive did not vanish completely. Clips had been saved, reposted, discussed, and absorbed into other people's content. Screenshots circulated. Old controversies remained searchable. The children's childhoods could not simply be taken back. The audience had received something that did not belong to it. That does not mean every viewer acted with bad intent. Many viewers were children themselves when they watched 8 Passengers. Some may have seen the Franks as comforting or familiar. Some may have recognized their own family dynamics and felt less alone. Some may have been unsettled before they had words for why. Audiences are not one thing. They are made of people with different ages, motives, and levels of understanding. But the system treats them as one thing: traffic. It does not matter to the platform whether a viewer is a lonely teenager, a concerned mother, a critic, a fan, a journalist, a child protection advocate, or a voyeur. The metrics flatten them. Views, likes, comments, shares, watch time. The platform does not know concern as concern. It knows engagement. That flattening is part of the danger. A family's most harmful content may generate the strongest response. A parent who shares a child's punishment may receive criticism, but also more views. A video that sparks outrage may be recommended because people keep watching. A child who cries in a thumbnail may generate curiosity. The system does not need to want harm. It only needs to reward attention. This is why the audience cannot be discussed apart from the platform. Viewers make choices, but those choices happen inside a design. Platforms suggest, recommend, autoplay, and monetize. They make intimate family content easy to find and difficult to regulate. They give parents tools to build loyal audiences around children before any external adult has assessed whether the child's presence is safe or fair. They allow a parent's home to become a production company without the protections that would exist on many professional sets. The audience feels personal. The machinery is industrial. Ruby benefited from that machinery. Her family became known because YouTube made repeated access simple. Viewers could watch in sequence. They could follow years of childhood. They could form opinions and attachments. The more familiar the family became, the more valuable the family became as a brand. The children were the emotional center of that value. This is where the audience must confront its own appetite. Family vlogging often sells innocence. It offers children as proof of authenticity. A scripted adult influencer may be distrusted, but a child appears real. Children interrupt, cry, laugh, complain, misbehave, and say unexpected things. Their presence makes the content feel less manufactured. That authenticity is marketable precisely because children are less able to manage their public image. The audience gets realness. The child loses privacy. Ruby's case made the bargain impossible to ignore. When the criminal case became public, viewers realized that the family they had watched was not the family they had known. The channel had offered closeness without truth. It had provided access without safety. It had made the children visible, but not protected. The audience's grief, shock, or guilt after the arrest may have been real. But it could not change the central fact. Watching is not the same as knowing. Knowing requires responsibility. A teacher who knows a child has reporting obligations. A doctor who knows has professional duties. A neighbor who sees a child arrive injured can call emergency services. A family member who knows can intervene or report. A viewer knows differently. A viewer knows fragments mediated by the parent who controls the account. That knowledge may be enough to worry, sometimes enough to report, but rarely enough to protect. This does not mean viewers should ignore warning signs. It means the public should stop pretending that comment section concern is a child safety plan. If a family channel raises serious concern, viewers can report content to the platform, contact appropriate authorities when there is a specific welfare concern, and avoid circulating unnecessary clips of children. But the deeper solution cannot rest on viewers becoming amateur investigators. Children should not depend on strangers online to piece together danger from edited footage. The structure itself needs regulation, platform responsibility, and cultural refusal to treat children's private lives as open material. The audience's role after the arrest also requires care. Public curiosity does not end when justice begins. In some ways, it intensifies. People want body cam footage, journal entries, interrogation videos, jail calls, sentencing statements, documentaries, memoirs, interviews, and updates. Some of those materials are important for accountability. Some are necessary to understand the case. Some help expose failures and prevent future harm. But curiosity can easily become entitlement. The minor children do not owe the audience updates. Their recovery is not a sequel. Their custody arrangements are not plot points. Their future appearances, silence, healing, anger, forgiveness, or distance from Ruby are not public property. The fact that viewers once knew their names does not create a right to keep knowing them. That boundary must be drawn firmly. The audience lost access because the children deserve life beyond the audience. This is also why Sherry's public voice should not be confused with permission to pursue the younger children. Sherry is an adult who chose to speak, publish, and advocate. Her choice belongs to her. It does not transfer to her siblings. It does not give strangers the right to demand more family disclosure. A survivor's speech is not a family waiver. The audience must learn to accept silence as a form of safety. For years, Ruby's children were made visible. After the rescue, protection requires a reversal. Less visibility, fewer names, fewer images, fewer theories, fewer demands. The public can learn from the case without owning the children's futures. That is the ethical test for anyone writing, reading, or watching this story. The same attention that once built 8 passengers can still cause harm if it follows the children too closely. Attention can expose abuse, but it can also expose victims. Attention can push for reform, but it can also become another way of consuming trauma. The difference lies in who is centered. If the attention centers Ruby's choices, Hildebrandt's influence, platform incentives, legal failures, and cultural systems, it can be useful. If it centers the children's pain as spectacle, it repeats the old injury. The audience has to choose which role it will play. The Franck case is often described as a warning about family vlogging, coercive coaching, religious extremism, and child protection failure. It is all of those things. It is also a warning about spectatorship. The public cannot be content to ask why Ruby filmed so much. It must ask why so many people were willing to watch. That question has no comfortable answer. People watched because family is compelling, because children are compelling, because discipline is compelling, because moral certainty is compelling, because other people's homes are compelling, because the internet has taught viewers to confuse access with connection and connection with care. Ruby gave the audience a family to watch. The audience helped make watching that family valuable. Then, when the truth emerged, many viewers looked back in horror at what had been visible and what had been missed. The lesson should not be that viewers should have solved the case sooner. That places too much responsibility on strangers and too little on parents, professionals, platforms, and protection systems. The lesson is that children should never have been made into material so available to strangers in the first place. The audience was not the hand that harmed R&D, but the audience was part of the world that made Ruby Franck a parenting authority. It was part of the world that turned childhood into content. It was part of the world that mistook being able to see children for being able to protect them. After the neighbor's door, that illusion should be impossible to keep. Chapter 16. The systems that missed it. The easiest story is that no one saw. It is also not true. Before R escaped from Jody Hildebrandt's house, there had been concerns. There had been viewers questioning Ruby Franck's parenting. There had been online criticism. There had been family members alarmed enough to speak later about trying to help. There had been neighbors worried enough to contact authorities. There had been police visits to the Franck home. There had been involvement from Utah's Division of Child and Family Services. The danger was not completely invisible. It was incomplete. That distinction matters because child abuse is often discussed as though discovery depends on one obvious moment. A bruise seen by a teacher, a disclosure to a doctor, a neighbor's call, a police visit, a relative's warning. In some cases, one moment does change everything. In Ruby Franck's case, R's escape changed everything. But before that day, the warning signs had existed in fragments. No single fragment was enough to force the outcome that came later. A child protection system lives in those fragments. It receives partial information. It works with reports, suspicions, observations, refusals, thresholds, and legal limits. It enters families where parents have rights and children have needs. It must decide when concern becomes enough to justify state intrusion. It must distinguish poverty from neglect, strictness from abuse, family conflict from danger, malicious reports from credible ones, and hidden harm from ordinary privacy. That work is difficult. It is also supposed to be difficult. A state should not be able to enter homes casually. Families have rights. Parents have rights. Children also have rights. The right to safety, food, medical care, education, protection, and life. When those rights collide, child protection systems have to act with both caution and courage. Ruby's case shows what happens when caution is not matched quickly enough by access. Springville police records later showed repeated contact with the Franck home over several years. Reports described more than a dozen police responses or calls connected to homes owned by Ruby Franck. Some were routine or unrelated to child welfare. Others involved officers assisting DCFS workers. One call concerned reports that young children had been left alone for several days. Another followed a caseworker's concern about unsupervised children running in the street. That record does not prove that every agency failed in every instance. It does prove that concern existed before the arrest. The problem was that concern did not become protection soon enough. In 2022, Sherry Franck, then an adult daughter living outside the family home, reportedly contacted authorities because she was worried about her siblings. Neighbors also raised concerns. Police went to the home. Sometimes no one answered. Sometimes officers could not make contact with the children in the way they needed. In one welfare check, police reportedly saw children through a window, but did not have enough grounds to force entry. This is one of the most agonizing details in the case. A child can be physically present and still unreachable. An officer can stand outside a house and know something may be wrong, but the law may not allow the next step. A caseworker can suspect isolation, but still need a lawful basis to enter. A sibling can call for help and still be told, in effect, that the system needs more. A neighbor can worry and still not know what is happening inside. Abuse often survives in that gap. The gap between suspicion and proof. The gap between seeing a child and assessing a child. The gap between a closed door and a warrant. The gap between family privacy and child isolation. Ruby and Hildebrandt's later abuse was discovered only when he left the controlled space himself. That fact should disturb any system that depends on children being able to rescue themselves. A child should not have to climb out of a window and knock on a neighbor's door before adults can see him clearly enough to act. Yet that is what happened. The system did not find R reached the system. That does not mean every officer, caseworker, or neighbor failed through indifference. The record is more complicated. Some people did try. Police responded. DCFS was involved. Family members raised alarms. Neighbors called. The issue was not total absence of concern. It was the inability of concern to cross the threshold quickly enough. Threshold is one of the most important words in child protection. There are thresholds for opening a case. Thresholds for entering a home. Thresholds for removing a child. Thresholds for substantiation. Thresholds for prosecution. Each threshold is designed to protect rights and prevent overreach. But an abuser can use the same thresholds as shelter. If the adults in the home refuse access, limit contact, coach children, move locations, or present a plausible explanation, the system may be left outside until the harm becomes severe enough to satisfy the law. Isolation can become a legal strategy even when no one names it that way. A closed door protects privacy in a safe home. A closed door protects abuse in an unsafe one. From the outside, the two doors can look the same. That is why Ruby's case later became part of a wider legislative conversation in Utah. Lawmakers, advocates, and affected families debated whether child welfare workers and police needed a more specific tool to see children when there were credible safety concerns, but not yet grounds for removal. Senate Bill 124, known as the Gavin Peterson Bill, proposed a form of investigative or child safety warrant that would allow limited access to physically see and assess a child when serious concerns existed and attempts to check on the child had failed. The bill was named for Gavin Peterson, a 12-year-old Utah boy who died in 2024 after prolonged abuse. His case, like the Frank case, raised the problem of children being isolated from view while warnings accumulated. Supporters argued that a narrowly tailored warrant could close a dangerous gap. Opponents worried that the proposal went too far and risked government overreach into family homes. That debate is not simple. It should not be simple. A law that allows entry into a home must be carefully limited. It must require evidence, judicial oversight, and clear purpose. But the existence of legitimate concern about government power cannot erase the reality of children hidden behind closed doors. Parental rights are important. They are not absolute. They do not include the right to make a child unreachable when credible danger has been reported. Ruby's case belongs in that debate because her children were not unknown to the system. There had been concerns, but not enough access. There had been warning signs, but not enough authority to see inside the hidden parts of the family. The abuse that led to conviction occurred not in front of the old audience, but in isolation. The children were hidden when visitors came. They were cut off from normal interaction. Their suffering became visible only when one child escaped. Any child welfare system that cannot reliably respond to isolation has a fatal weakness. That weakness is not unique to Utah. Every child protection system faces the same tension. Too much state power can harm families. Too little state access can abandon children. The balance is not solved by slogans. Parental rights can be used to defend healthy family autonomy. It can also be used to shield neglect and abuse. Protect children can be used to justify necessary intervention. It can also be used too broadly if there are no safeguards. The question is not which phrase sounds better. The question is what happens to the child behind the door. In the Frank case, the child behind the door eventually escaped. That outcome has been described as miraculous by some, heroic by others. But a system should not require heroism from a malnourished 12-year-old. The fact that I survived long enough and had the strength to reach a neighbor should not comfort anyone. It should indict the distance between concern and protection. The school system also matters here, though the public record is less complete. Schools are often one of the strongest outside safeguards for children. Teachers see children regularly. They notice hunger, bruises, fatigue, fear, isolation, behavioral changes, and absences. School staff are mandatory reporters. The ordinary rhythm of education creates daily visibility. Ruby's children, however, were frequently outside traditional school structures. The family had discussed homeschooling and alternative education in the public record. Large parts of their lives were controlled from within the home. When children are homeschooled or otherwise kept outside ordinary institutional settings, that does not mean abuse is occurring. Many families homeschool safely and well. But it does reduce the number of mandatory reporters who see a child routinely. Isolation is not only physical. It is social, educational, medical, and relational. A child who does not see teachers, doctors, extended family, neighbors, or friends regularly has fewer chances to be noticed. A parent with harmful intentions, or a parent under the influence of a controlling system, can make isolation sound like protection, education, faithfulness, or healing. The child may vanish from ordinary public life without any single disappearance looking dramatic enough to trigger intervention. Ruby's children had once been extremely visible online. Then they became less visible in daily life. That reversal should be understood as part of the danger. Public visibility did not protect them, but private isolation made protection harder. The audience had known their faces. The agencies that mattered could not always reach their bodies. The platform missed it too, though in a different way. YouTube was not a child protection agency. It did not have direct custody power. It did not know everything happening in the front home. But platforms profit from family content, and therefore should not be treated as passive shelves on which parents place videos. They design recommendation systems. They create monetization incentives. They provide tools that allow children's lives to be packaged, searched, and sold. They benefit from engagement when viewers praise, criticize, or worry. When earlier 8 passengers' content generated concern, the platform did not become a meaningful safeguard. The children's presence online remained governed mostly by the adults who controlled the channel. Platform moderation was not built to assess the deeper well-being of children whose lives were being used as content. It could respond to obvious policy violations more easily than to patterns of humiliation, coercion, or family dysfunction. That is another system failure. Not the same as a missed welfare check, but still a failure. The online world made the children visible without making them protected. The child welfare system existed to protect children, but could not see enough. The family system had the closest access, but had narrowed around Ruby and Hildebrandt. The professional counseling system had licensed Hildebrandt, disciplined her once, and later allowed her to continue operating until after the arrests. The religious cultural environment gave familiar moral language to ideas that became extreme. Each system had a different role. Each system had limits. The children fell between them. Falling between systems is often how abuse survives. A viewer assumes authorities will act. A platform assumes parents are responsible. A neighbor assumes family members know more. A family member assumes DCFS can enter. DCFS needs evidence. Police need legal grounds. The parent closes the door. The child waits. This chain of assumption is not unique to Ruby Franck. It appears in many child abuse cases where warnings existed before rescue or death. Afterward, every warning looks brighter. Every missed contact looks unbearable. Every closed door seems like a place where someone should have pushed harder. Hindsight is necessary for reform, but it must be used carefully. The goal is not to create a false certainty that everyone knew everything. The goal is to identify where systems could have acted differently when they knew something. In Ruby's case, the clearest gap was access. Authorities and relatives could worry, but they did not always physically see and assess the children. The children were isolated enough that concern could remain outside the home. By the time the evidence became undeniable, the harm was already severe. That is why reforms around investigative warrants matter. They are not about letting the state casually inspect families. They are about creating a narrow legal path for cases where credible danger exists, efforts to see the child have failed, and the child's isolation itself has become part of the risk. Such a tool still needs judicial oversight. It still needs safeguards. It should not be used lightly. But the absence of a tool also has consequences. Ruby's story shows those consequences. The question after the case should not be, why didn't someone simply go in? The law often does not allow simply. The better question is, what lawful tool should exist when repeated concern meets repeated denial of access to a child? That question is difficult, but it is the right one. The answer must protect both family integrity and child safety. It must recognize that most parents are not Ruby Franck. It must also recognize that some parents are. A system designed only for good faith parents leaves children vulnerable to bad faith ones. A system designed only around state power risks harming innocent families. The challenge is to build tools precise enough to reach hidden children without turning every family into a suspect household. That balance will never be perfect. But imperfection cannot be an excuse for paralysis. The children in Ruby's care did not need a perfect system. They needed one that could reach them before escape became their only option. The adult world failed to provide that soon enough. That failure was not one person standing outside the house and choosing not to care. It was larger and more fragmented. It was a platform that could monetize visibility but not ensure safety. It was a family vlogging culture that normalized children as content. It was a child protection system limited by legal thresholds and incomplete access. It was a professional system that allowed a previously disciplined therapist to retain authority. It was a family network pushed away. It was a community that could suspect but not see. It was a father absent from the home. It was a mother and a counselor who used every gap to maintain control. The systems missed it because the systems did not connect. The child connected them by escaping. That should remain one of the central moral facts of the case. Ruby and Hildebrandt were stopped not by a smooth institutional response but by a child's desperate act, a neighbor's belief, and emergency services finally brought close enough to see. After that, the systems moved quickly. Police responded. Medical care was arranged. The children were removed. Prosecutors charged the women. The court held them. Plea agreements were entered. Sentences were imposed. Evidence was released. Lawmakers debated reform. Public attention turned to family vlogging, coaching, religious extremism, and child welfare gaps. But the speed after rescue cannot erase the slowness before it. The before is where reform must live. A child welfare system should be judged not only by what it does once a child is visibly injured at a neighbor's door. It should be judged by whether it can reach the child before that door becomes necessary. A platform should be judged not only by how it responds after a family vlogger becomes infamous, but by what incentives it creates while children are still being filmed. A profession should be judged not only by revoking a license after conviction, but by how it responds to earlier boundary violations. A community should be judged not only by its horror after the fact, but by whether its values make it easier or harder to question a righteous-looking parent. Systems rarely fail in one dramatic moment. They fail by leaving spaces where harm can grow. Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt filled those spaces with certainty, isolation, and abuse. The children needed the systems to close around them sooner. Instead, the walls closed around them first. Chapter 17, The Waiting Room. Prison changed Ruby Frank's visibility. It did not end it. Before the arrest, Ruby was visible because she chose to be. She filmed herself. She filmed her family. She built an audience through repetition, confidence, and access. Her public life depended on the open door, the kitchen, the car, the children, the lesson, the explanation. After sentencing, visibility came from elsewhere. Court records, prison records, parole board schedules, documentaries, news articles, interviews with people around the case, public discussion, old videos resurfaced by strangers, evidence released after conviction. The camera was no longer Ruby's, but the attention remained. That is one of the strange afterlives of internet crime. The platform that once made a person famous may vanish, but the fame does not vanish with it. The archive mutates. Family content becomes evidence. Parenting advice becomes irony. Old clips become warning signs. A mother who once controlled the edit becomes a subject edited by everyone else. Ruby had become part of the public record. As of mid-2026, Ruby Frank was serving her prison sentence in Utah. The sentence imposed in February 2024 was 4 consecutive prison terms of 1 to 15 years, with Utah law limiting the total time served for the consecutive sentences to 30 years. In public shorthand, the sentence is often described as 4 to 30 years. That shorthand sounds clearer than the system actually is. Ruby was not given a fixed release date at sentencing. Utah's indeterminate sentencing system means the judge imposed the legal terms, but the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole determines how long she will actually remain in prison within the lawful range. The sentencing hearing did not answer the final question of time. It moved that question into another room. That room is the parole process. The parole board is not a second trial. Ruby has already pleaded guilty. She has already been sentenced. The board's task is different. It considers public safety, accountability, risk reduction, rehabilitation, victim input, and other materials. It can set a parole date. It can decline to set one. It can schedule another hearing later. It can require programs, evaluations, and further review. For Ruby, The original hearing before the board was eventually scheduled for December 2026. Before that hearing, the Department of Corrections was ordered to complete a mental health psychological review. Ruby and Jody Hildebrandt were also required to participate in a cognitive behavioral therapy program. The irony is difficult to miss. Therapy, or something wearing the language of therapy, helped lead Ruby into the system that harmed her children. Now the correctional system required treatment as part of assessing her future. The word therapy, therefore, appears on both sides of the case. First as a tool misused by Hildebrandt and embraced by Ruby, then as a supervised intervention inside a prison system. The difference is accountability. Hildebrandt's system made itself the authority. It defined truth and distortion from within. It isolated people from outside challenge. It treated resistance as evidence of moral failure. Correctional treatment, at least in principle, does not exist to make Ruby more powerful. It exists within a system that has already named her conduct as criminal and removed her authority over the children she harmed. That does not make rehabilitation simple. No program can guarantee moral understanding. No class can prove remorse. No evaluation can fully enter another person's conscience. A person can learn the language of accountability without becoming accountable. A person can say the right things because the right things are required. A person can weep honestly and still not understand all the harm she caused. The parole board must make decisions with imperfect tools. So must the public, though the public's decision has no legal force. Ruby's remorse became one of the unresolved questions after sentencing. In court, she apologized. She said she had taken from her children what was soft, safe, and good. She said she would never stop crying for hurting them. She acknowledged that her charges were just. Those words mattered. They were not the words she had used in the years of public discipline, nor the words she had used in the earliest jail calls after arrest. But remorse is not a performance that can be verified by tears. It is a long private test. The deepest measure of remorse is not whether Ruby can describe her sorrow in a courtroom. It is whether she can live without reclaiming authority over the people she harmed. Whether she can accept that her children owe her nothing. Whether she can stop explaining herself long enough to understand them. Whether she can allow their anger, distance, silence, confusion, or healing to belong to them. That test may never be fully visible to the public. Nor should it be. The children's relationship to Ruby, if any, is not a public referendum. They do not owe the audience forgiveness. They do not owe the audience permanent rejection. They do not owe updates, photographs, statements, interviews, or visible healing. They have already spent too much of their lives inside adult narratives. If the sentence created a waiting room for Ruby, it also created one for the public. People wait for parole hearings. They wait for prison updates. They wait for documentaries. They wait for interviews. They wait for new court filings, civil claims, legislative reform, family statements, memoirs, and photos. Some waiting is tied to legitimate accountability. The public has a right to know whether a convicted child abuser remains incarcerated. Victims have rights in parole proceedings. Lawmakers and advocates need information to change systems. But some waiting is just appetite, a hunger for the next installment. That appetite must be named because it is connected to the original harm. Ruby's children first became known because family life was turned into content. After the rescue, the risk was that their trauma would become content too. Every new development could be framed as an episode. Where is Ruby now? What do the children think? Will they forgive her? What is Kevin doing? What does Sherry say? What did the journals reveal? What will happen at parole? Some of those questions are fair. Some are not. The difference depends on whether the question serves accountability or possession. A question about the parole process serves accountability. A question about how indeterminate sentencing works serves public understanding. A question about the child influencer laws inspired by the case serves reform. A question about the children's private emotional lives serves only curiosity unless they choose to answer it themselves. That distinction is the ethical line after prison begins. Ruby's public story continues. The children's private lives should not have to. Prison also alters the story's emotional structure. Before sentencing, there is movement, channel, controversy, connections, isolation, escape, arrest, plea, sentence. After sentencing, the story slows. Ruby is no longer in a house. Hildebrandt is no longer running connections. The children are no longer in their control. The legal crisis becomes correctional time. That slowness can feel unsatisfying to an audience. True crime often wants climax and closure. A sentence sounds like closure. It is not. A sentence begins a different kind of time, especially for survivors. The public moves on or waits for updates. The victims continue living inside the aftermath. There may be therapy, schooling, medical care, family rebuilding, grief, anger, nightmares, ordinary joys, setbacks, and days that look nothing like headlines. Those days are not part of the audience's property. They are the point of protection. Ruby's prison sentence exists partly to punish and partly to separate her from the children. The children's recovery exists for them. Those two timelines should not be confused. Public punishment may satisfy a civic need. Private healing is not a civic performance. For Ruby, imprisonment also means the collapse of the identity that made her famous. She cannot mother as she once did. She cannot run a household. She cannot instruct an audience through the daily life of children. Her platform has been removed. Her public authority has been destroyed. She is no longer the woman telling viewers how to raise children. She is a prisoner whose crimes involved her own. That loss is appropriate. It is also not enough. Punishment removes power in the present. It does not rewrite the past. Ruby's children were still filmed. They were still disciplined in public. They were still pulled into the orbit of connections. R&D was still harmed. The neighbor still had to make the call. The criminal case still began because a child escaped, not because Ruby stopped herself. That fact should remain central in any future parole discussion. The abuse ended through interruption, not confession. Ruby's later remorse may be real. It may deepen over time. It may also remain partial. The parole board, when it assesses her, will not be measuring only tears or statements. It will consider the offense, reports, victim impact, institutional conduct, treatment, risk, and rehabilitation. It will decide whether release at a given point is compatible with public safety and accountability. The board may set a date. It may not. That uncertainty is part of the sentence. For the public, uncertainty can become a place for speculation. Speculation should be resisted where the record does not support it. It is possible to say what is known. Ruby was sentenced. She is serving prison time. The board process determines the actual length, and her original hearing was scheduled for December 2026 after required review and programming. It is also necessary to say what is not known, what she truly understands, what her children privately feel, what the board will ultimately decide, and what healing will look like. A factual account must leave those spaces empty. Empty space can feel uncomfortable in a book like this. There is an urge to close every question. But the story of a living case, involving living children, cannot be closed neatly. Ruby's imprisonment is not the end of the children's lives. It should not be treated as the end of their story either. Their story belongs to them and may remain largely unwritten in public. That is not a weakness. It is a mercy. The chapter after sentencing, then, is not a chapter of final answers. It is a chapter of limits. Legal limits. Ethical limits. Narrative limits. The state can punish Ruby, but it cannot restore everything. The parole board can assess risk, but it cannot fully measure the soul. The public can learn from the case, but it cannot own the survivors. A writer can describe the known record, but should not trespass into the unknown simply to satisfy curiosity. Ruby once built her life by crossing those boundaries. This book should not. The most responsible future for the case is not endless access. It is accountability with restraint. It is monitoring the public legal process without demanding private pain. It is learning from the failures without turning the children into permanent symbols. It is allowing the word Ruby to name the woman who built the platform, committed the crimes, and went to prison, not the children who survived her. The waiting room belongs to Ruby now. The children should be allowed to leave it. Chapter 18. What remains? After the sentence, the story does not end. It changes shape. The courtroom empties. The cameras leave the courthouse. The headlines become summaries. The public learns the number, 4 to 30 years. The women are taken into custody. The judge's words become part of the record. The children are no longer in the defendant's care. The immediate danger, the danger that brought her to the neighbor's door, has been stopped. That is something. It is not everything. Justice can remove an abuser from a child's life. It can name the harm. It can punish the adult who caused it. It can create a public record that resists denial. It can tell the world that what happened was not parenting, not discipline, not therapy, not faith, not love. It was abuse. But justice cannot give back the time. It cannot unfilm a childhood. It cannot unteach fear. It cannot erase hunger, isolation, injury, or betrayal. It cannot make a mother safe in memory simply because she is now contained in prison. It cannot make a child's body forget what adults did while claiming to save the child's soul. A sentence is an answer to the law. It is not an answer to grief. What remains after Ruby Franck's conviction is not one thing. It is a field of wreckage, responsibility, and unfinished work. Some of it belongs to Ruby. Some belongs to Jody Hildebrandt. Some belongs to systems that failed to connect warning signs quickly enough. Some belongs to platforms and audiences that accepted children as content. Some belongs to a culture that can mistake certainty for righteousness. Some belongs to the private lives of children who should not be made to carry a public lesson any further than they already have. The first thing that remains is the children. Not the case. Not the brand. Not the footage. The children. They remain as living people, not symbols. They are not evidence forever. They are not characters in a morality play. They are not permanent examples of family vlogging harm, religious extremism, child protection failure, or parental cruelty. Those themes can be studied through what happened to them, but the children themselves are more than the themes. That distinction matters. Public stories often freeze victims at the moment of discovery, are at the neighbor's door, inside the house. A child found, a child rescued, a child photographed, a child described in court records. The public imagination can hold them there, because that is the moment when the audience enters. But their lives did not begin on that day, and they did not end there. They have histories before the case and futures after it. Those futures should be allowed to grow privately. Privacy is not secrecy when it protects the vulnerable. Ruby and Hildebrandt used secrecy to hide harm. The children now need privacy to heal from it. The difference is purpose. Secrecy served the abusers. Privacy should serve the survivors. The second thing that remains is Ruby's lost authority. For years, Ruby spoke as though she knew what children needed. She explained consequences. She framed obedience. She instructed viewers in family order. She treated motherhood not only as a role, but as proof of moral competence. Her public power rested on the idea that she could see what her children needed better than others could. That authority is gone. It is not diminished. It is destroyed. Ruby can apologize. She can participate in prison programming. She can seek parole when the time comes. She can write, pray, reflect, regret, or explain. But she cannot return to the position she once occupied. The law has named her judgment criminal. The children's bodies proved her theology false. The court made public what her private certainty had done. That collapse matters because Ruby's authority was the engine of much of the harm. The family channel depended on it. Connections intensified it. The children were trapped beneath it. The court broke it. Yet the destruction of Ruby's authority does not automatically rebuild the children's trust. Trust is not a switch flipped by sentencing. A child may feel relief and still grieve. A child may love a parent and fear that parent. A child may be angry one day and confused the next. A child may want distance, answers, silence, or none of those in any simple order. The public does not need to know which. The third thing that remains is Hildebrandt's exposed system. Before the arrests, Connections had language, followers, classes, materials, and professional gloss. It had a vocabulary that made hard lines sound healthy. It presented itself as truth. It promised connection. It claimed to help people escape distortion and live with integrity. After the evidence, that language cannot be heard the same way. The word connection sits differently when the record shows isolation. Truth sits differently when children were taught to misunderstand their own suffering. Accountability sits differently when it became punishment without mercy. Healing sits differently when the person selling it helped create a home where children were harmed. That is one of the central exposures of the case. Dangerous systems often borrow good words. They do not sound dangerous at first. They sound moral, therapeutic, disciplined, spiritual, brave, principled, and clear. They attract people not because every promise is ugly, but because many promises are beautiful. Who does not want connection? Who does not want truth? Who does not want healing? The danger begins when one person or system becomes the only authorized interpreter of those words. What remains, then, is a warning about closed authority. Any program that cannot be questioned should be questioned. Any helper who treats objection as proof of sickness should be approached with caution. Any parenting system that requires a parent to ignore a child's body has already failed. Any spiritual language that makes cruelty sound holy has become dangerous. The fourth thing that remains is the platform question. 8 Passengers no longer functions as it once did, but family vlogging did not disappear because Ruby Franck went to prison. Children are still filmed. Parents still build brands around family life. Viewers still click. Platforms still monetize intimate access. The content may look softer, brighter, more regulated, more aware of criticism. But the structural question remains the same. Who owns a child's public life? Ruby's case did not create the question. It made it impossible to ignore. The children on 8 Passengers were not merely appearing in their mother's home videos. They were part of a business. Their lives created attention. Attention created money and influence. Influence created authority. That authority later helped Ruby move into another public role alongside Hildebrandt. The line from Family Channel to Connections was not accidental. Ruby's audience made her useful. Her public motherhood had value beyond the family itself. What remains is the need for law and culture to catch up. Law can require earnings to be protected. It can create deletion rights. It can define when a child's appearance in monetized content becomes labor. Those reforms matter. They are overdue. But law alone cannot solve the deeper cultural problem. An audience can still want access to children. Parents can still treat privacy as an obstacle to growth. Platforms can still reward exposure. A child can still learn that love and performance are tangled. The deeper change must happen in the viewer's appetite. People must become less willing to consume children's private lives. Less willing to treat a child's distress as instructive. Less willing to call humiliation honesty. Less willing to confuse a parent's confident narration with truth. The fifth thing that remains is the religious question. Not whether Latter-day Saint belief caused Ruby's crimes. That answer is no. A church of millions did not sentence R and E to suffering. Ordinary believers did not tell Ruby to deprive, isolate, or harm her children. Official church materials condemn abuse and call for the protection of the vulnerable. But Ruby and Hildebrandt used religious language. The evidence showed that spiritual ideas became part of the justification. Investigators described religious extremism. The children were made to carry adult beliefs about sin, repentance, evil, and correction. That must be said plainly. What remains, therefore, is not an indictment of every believer. It is an obligation within every belief system to ask what its language can become in the wrong hands. Obedience can become control. Repentance can become punishment. Stewardship can become ownership. Righteousness can become pride. Discernment can become suspicion. Correction can become cruelty. No community is safe simply because its ideals are good. Ideals become safe only when they remain accountable to compassion, reality, and the bodies of vulnerable people. A doctrine that sounds beautiful in a chapel can be twisted inside a closed house. A word that comforts one person can be weaponized by another. The question is not only what a community teaches. It is what the community does when someone uses familiar language to hide harm. The sixth thing that remains is institutional discomfort. Police had been called before. DCFS had been involved before. Family members had worried before. Neighbors had noticed before. Viewers had criticized before. The case was not a lightning strike out of a clear sky. It was a storm that many people saw in pieces. The pieces did not connect soon enough. That is the ache of the case. It is too easy to stand after the fact and say someone should have known. It is also too easy to excuse every mischance as legally complicated. Both impulses fail the children. A responsible account must hold the complexity without softening the result. The system did not protect them in time. The purpose of saying that is not to create a single villain outside Ruby and Hildebrandt. It is to prevent the next case from hiding in the same gaps. The gap between a welfare concern and physical access to a child. The gap between family privacy and isolation. The gap between online visibility and real protection. The gap between professional credentials and ethical safety. The gap between a closed door and the evidence needed to open it. Those gaps remain unless people close them deliberately. The seventh thing that remains is public memory. Ruby Franck will be remembered in several ways, none of them complete on their own. Some will remember her as a YouTube mother. Some as a convicted child abuser. Some as a woman manipulated by Hildebrandt. Some as a religious extremist. Some as a warning about family vlogging. Some as a failed mother. Some as a prisoner awaiting the decisions of a parole board. Each description contains a piece of the truth. None should be allowed to erase the others. If Ruby is remembered only as a monster, the systems around her become too easy to ignore. If she is remembered only as a manipulated woman, her responsibility becomes too faint. If the case is remembered only as a family vlogging scandal, the specific brutality of the abuse is softened. If it is remembered only as religious extremism, the online business model disappears. If it is remembered only as a child protection failure, Ruby and Hildebrandt's choices are diluted. The truth is heavier because it is layered. Ruby was a mother. Ruby was a vlogger. Ruby was a believer shaped by a religious culture. Ruby was a woman drawn into Hildebrandt's system. Ruby was also an adult who pleaded guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. No layer cancels the last one. The 8th thing that remains is the question of remorse. Ruby apologized in court. Her words were emotional. They may have been sincere. They may become more sincere over time, or they may remain limited by self-protection. The public cannot know the full state of her mind. Even the people closest to the case may never fully know. What can be said is this: remorse is not owed center stage. The children are. A remorseful abuser does not become the main victim of her own crimes. Her tears do not outweigh the harm. Her future does not replace theirs. Her spiritual journey, prison conduct, therapy progress, and parole prospects matter legally and humanely, but they should not draw the story away from those she harmed. That is a difficult balance because people are curious about transformation. They want to know whether Ruby understands. They want to know whether prison will change her. They want to know whether she believes now what she did not believe then. That her children were children, not enemies. That their pain was not holy. That her certainty was dangerous. Those questions are understandable. They should not become demands placed on the children. The children do not have to validate Ruby's remorse. They do not have to forgive it into reality. They do not have to make a public decision that satisfies anyone else's need for narrative closure. If Ruby changes, that change belongs to her accountability. It does not create an obligation for reconciliation. What remains, finally, is the silence after the spectacle. For years, Ruby filled silence with explanation. She explained the family. She explained the children. She explained consequences. She explained truth. She explained distortion. She explained herself. The evidence stopped the explanation. The court named the crimes. Now, what is needed is not more of Ruby's voice. It is restraint. Restraint from viewers who want updates on children. Restraint from commentators who turn every development into entertainment. Restraint from writers who might mistake detail for depth. Restraint from communities that would rather defend their image than examine their vulnerabilities. Restraint from systems that want to move on because the offender is locked away. Moving on is not the same as learning. Learning means remembering the neighbor's door. It means remembering that public concern is not protection. It means remembering that a child's body tells the truth before an adult's ideology does. It means remembering that cameras can reveal and exploit at the same time. It means remembering that authority must always be answerable to the vulnerable. What remains after Ruby Franck is not only horror. There is also the possibility of correction. Laws can change. Platforms can be pressured. Audiences can refuse certain content. Therapists and coaches can be held to stronger ethical standards. Religious communities can speak more clearly about abuse and spiritual manipulation. Child welfare systems can improve access when credible concerns arise. Families can learn that privacy must never become isolation. None of that erases what happened. It honors what was learned too late. The children survived a story they should never have been made to live. The public cannot give them back what Ruby and Hildebrandt took. It can only decide what to do with the knowledge left behind. That knowledge is not complicated at its center. Children are not content. Pain is not proof of righteousness. Certainty is not safety. A closed door is not always a private home. And a mother who says she is teaching love can still be teaching fear. What remains is the obligation not to look away too early. Chapter 19, the lesson people wanted. After a case like Ruby Franck's, people look for a lesson. They want one sentence strong enough to hold the whole thing. One clean warning. One moral that can be carried away from the wreckage and used to make sense of it. Do not trust family vloggers. Do not trust therapists. Do not trust religion. Do not trust strict parents. Do not trust mothers who seem too sure. Do not trust the internet. Each of those lessons contains a piece of truth. Each is also too easy. The danger of an easy lesson is that it lets everyone else walk away unchanged. If the lesson is only that Ruby Franck was a monster, then the systems around her can remain unexamined. If the lesson is only that Jodi Hildebrandt was manipulative, then Ruby's choices become too small. If the lesson is only that family vlogging is dangerous, then the religious and therapeutic language disappears. If the lesson is only that religion caused the abuse, then millions of ordinary believers are flattened into a case they did not create. If the lesson is only that child protection failed, then the adults who committed the abuse become part of a bureaucratic fog. The truth is less convenient. Ruby Franck's case is not a warning about one thing. It is a warning about what happens when several forms of power meet in a closed room. Parental power, spiritual language, therapeutic authority, online influence, family isolation, audience attention, institutional delay. No single piece explains everything. Together, they created the space in which Ruby and Hildebrandt could harm children while calling the harm correction, truth, repentance, or love. That is the harder lesson. Children are most at risk when adults with authority become certain that no one else has the right to question them. Ruby's certainty did not begin at Hildebrandt's house. It had been visible for years, although not always in criminal form. She was a mother who liked rules, structure, and consequences. She spoke as someone who believed that children needed firm correction, and that discomfort could be morally useful. Many parents believe versions of that. Many viewers admired it. Others found it troubling. The difference, before the abuse in Ivan's, was that Ruby's certainty still existed within a public family brand, a marriage, a home community, and an audience capable of criticism. Then the circle narrowed. Hildebrandt entered with a system. Connections did not merely encourage Ruby's strictness. It gave strictness a larger moral universe. Truth and distortion. Humility and resistance. Connection and danger. The words allowed Ruby to interpret ordinary objection as proof that the system was working. They gave her a way to dismiss pain rather than respond to it. Certainty became theology. Theology became practice. Practice became abuse. That progression is not unique to religion. It can happen in secular systems too. A wellness program can become abusive. A school can become authoritarian. A parenting movement can become cruel. A political ideology can turn children into instruments. A therapeutic model can make the helper unquestionable. A family business can make privacy look like disloyalty. The pattern is the same. An authority claims special knowledge. The vulnerable person resists. The resistance is reinterpreted as proof of the authority's claim. Outside concern is dismissed. Isolation increases. Harm becomes easier to continue. The lesson, then, is not to distrust every belief, every therapist, every parent, or every platform. The lesson is to distrust closed systems that protect adult certainty at the expense of a child's reality. A child's body must always outrank an adult's explanation. If a child is hungry, the first truth is hunger. If a child is injured, the first truth is injury. If a child is afraid, the first truth is fear. If a child is isolated, the first truth is vulnerability. Any system that insists on interpreting those facts away has already become dangerous. Ruby and Hildebrandt did not simply fail to see the children's needs. They appear to have believed the needs themselves were part of the problem. Hunger could be framed as discipline. Exhaustion could be framed as humility. Pain could be framed as repentance. Fear could be framed as manipulation. A child's protest could be treated as evil. That is what makes the case so chilling. The abuse was not hidden beneath a lack of language. It was hidden beneath too much language. There were words everywhere: truth, accountability, repentance, distortion, love, humility, healing. The words did not protect the children. They protected the adults. This is why the public search for a simple villain is insufficient. Ruby was guilty. Hildebrandt was guilty. That is clear. Both pleaded guilty to aggravated child abuse. Both received prison sentences. Their responsibility must remain central. But if the story stops at their guilt, the reader learns only to avoid becoming Ruby or Hildebrandt. That is not enough. Most people already know they should not abuse children. The harder question is how ordinary people participate in cultures that make children easier to overlook. An audience may say it only watched because the family seemed wholesome. A platform may say it only hosted what users uploaded. A neighbor may say she only suspected. A relative may say she did not have enough evidence. A professional board may say discipline had already been imposed once. A church member may say the doctrine never taught abuse. A parent may say she only wanted obedience. Each statement may be partly true. Together, they show how harm survives in the spaces between partial truths. Ruby's children were once among the most visible children in America's family vlogging world. They were recognizable to strangers. Their routines, punishments, milestones, and family roles were public. Yet visibility did not keep them safe. The internet could see them, but the internet could not protect them. Their visibility created familiarity, not guardianship. That is another lesson people resist. Seeing is not the same as caring. Caring is not the same as protecting. Protecting requires power, responsibility, and action. Viewers had attention. Ruby had power. Hildebrandt had influence. The children had neither. That imbalance is at the center of family vlogging. The child provides emotional value. The parent controls the account. The platform sells attention. The viewer feels close. The child remains dependent on the adult who decides what is filmed, what is posted, what is explained, and what is hidden. When things go wrong, the same structure that made the child visible can make the child more vulnerable. The parent has already practiced narrating the child's life. The audience is already used to hearing the parent's version. The child's discomfort has already been made available for interpretation. Privacy has already been weakened. This does not mean every family vlogger is Ruby Frank. That is the lazy lesson. The better lesson is that children should not have to rely on a parent's goodness to protect them from a business model that profits from their exposure. Good parents need boundaries too. Loving parents can still overshare. Well-meaning parents can still misunderstand the permanence of digital life. Ambitious parents can still confuse family success with a child's well-being. Children need rights that do not depend on parental branding. They need money protected when their presence creates income. They need ways to remove content when they become adults. They need limits around intimate exposure. They need adults outside the family who can say no when a parent's judgment is compromised by fame, ideology, money, or pride. The same principle applies to therapy and coaching. A helper's authority cannot depend only on trust. Trust matters, but trust without accountability becomes dangerous. Credentials matter, but credentials without humility can become weapons. A therapeutic relationship should make a person more connected to reality, not more obedient to a system. A parenting coach should not become the supreme interpreter of a child's soul. A counselor should never make cruelty sound clinically necessary. The lesson is not that people should avoid help. The lesson is that help should never require surrendering reality. If a program tells a parent to ignore a child's suffering, the program is dangerous. If a coach tells a family that all outside concern is distortion, the coach is dangerous. If a therapist becomes financially, spiritually, and emotionally entangled with a client's family, the arrangement is dangerous. If a system treats objection as proof of guilt, it is no longer help. It is control. The religious lesson is similarly careful. The case does not prove that Latter-day Saint belief causes abuse. It does not prove that large religious families are unsafe. It does not prove that ordinary teachings about obedience, repentance, family, or faith are inherently abusive. That would be a false and damaging conclusion. But the case does show how religious language can be weaponized inside a closed system. It shows how ideas about sin, repentance, evil, authority, and correction can become dangerous when severed from compassion and accountability. It shows that a parent can believe she is saving a child while destroying the child's safety. That is not a reason to mock faith. It is a reason to make faith answerable to the vulnerable. Any religious community worthy of trust must be able to say that a child's safety comes before an adult's claim of revelation, discernment, or righteousness. It must be able to say that parental authority has limits. It must be able to say that repentance cannot be forced through deprivation. It must be able to say that evil is not exposed by harming children. Those statements should be easy. The fact that they are sometimes necessary is the warning. The child protection lesson is also difficult. It is tempting to say that authority should have acted sooner. In moral terms, that is true. The children should have been protected sooner. But law does not work on moral hindsight alone. Agencies need evidence. Police need lawful grounds. Caseworkers need access. Parents have rights. Homes have protections. The state cannot break down doors based only on unease. And yet, children can die in the space between unease and proof. Children can be injured while adults wait for thresholds to be met. Children can be hidden behind parental rights used in bad faith. Children can be seen through windows and still not reached. A serious lesson from this case must hold both facts. State power should be limited. Children must still be reachable. Any reform that ignores one side will fail. The goal is not to make every family transparent to government. The goal is to create precise, lawful tools for moments when credible concern meets repeated denial of access to a child. Ruby's children should not have needed escape as the first successful intervention. That sentence alone should guide reform. The audience lesson may be the most personal because it reaches beyond courts, churches, licensing boards, and legislatures. It asks what people want to watch. The answer is uncomfortable. People like looking into families. They like children. They like domestic order, chaos, confession, and conflict. They like moral certainty. They like watching parents solve problems. They like judging other people's homes from a safe distance. They like feeling close without being responsible. The internet did not invent that appetite, but it industrialized it. Ruby's case should make viewers more suspicious of their own access. When a parent offers a child's private life as content, the viewer should ask who benefits, who controls the story, and whether the child could meaningfully refuse. The viewer should ask why a punishment needs an audience, why a child's tears need a thumbnail, why a family's intimacy needs strangers. The answer may not always be abuse. It may still be exploitation. The difference matters legally. It matters ethically too. Not all exploitation is criminal, and not all legal behavior is ethical. A culture can be harmful long before it becomes prosecutable. Family vlogging sits in that uncomfortable territory. Ruby's later crimes were extreme. The earlier exposure of her children was normalized by an industry that still exists. The lesson is not to hunt for the next Ruby. It is to stop building the conditions that make the next Ruby influential. That means refusing to treat children as public property. It means pushing platforms to take child privacy seriously. It means supporting laws that recognize child influencers as workers with rights. It means listening to adult children of family vloggers when they describe what the camera cost them. It means allowing the frunk children, especially the minors, to disappear from public view if that is what healing requires. Disappearance can be a form of justice. For children raised in content, privacy is not absence. It is restoration. The lesson people wanted was probably simpler than this. A villain to condemn. A platform to blame. A religion to attack. A therapist to fear. A mother to study as though she were a rare specimen. A clean line between bad families and good families, dangerous beliefs and safe beliefs, abusive systems and ordinary ones. The actual lesson is less comfortable because it is portable. It can be carried into any home, church, clinic, classroom, platform, or audience. Whenever an adult's authority becomes more important than a child's safety, danger has begun. Whenever a system cannot be questioned, danger has begun. Whenever isolation is described as protection, danger has begun. Whenever pain is reframed as proof that the lesson is working, danger has begun. Whenever a child's private life becomes material for adult identity, income, or certainty, danger has begun. Those warnings do not require a child to be visibly starving before they matter. They matter at the first humiliation, the first silencing, the first forced performance, the first dismissal of pain, the first insistence that the adult story is more real than the child's body. Ruby Frank's case became famous because it was severe, shocking, and public. But the lesson should not wait for severity. Children need protection before the emergency call, before the search warrant, before the sentencing hearing, before the journal entries are released, before a child has to knock on a stranger's door. The moral center is not complex. Children are not proof of a parent's righteousness. Children are not raw material for influence. Children are not obstacles to adult healing. Children are not enemies of truth. Children are not content. They are people. That is the lesson people should have wanted from the beginning. Epilogue, Ruby. In the end, the name remains. Ruby. A name before it was a brand. A name before the channel, before the followers, before the criticism, before connections, before the neighbor's door, before the plea, before the sentence. Ruby was a daughter first, then a wife, then a mother, then a YouTuber, then a parenting voice, then a follower of another woman's system, then a defendant, then a prisoner. Each version is real. None excuses the next. The temptation at the end of a story like this is to make the person smaller, to flatten Ruby into one word: monster, abuser, influencer, mother, criminal, victim of manipulation, religious extremist, failed parent, convict. She was not only one of those things. But the crime remains the center because the children remain the center. Complexity is not acquittal. Explanation is not forgiveness. A person can be shaped by culture, family, faith, internet fame, marriage, shame, ambition, and manipulation, and still be responsible for what she does with power. Ruby had power. That is the simplest fact in the whole case. She had power as a mother, power as an adult, power as the person who controlled the household, power as the one who narrated the children's lives to strangers, power as the parent who decided what counted as discipline, power as a public figure whose confidence made people listen. Later, she had power alongside Hildebrandt, inside a system that gave her harshness a spiritual and therapeutic frame. The children had less. That imbalance is where the story lives. When Ruby made family life content, the children did not have equal power to refuse. When she explained punishments online, the children did not have equal power to answer. When she drew closer to Hildebrandt, the children did not have equal power to challenge the adult world closing around them. When the abuse escalated, the children did not have equal power to leave. One child finally did. That act should not have been necessary. There is no way to write this story without returning to the neighbor's door. It is the break in the narrative Ruby built. It is the point where the child's reality outran the mother's explanation. It is the point where hunger, injury, and fear spoke louder than doctrine, coaching language, or parental authority. A child asked for help. A neighbor believed him. Everything changed because that happened. Not because a platform intervened. Not because Ruby confessed. Not because the audience finally put the puzzle together. Not because the systems around the family moved with perfect timing. The case opened because a child reached the outside world. That fact should remain unsettling. It should make every easy story impossible. The easy story says Ruby was uniquely evil and everyone else can simply recoil. But recoiling is not learning. The more useful story asks how a woman became publicly trusted while turning her children's lives into material. How criticism became part of her identity. How a counselor with prior professional discipline retained authority. How religious language could be bent into cruelty. How family privacy became isolation. How child protection systems could be near the house and still not reach the children soon enough. How the audience could see so much and protect so little. The easy story says Hildebrandt did it to Ruby. The record does not allow that either. Hildebrandt mattered. Her influence was profound. Her language, credentials, home, and system helped create the conditions in which the abuse occurred. But Ruby was not a child in Hildebrandt's care. She was the mother of the children who were harmed. She participated. She recorded. She pleaded guilty. Her responsibility cannot be outsourced to the woman who intensified it. The easy story says religion caused it. That is also too simple. Millions of Latter-day Saints do not abuse their children. Official church teaching condemns abuse and calls for the protection of the vulnerable. Yet Ruby and Hildebrandt used religiously charged ideas about sin, repentance, evil, and correction to justify harm. The faith did not command the abuse, but the language of faith was part of how the abuse was explained by the people committing it. The easy story says family vlogging was the problem. That is partly true and still incomplete. Family vlogging did not tie the tape. It did not write the journal. It did not deny food or water. But it trained a family, an audience, and a platform to accept the children's private lives as public material. It made Ruby's motherhood influential. It gave her a brand before it gave the public a crime. It exposed the children before they were victims in the legal record. The easy story says the systems failed. Yes, but systems are made of limits, laws, assumptions, thresholds, budgets, workers, reports, closed doors, uncertainty, and fear of overreach. Saying the system failed is necessary. It is not enough. The harder work is naming where and how, the gap between concern and access, the gap between online visibility and real safety, the gap between professional credentials and ethical conduct, the gap between family privacy and child isolation. Those gaps are where the children disappeared. Ruby's name sits at the center because Ruby made choices at each stage. She chose the camera. She chose to make the children part of the family brand. She chose severity. She chose Hildebrandt. She chose to accept a worldview that made her children's pain meaningful only through adult interpretation. She chose to remain inside that worldview until the outside world broke in. Then the court chose prison. The sentence matters. It tells the public that the law saw the abuse as serious. It removes Ruby and Hildebrandt from a children's daily lives. It creates a boundary where Ruby's parenting did not. It means the children are no longer under the authority of the women who harmed them. But prison cannot be the final moral achievement. A society should not congratulate itself because it punished adults after children suffered. Punishment is necessary. Prevention would have been better. Reform is the least that can follow. The children deserved safety before evidence, before court, before sentencing, before public shock. They deserved it when they were still ordinary children in an ordinary-looking family, long before the world knew what had been hidden. At the end of this book, Ruby is not offered as a mystery to be solved completely. Some parts of a person remain unreachable. What she believed at each moment, what she now understands, how remorse works inside her, whether she will change over years in prison. Those questions may interest the public, but they are not the center. The center is what she did. The center is who she did it to. This book has used the children's initials where necessary, because their full names do not need to be repeated for the truth to be told. They were made too visible once. They were used too much. They were watched, discussed, interpreted, and exposed before they could decide what public life meant. They are owed the opposite now. Less exposure, less speculation, less hunger from strangers. A quieter future. That future may not be simple. Survival is not the same as healing. Removal from danger is not the same as peace. Children who have been betrayed by a parent may carry love, fear, anger, grief, and confusion in the same body. They may build new lives in ways the public never sees. They may speak one day, or they may not. Either choice should belong to them. Ruby once made her children part of her story. The ending should return the story to them. Not by demanding that they tell it, by allowing them not to. There is a kind of justice in disappearance when visibility was part of the harm. A child walking into an ordinary day without being recognized. A child being allowed to grow without strangers searching old clips. A child having memories that are not monetized, interpreted, or stored for public use. A child learning that privacy can be safe. That is not dramatic enough for the internet. It is better than drama. Ruby's public life was built on certainty. She knew what children needed. She knew what discipline meant. She knew how to explain a family. She knew the lesson. She knew the consequence. Later, with Hildebrandt, she believed she knew truth from distortion, repentance from rebellion, evil from innocence. The evidence showed the danger of that certainty. A mother can be wrong. A therapist can be wrong. A believer can be wrong. A platform can reward the wrong thing. An audience can misread access as knowledge. A system can wait too long. A child's body is often the first place the truth becomes undeniable. That should humble everyone. If there is one final lesson, it is not that Ruby Franck was unimaginable. It is that she was imaginable in too many pieces. A strict mother praised for discipline. A family brand rewarded for access. A child's discomfort treated as content. A counselor trusted because she sounded certain. A religious vocabulary used without mercy. A closed door treated as privacy. A report that did not quite meet the threshold. A viewer who felt worried, but kept watching. The horror came when the pieces joined. The prevention lies in separating them earlier. Question the parent who needs an audience for punishment. Question the coach who cannot be challenged. Question the doctrine when it is used to make children afraid. Question the platform that profits from private childhood. Question the closed door when credible concern keeps returning. Question the story that makes an adult certainty more important than a child's safety. Ruby Franck is in prison because the law finally named what happened. The children should not have had to wait that long for the truth to be visible. The title of this book is Ruby because the story begins with the woman who built the public image, followed the wrong authority, abused the power of motherhood, and became a convicted child abuser. But the ending does not belong to Ruby. It belongs to the children leaving the frame. Chronology. Before the channel. 2012. Jodi Hildebrandt is disciplined by Utah licensing authorities for unprofessional conduct connected to the handling of sensitive client information. Her counseling license is placed on probation for 18 months. Early 2015. Ruby Franck launches the 8 Passengers YouTube channel, documenting daily life with Kevin Franck and their 6 children in Utah. January 2016. KSL publishes a local profile of Ruby and 8 Passengers. At this stage, the channel is still relatively small compared with what it will later become, but Ruby is already describing filming as a way of slowing time down and appreciating her children. The Public Family. 2017 to 2020. 8 Passengers grows into a major family vlogging channel. The family's routines, discipline, school life, arguments, punishments, and ordinary domestic moments become regular public content. Around 2020. Public concern around Ruby's parenting intensifies. Viewers criticize incidents involving harsh discipline, including C sleeping on a beanbag after losing access to his bedroom, E being sent to school without lunch, and other punishments shared or discussed publicly. 2021 to 2022. The Public Family brand weakens. The channel declines, criticism continues, and Ruby's public identity shifts away from ordinary family vlogging and towards Kanzians-related content and the language of truth and distortion. Connections and isolation. July 2022. Kevin Franck later tells investigators that Ruby asked him to move out of the family home and not to contact the children. He says he believed the separation was connected to a process Ruby and Hildebrandt framed as necessary. 2022. Ruby becomes increasingly associated with Jodi Hildebrandt and connections. Ruby and Hildebrandt appear together in instructional content and publicly identify themselves through the Moms of Truth brand. 2022 to 2023. Neighbors and Ruby's eldest daughter, Sherry, raise concerns about the children's welfare. Police and DCFS-related contacts occur at or around Ruby's Springville home, but the children are not removed before the events of August 2023. Rescue and arrest. August 30th, 2023. Ruby's 12-year-old son escapes from a window at Jody Hildebrandt's home in Ivins, Utah, and goes to a neighbor's house asking for help. The neighbor sees signs of serious injury, hunger, and distress, gives assistance, and calls emergency services. Police and emergency responders arrive. Is taken for medical care. Officers enter Hildebrandt's home and find her inside. She is also taken for medical care. Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt are arrested. Early September 2023. Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt are charged with 6 counts each of aggravated child abuse, second-degree felonies in Utah. September 8, 2023. Ruby and Hildebrandt make their first court appearance by video. Both remain in custody without bail. September 2023. Utah licensing authorities obtain restrictions on Hildebrandt's ability to practice as a mental health counselor while the criminal allegations are pending. Hildebrandt later surrenders her counseling license. Pleas and sentencing. November 2023. Kevin Frank files for divorce from Ruby. December 18, 2023. Ruby Frank pleads guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. 2 other counts are dismissed as part of the plea agreement. December 27, 2023. Jody Hildebrandt pleads guilty to 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Like Ruby, she avoids a trial. February 20, 2024. Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt are sentenced in Utah's 5th District Court. Each receives 4 consecutive prison terms of 1 to 15 years. Because of Utah's statutory limits on consecutive sentences, the practical maximum is described as 30 years. The Utah Board of Pardons and Parole will determine how long each woman actually serves. Evidence and aftermath. March 2024. Washington County authorities release a large body of evidence, including police materials, recordings, documents, photographs, video files, and Ruby's redacted journal. The released evidence gives the public a fuller view of the abuse and the ideology used to justify it. 2024. Utah's Division of Professional Licensing revokes Hildebrandt's clinical mental health counseling license. October 16, 2024. Sherry Frank testifies before Utah lawmakers about family vlogging and the lack of protections for children whose lives are monetized online. Public reckoning. January 7, 2025. Sherry Frank's memoir, The House of My Mother, A Daughter's Quest for Freedom, is published. March 2025. Utah passes HB 322, a law creating new protections for children featured in monetized online content. The law includes financial protections and a process for adults to request deletion or editing of content in which they appeared as minors. March 2025. Ruby and Kevin Frank's divorce is finalized. Kevin is awarded custody of the minor children under the divorce terms and prior juvenile court arrangements. Ruby is ordered not to have contact with the children. Continuing legal status. As of June 2026, Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt remain incarcerated under their Utah prison sentences. Their original parole board hearings are scheduled for December 2026. Before those hearings, psychological reviews and required programming are part of the parole board process. December 2026. Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt are scheduled for their original hearings before the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. The board may set a parole date, decline to set one, or schedule later review.